all lined up.
My love has got no money, he's got his strong beliefs.
And it's lights
My
out
love has
and
got
away
no
we go.
power, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no fame, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no money, he's got his strong beliefs. Want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, want more and more. People just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, freed from desire, mind and senses purified, freed from desire, mind and senses purified, freed from desire, mind and senses purified, freed from desire. Na 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 strong beliefs. My love has got no power, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no fame, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no money, he's got his strong beliefs. Want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Red Star Raceway and welcome to round 4 of the Rock National Championship. This is going to be an absolutely amazing day. Championships will be decided here today at Red Star, a beautiful circuit that is new to the entire calendar and a new track to South Africa for karting. My name is Stephen Koenig, glad to have you guys here, and we're going to have an absolutely amazing day with the Kid Rock, the OKN, Mini Rock, Cadet, OKJ and KZ2 all looking to have a absolutely phenomenal time here at Red Star. Lots of drivers have been going and working out what they can do to get a little bit more speed around this track. How far can they go? How much are they wishing to push the limits? But with it being the final round, it is all about the championship points and what's at stake. Quite a few drivers having a drop round already done early on in the season, and it's all come down to this to score maximum points to walk away as a national champion for the Rock Cup. And that is the game plan. That is what you want to do and how you want to get ready to rock and roll. We're going to be starting off with qualifying very, very shortly with Kid Rock going out onto the track. And it's going to be an absolutely great time for them. 10 minutes to go and get it all sorted and make sure that they can score those top spots. Starting positions is going to be absolutely key for a brand new circuit to the calendar, new circuit to these drivers, and only got its first race just a couple of weeks ago with the Rock Regionals. So it's going to be a monumental task for our drivers to go and ensure that they stand on the top of the charts. First place is going to be the goal plan here, because you will have the inside line into turn 1 as our Kid Rocks is getting themselves ready. We can see in the screen that a couple of the karters are getting themselves into the karts, getting to roll out and making their way out onto the track for their 10-minute qualifying, trying to warm up the tires a little bit, create a little bit of friction in the brakes and friction in the tires just to get themselves organized. Is warming up. It was a little bit nippy this morning here in Delmas for Red Star Raceway. It was a bit cold, lots of karts going and slipping and sliding all over the show. Was a difficult time to get your eyes in for this race, and it's going to be a monumental task now because it's warming up, it's getting better, and now it's going to be a charge down to the wire. So for our Kid Rock class, our championship is incredibly close between all the drivers, actually having quite a few going side by side into the start of the round. But it is Riley van Staden that's going to be looking to score maximum points here. He's on 210 points ahead of Noah Cornier, who is sitting in second place. Logan Ball running in third place, and Logan Ruig chasing him down in fourth place. And the championships between them is going to be Riley sitting on 210 along with Noah on 196, Logan on 195, and then Logan Rugg sitting on 179, just ahead of Eagle, who is sitting on 170. So it's going to be very, very close for our Kid Rock, and it's going to be a monumental time. So qualifying out and going, and it is Logan Blow who's currently out in first place, Riley van Staden in second place, Ronald Venter up into third place as it stands as they make their way around. Trying to get some times on the board though, and let's see how it's all going to filter in. It is Logan Blow going in, putting in that quick lap time of a 101.125. Riley trying to back him up, going for that 1 minute 9. Instantly getting beaten out. Noah Crenier going for a 1 minute .941. So Noah is up on the top of the charts, managing to break out that 101. Now hoping to try and get himself a little bit more up towards his track. Keep an eye on it though. And Rudy Harris looking to also step it up. Very, Roddy Harris hoping to make a bit of time here. And then Drew van Staden at the bottom of the charts needs to try and pick up some time. Pulled a 1 minute 10, was taking a little bit easy there to try and just get the carts all ready to go. As we keep an eye, that is number 18, that is Riley van Staden, our championship leader, looking to try and get first place, currently sitting in third, coming around out of the final corner and across the line. Is he going to be able to better his lap time, managing to just put himself up towards the top of the charts. A 1 minute .646 for Riley, and Noah going and finishing up in second place at the moment, trying to get a little bit more pace underneath him. Logan Blow and Logan Rugg going and chasing each other down. They are battling it out in the 101s. And then Roddy Harris lying with a 102. Ronald Venter with a 103. And Drew van Staden still a 110.3. So he really needs to try and find that little bit of time, that crucial pace. But so far, it is going to be Riley and Noah that are going to be taking the battle for first and second, both trying to optimize their laps, trying to get themselves across the line. And considering they are fighting it out for the championship, these two are going to use everything they can to just get a little bit more pace, with only 0.2 of a second between them in the lap times. The last lap time for Noah was a little bit slow with a 101.1, so he's going to have to really dig deep on the way through. Very technical circuit. A lot of young karters saying they quite enjoy the track, of how difficult it is. It does go and push the skills and see what they can do. Well, Noah Crenier though going with a 59.8, the first karter to go and break that sub-minute mark. And Riley, unfortunately, on the last lap, it was a 1 minute .713. So he's really going and having to try and figure it out. But Noah, for the RPM team, going and launching his way up with a 59.8. So going and battling it out, hoping that he can try get a little bit more pace, open up that gap a little bit more. It's 0.8 of a second across, but keep an eye on second and third. Logan Blow and Riley van Staden in second. They're only separated by a 0.1 of a second between them. So this is going to be interesting. Riley starting to reel a little bit, realizing this is going to be a bit of a tough time. Logan coming across the line, does his personal best, a 1 minute .730, and Riley comes across the line, not able to improve his best lap time, losing out a little bit of time. Gonna really have to try and figure out what he can do in the final 4 minutes and 50 seconds of qualifying for our Kid Rock. Going out very, very wide, trying to utilize as much of the circuit as possible, trying to find just any bit of grip there is out on the track. It is very green, there isn't a lot of rubber put down, and our drivers are going to have to try and figure out where this is all going to work out for them. Where is that little bit more grip that's needed to carry just that extra 1 or 2 kilometers into the corners and out of the corners to ensure that you stand on the top. And if you want to go and make it big in the world of motorsport, well, grassroots racing here with the Rock Cup is exactly where you want to be, going and growing the next generation of champions. And blue flags being waved by our marshals just to signal to our backmarkers that we have got our faster cards making their way through. Taking a look back to the time zone, Noah Crenier still out in first place, doing a 1 minute .078, so it was a bit slower on that last run. Riley also not improving his lap time. Logan Blow running in third place Also unable to improve his lap time, but good one. Logan Rigg going and coming across in 4th place. He's actually beaten his personal best with a 1 minute 1:25 as he came across the line, and Rudy Harris in 5th place trying to make his way through. So absolutely incredible stuff. Our first and second are within 1 second of one another, and Logan Blow lying in 3rd place and Logan Rigg all within 1 second of 3rd and 4th. So that's going to be a very close fight between them. Rudy Harris running in 5th, trying to make up some time and improves his personal best. And Drew van Staden, a big shout out to him. He's originally was doing a 1 minute 10. He's actually come down to a 1 minute 7. So improving his personal best lap time, really trying to do everything he can for the Van Staden team and trying to really give it everything he can to dial himself in, as our young karters going and keeping their head down at the moment, trying to figure out where that little bit more grip's going to come in. Track's starting to warm up, and it is going to be an absolutely charging run down for the wire. 2 minutes and 28 seconds left. Not much is going to be left in the tank for these young karters to just go and give it that extra little bit. Can anyone go and dethrone Noah at the moment, who will be starting in 1st place? If anyone can't get that little bit more pace underneath them. And for Riley, he's going to be stuck on the outside line. Not going to be a good run for him. Logan Blow, though, gets himself into 2nd place. So Logan goes up into a 1 minute 0.5, being his personal lap time, and goes and pushes Riley van Staden, our championship leader, down into 3rd place. Logan Rigg going and coming across the line, trying to improve his lap time as well. So great stuff from our riders. Rudy Harris going and getting his personal best, a 1 minute 1.9, and Ronald Fenter with a 1 minute 2.5. So they have beaten their personal best. But Logan Blow, who has now gone and put himself firmly into 2nd place, and he's running 3rd in the championship, might I add, with 195 points. So Noah Cranier is going to be stressing, looking left and right, and realizing that he's got both Riley van Staden and Logan Blow right behind him that will be chasing him down, but only Noah Cranier was able to get that sub 1 minute mark as they charge their way through. Riley van Staden answering back and getting himself into 2nd place, putting a 1 minute 0.424, beating his personal lap time and closing that gap 0.7 of a second behind Noah Cranier. So this is going to be very, very close. 40 seconds to go. It's all or nothing at this point for our Kid Rock for their qualifying. This is going to be their final qualifying for the season for 2024. So you want to maximize all the bragging rights that you can. And I can tell you, we've got one of our young karters up here in the qualifying, in the commentary booth, that's keeping a very close eye on all the young karters out. So for the Kid Rock, they're going and sliding their way through, really trying to push themselves out a little bit more. Riley van Staden needs to try and figure out, can he get a little bit more pace? 6 seconds to go. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Checkered flag will come out. So let's see how this is going to work out. Checkered flag is out for our riders, well, for our karters, and Noah Cranier currently out in 1st place. Riley van Staden in 2nd place, Logan Blow in 3rd, and Logan Rigg comes across the line in 4th place. Rudy Harris in 5th. Ronald Fenter comes across the line. He is in 6th place, and Drew van Staden going and coming across the line has improved his lap times exponentially, got into the 107 mark, so he's going to be quite happy with that. So let's see how it's all going to turn out a little bit later on. It's going to be a close race, that is for certain. But Noah Cranier going to be starting himself out in pole position and has been the only one to go and get himself into that sub 1 minute mark. Next up, though, we're going to take a look to our OKN, which is incredibly close as well. So don't count them out. There's so much more to come, ladies and gentlemen, right here from the Rock Cup Nationals, round 4 at Red Star Raceway. The first time we've come out to Red Star Raceway, and it is going to be an absolutely tremendous one to be put forward. So keep an eye on it. Make sure that you share the link with all the friends and family. Go and be part of all the action. Let us know out on social media. Go and let us know for the Rock Championship. What are you watching? Where are you watching from all across the world? And where exactly are you planning to see these drivers go and push themselves to the top of the charts? So some beautiful shots off the bridge here at Red Star Raceway, and being able to get a little bit more sight down towards all the epic racing action that we are to expect. It's going to be a close one, but now we're moving on to our next of our qualifying. This is going to be the OKN, going to be heading out onto the track and ensuring that they go for the top spots. So Carters, keep an eye out here. Muhammad Wali going and putting himself squarely in first place on 210 points. And then we got Vian Bushoff in second place, 198 points. Then we got Mikhail Bezenote on 181. Brandon van der Walt with 175. Cole Houston, who has been the quickest so far in practice around the track early this morning. He managed to, he's currently lying in fifth place, but on 173 points. So it is going to be a very, very close run for them on the charging order. So keep an eye on it. Going to be a wild, wild one. And as we have got everyone launching to start their qualifying laps, let's see how it's going to all turn out. So keep an eye out on Cole, who is for the S-tier team trying to make his way up and looking to stand up on top of the charts. Lying fifth in the championship means they can score some major points here. As we also take a look at Kenya, who is also out on track for the WRA team, going and looking to go and stand a little bit further up. He's lying sixth in the championship. Kenya in Gwena going and looking to move his way to the top of the championship as much as possible. We're going to have 4 rounds of racing here at Red Star. So 4 heats of close nose to tail action, bumper to bumper the whole way through, as our Carters come across the line. Vian Boshoff going into first place, a 51.9 ahead of Dali Farley, who are doing a 52.6. Brandon van der Walt in third place. Cole Houston in fourth, along with Mikhail Pezenhout and Tyler Schmegel going and lying in sixth place. Gunnar Pascal going and lying in seventh at the moment, all under the 1 minute mark, which is to be expected for our OKN class. Now, Carters now looking to go and give themselves every little bit of advantage as they can, but at the moment, keep an eye on Bjorn Bushhoff. He is currently behind one of the carts, so he's going to get a little bit more of a slipstream to help pull him along as they come across the line. And already we're starting to see some big moves being made as Ghana Pascal goes across the line with a 51.193 with Bjorn Bushhoff in second place. Dalfari up into third, and Cole Houston down into fourth. Mikhail Bezenote into fifth place, moving up. Brandon van Volt in sixth, and Talia going and running in seventh at the moment. So keep an eye on this. 151.1 to beat, and that is going to be all Pascal to make that happen. Can he get into the 150 mark? We have seen it happen in practice. It was a one-lap wonder to get it down, and I'm sure it will happen once again. We've got some amazing drivers out on track. The future champions, as they're going a little bit wide, really giving it everything you can to just stretch it out that little bit more. And Vian Boshoff comes across in first place, doing a 151.57 ahead of Gina with a 51.193. I do apologize. Only the gap 0.036 of a second between them. So going to be very, very close from first to sixth. It is all within a second of one another, so it's everything to play for at the moment. And Muhammad Wali onto the track, moves himself up into 7th position, going and running it a little bit late, trying to maximize. So let's see how this is going to turn out. So far, our championship leader now needs to try and make up a fair amount of time to go and close up and ensure that he starts out on first place. Because at the moment, Butchhoff, who is running first, is looking to take the first, well, dive into turn 1, come heat 1 a little bit later for our OKN class. Nose to tail, a little bit of bump drafting going on, trying to push themselves along, get a little bit more pace. The carters working together, and it's a game of chess at the moment, sliding their way around, trying to figure out where it's all going to go. Our front pack, Björn Buschhoff, getting a little bit of a help along at the moment, getting told, listen, let's get going. As our first and second, there is number 33, trying to make his way around the track, giving it everything he can. Cole Houston, who was the fastest in practice, going and trying to get a little bit more run, comes across, and he's able to move up one position, moves up into 6th. And let's see how it's all going to turn out. Muhammad Wali, though, up into 3rd place, puts a blistering lap time, doing a 51.4 as he came across the line. So expect him to go and battle out towards the top. 3rd place is not a bad spot to be, especially on a new track. You can get your eye in, but you want to be a bit closer towards the sharp end of the field. And let's see what they will be able to do. Buschhoff with a 51.017. Muhammad Wali not able to improve his lap time, trying everything he can. Buschhoff going and losing out a little bit of time behind the 33 of Cole Houston. Cole getting a little bit sideways. So this is going to be a proper charge. Unfortunately, Cole going and causing a little bit of a problem. And now Vian needs to figure out how he can try and get a little bit more pace. Pascal chasing down, trying to make up any little bit of time here, knowing the threats are around. But Muhammad Wali, unfortunately, not improving his lap time. Brandon van der Walt, though, lying in 6th place, done his personal best of 51.6, along with Cole Houston doing a 51.7. So if it wasn't for that little bit of a slide, it would have gone and landed up with a bit more into that 150, that 51. And now we're starting to see everything starting to happen, a little bit of argy-bargy action, as we do see the 37 of Björn Buschhoff go and say, I'm getting past you as quick as possible. Cole getting pushed out a little bit wide there, saying, listen, you got to get round, give us a gap. And take a look how that costed him a little bit of time. So Pascal needs to try and find that little bit of pace, close up on Vian just ahead of him. So keep an eye on that 37 and 17 cart as they make their way through. For Cole, who's running down in 7th place, he can hang on to the back of him and try and pull himself along, utilize that slipstream as much as possible, and also try and see where the brake markers are, what's being done differently, and try and figure out how he can make up that little bit more time on the way through. Heads being put down, trying to maximize all the slipstream and aerodynamics possible that is available for karting. And our number 17, that is Pascal going and sliding around over the curbs, left, right, really jacking up that rear, sliding out of the final corner, brings it right to the fringes. Is going to be enough to try and jump up the order? No, just not. 51.3 on that way through. Björn Buschhoff doing a 51.4 on that last lap, but doesn't improve both their best lap times, so unfortunately there's no change there. But there has been an improvement for Dali, I do apologize, for Lanzetti Racing doing a personal best of 51.6, and then Brandon van der Walt doing a 51.7 as an increase on their personal lap time. So absolutely great to see drivers still going and pushing themselves out a little bit more, trying to see where it's all going to turn out. And now this is going to be a bit of a challenge, getting word that Muhammad Wali coming into the pit, so he's going to be giving it up for this qualifying, saying, listen, I'm going to focus the efforts towards the race, and seems pretty content on the current 3rd place, but that can all change. Björn Buschhoff comes across the line, and taking a look, Cole Houston moving up one position, moves up into 6th, going and getting a great lap time, 51:7.06. So just trying to get a little bit more in the last 1 minute and 10 seconds left of our OKN here at the Rock Cup at Red Star Raceway. Brand new circuit, first time out for our karters to go and take on the track in anger for the National Series. It's going to be an absolutely wonderful, wonderful day's worth of racing action. So if you're out here in the Delmas area, please come on through, come enjoy the karting, and make sure if you're watching it all from the virtual grandstands, share the link with all the friends and family and let everyone know how it is all going to go. We'd like to know from everyone, who are you supporting? Who are the stars that you keep an eye on? Well, I can tell you that I'm going to keep an eye on Dali running up into 3rd place, going and dethroning Muhammad Wali. So there we go. Dali up into 3rd place, putting in a personal best 51.4, and Mikhail Bazadenote with a 51.5. So he's gone and improved his personal best, but just not enough to get ahead of Muhammad Wali. So our championship leader is now sitting in 4th place come heat 1, with the likes of 2nd in the championship in 1st place. This is going to be a proper run. But checker flag comes out as we do keep an eye out on Cole, the number 33. And then right behind him is the number 25. Now Dali, who took a major jump up into class position. As they come across the line, Cole comes across the line, moves up into 5th. So he's improved right at the last. And it looks like as our karters now pulling into the pits, don't think anyone else will be able to improve their lap times, but Cole's going to be quite happy with that, just snatching 5th place away from Mikhail Bazadenote in 6th, Brandon van der Volt in 7th place. So as it stands, Vian Burshoff along with Gina Pascal, and then Fadal Dali in 3rd place, Muhammad Wali in 4th, Cole Houston in 5th, Mikhail Bazadenote followed by Brandon van der Volt, Natalia Smogel in 8th place, and Kanya Nguena in 9th, but did not go out for qualifying. So keep an eye out on that as we're going to be moving on to our next class here today to start with their 10-minute qualifying, and that is going to be the Mini Rocks, and going to be absolutely incredible stuff. So keep an eye on for our Mini Rocks that are going to be coming out next. Alrighty-o, our Mini Rock heading out onto the track, and it's all filtering around, trying to figure out where it's all going to go. Trying to get some heat into those tyres off the bat so they don't waste time to get running and ensure that they stand at the top. So our Mini Rock out on the track, one of our largest classes here in the Rock Cup, and going and having a bit of fun. So far 26 entrants for the season, and we are now going and seeing some awesome racing here at Red Star. Lots of enthusiasm coming in. Sebastian Blicknote is the driver to keep an eye out for, currently sitting on 202 points in 1st place in the championship, and Maddox Mason lying in 2nd place on 190 points, and then Aaron Mason going and following up on 188 points. Alonso Diaz running in 4th place, but actually tying up points with Santiago Fraud, who is also on 164 points in 5th place. Declan Jurgens is on 162, so don't count Declan out of the run. And Katie Kronoskaya going and running on 158 points, also tying up with Max Bischoff. So going to see quite a bit of changes here for the championship. Remember, the championship does have drop rounds that come into play. So everything is worked out after the race where you drop your worst 3 rounds. So bear that in mind for the championship. So if you're unable to score here at Red Star Raceway, that will be utilized as your drop rounds long as you start. Long as you've presented your kart, you are ready to go out, that will be your drop round. If you do have any technical faults that gets picked up by our TCs, that will be exclusion. That means you can't use it as your drop round, which we have seen as it goes. So let's see how it's going to work out. Cold tires, and so far it is Declan Jurgens out in first place of 58.3. Aaron Mason currently lying in second place. Ashay Nugra going and running in a third place. Maddox Mason going and doing, but take a look. Max Bischoff up into first place of 57.9. Expect that to go and start dropping down. That tire's going to start warming up. Sebastian Bergnoot running in second place at the moment with a 58.189 on the way through. So the 33 and 25 carts is what you need to keep an eye out for as they make their way through. And Declan Jurgens trying to make their way through. So Sebastian Bergnoot running in second place is currently first in the championship, trying to make up some time. You can really see the carters going and giving it everything they can. And everyone just trying to find their feet at the moment, trying to find where it's all going to work out. Where can they shuffle in, start working with their buddies to get a little bit more of a slipstream. But I can tell you, a lot of these young karters are treating qualifying just like a race. They're giving it everything they can, side-by-side action through the corners, just trying to find that optimum line and a little bit of slipstream on the way through. Declan Jurgens still leading out the pack, and now we've got Asher going and jumping. Well, never mind. Sebastian Bergnoot puts himself up into first, just as I was about to call it out. But Sebastian Bergnoot up into first, 57.5, ahead of Declan Jurgens, running a 57.7 on his last run. Ashai running a 57.8 on that run. So now lying in third place. Max Bischoff lying in fourth. Aaron Mason going and trying to make up some time ahead of Maddox Mason in fifth and sixth place, respectively. So keep an eye on the run. Now it's all about following the train. It's about keeping some heat in the tires as we do take a look to our number 26 kart that is out on track, going and make his way around the circuit. Maddox Mason going and jumping up into fourth place. Diego into seventh. Riddling Tesco into eighth place. And Sebastian Ferreira also improving. Mutabela going and running in 15th place, now moving up as well. Hunter North running in 16th, trying to find his feet, trying to see where can try and make up a little bit more pace as our karters make their way through. We are getting a little bit of reports that there has been one of the karts that has unfortunately fallen off off to the side of the circuit, so that is going to bring out a yellow flag, which means no overtaking in that zone. But at the same time, you've got to lift a little bit. You can't go flat out. That is going to change the lap times a little bit. Aaron Mason puts himself up in second place. Maddox Mason, though, out of nowhere, first place. The RKT driver has really gone and stepped it up with a 57.258 as he came across the line. And there is one of our karts parked off on the side. But keep an eye on that. Huge plays coming in from all our young karters trying to battle it out. And now a little train starting to form up left and right. Everyone trying to find their groove, finding that right line, maybe a little bit tighter through the corners, trying to go for a little bit of an earlier apex, others opting to go a little bit wider. Each of these young karters trying to use a little bit of slipstream and also a little bit of bump drop to try and help each other along. Nothing hurts to try and get yourself out of the train, as we do see the number 55 going and make his way around. And that is Zach Bischoff in the number 55. You can see just trying to figure out where he can go, losing a little bit of the train. But it is still now going side by side, heading into turn one, as our karters going and pushing out, doing everything they can to maximize the lap times. Cade moving up into 10th place. So Corner Sky in 10th now for the Extreme Racing, getting ahead of Zach Bischoff, running 11th, so just beating out the teammate and now looking to move his way forward. but it's Max Bischoff who is looking to stand out amongst the rest. He's running 8th in the championship, but now first in qualifying with 3 minutes and 35 seconds to go. It's all or nothing for these young karters to really push themselves out a little bit more, as we do keep an eye out towards the circuit. Number 77 going and making his way around the track. And that isn't, sorry, that might be the 577 going and making his way through. And you can see Pitbull coming alive, everyone going and cheering on, trying to will these lap times to come down. Maddox Mason getting told you need to step it up. Sebastian Blichnote is now starting to see a bit of a problem, as Maddox Mason will be looking to try and get ahead. And family members getting rather excited about how this is going to go, trying to figure out where are they going to be able to step it up, where they're going to find that little bit of pace, what sort of work needs to be done, little setup changes if possible to try and maximize grip, as our karters really trying everything they can. And it does look like that is Ronaldo Kuhn who going and making his way around, trying to figure out any bit of line, getting a little bit of pace, running it out a little bit wide, head down, just trying to get a little bit of momentum on the way through. As they come through, Maddox Mason not able to improve his lap time, and Max Bischoff going and keeping up his lap time. So no beat outs on personal best in the final 2 minutes so far. I'm hoping to see just a couple of more changes, as it does look like Hunter North pulled into the pits, going to be calling it quits for the qualifying. Now focused towards Heat 1, coming up a little bit later for our mini rocks. Going to be a proper run, and just over the curbs, leaping it, just trying to figure out where they can go, bottoming out these karts properly. Just everyone looking for any advantage at this point. How can they go in straight line through a corner to get that 1 or 2 kilometers that's needed to put themselves up towards the top of the pack, considering our top 8 are within a second of one another, and from 9th to 14th are within a second of one another. It is just a mad chase down to the line. No one able to improve at this point, and I think what we're starting to see is that the karters are going from qualifying mode into race mode. They are battling each other, trying to overtake through corners. So I think they're trying to identify where is the weakness in their competition, where can they find their advantage come Heat 1 a little bit later today. So it's gone from qualifying to starting to suss each other out and see how it's all going to go as they make their way around. Yellow flags have been waved through the back end, and just through this left-hander, got one of the karts just slowly rejoining back onto track. There he is, going and trying to find his feet once again after a little bit of a spin. So let's see how, as they make their way around. Hunter North back out on track, just pushing himself through, and it's Ashai going and jumping up into 4th place, managing just to get a personal best of 57.6. So keep an eye for that. 4th place is now coming alive, and it is going to be a proper charge. But checker flag has come out, and that will signal the end for our qualifying. So if you're just passing now, well, that's going to be you done and dusted. So for Santi Rod, it's going to be a 7th position at the moment. Sebastian Ferreira finishing up in 12th. And Motsbela going and running in 15th at the moment. As you see, our young karters really giving it everything they can. Left, right, trying to go and battle their way around. Is it going to be enough, though, to try and jump up just one more position for everyone coming across the line? For Declan Jurgens, nope, at 6th place is going to be the position for Declan. And it looks like majority of our young karters just not able to improve their lap times, but got to suss out the competition. Max Bischoff going to be starting out in 1st place. Maddox Mason in 2nd place. Sebastian Blichnote in 3rd. So keep an eye on that, because it is going to be a wild one considering the championship stanzas. Sebastian Blichnote, Maddox Mason, Aaron Mason, yes, going and rounding out our top 4 for the championship. And now we're getting to see it all come to a culmination right here at Red Star for round 4, the final round of the Rock Cup National Championship for 2024, folks. Absolutely tremendous stuff, and we're going to have it all at a brand new circuit on the karting calendar here at Red Star Raceway in Delmas, more known for long circuit racing for cars and bikes, short circuit for bikes and also a little bit of cars, but now having a bit of fun with some karting, and being also a circuit built to FIA regulations does make it more and more exciting. And that was with assistance from the Rock Championship, going and giving it some great insights of how they can make the track better and better every single time. Next up though, we're going to be moving on to our cadets. They're going to be heading out onto the track, and you did hear me a little bit earlier mention that I had a young driver with me, and that was Caleb Rogers, who is looking to battle out for the championship for our little cadet class, and going and cheering on in the background with everyone and looking to be a part of it, looking to stand at the top of the charts for the championship, trying to get ahead of Reddy Harris in first place. So taking a look, Roddy Harris in first of the championship is sitting on 94 points, and then Caleb Rogers sitting on 91 points. And then Ibrahim Peltier is lying on 90 points. So very close in the cadet class. There is number 23 making his way out onto the track, and going to be making some big waves and big moves here for our little cadet class. A great little class for anyone that is starting out in karting, if you're looking to try and get a little bit more and understand how it's going to turn out for you. Learning the basic fundamentals, carrying momentum, understanding your braking markers, and also just picking up the lines. As a young kid, this is exactly where you want to be. Caleb will be looking to stand ahead of Roddy Harris, so keep an eye on the 16 and the 23. Roddy in the 23 kart, and Caleb for Rogers Racing going and lying in 16. And Keto kart, Roddy Harris looking to try and win the championship here at Red Star with only 6 points difference between them. Oh, we got a spinner for the number 16. Caleb going and pushing himself a little bit too hard. Now needs to try and get that kart refired up and get back into it. So just pushed a little too hard. Roddy comes by and says, okay, thank you very much, I'm going to take that. Takes a look over his shoulder and says, all right, well, that just happened. Roddy putting in a quick lap time of a 38.2. So let's see if Roddy will be able to improve a bit more. Our marshals trying to get that kart all up and going, so Caleb can get back into the fray of things. So the cadet are looking to try and get themselves through. The Keto kart, Roddy Harris out in first place, 38.2, just had to take avoiding action. That was a little bit of loss of time, but I do see that Caleb is back up and going. The number 16 kart is back out and running, trying to make up some time. Got to find at least 2 seconds to be on the same lap time as Roddy Harris. Not going to be an easy time with 2 minutes and 12 seconds left of qualifying for our cadet class. Caleb trying to just put his head down. Roddy having a great time out there. Left, right, quick right-hander. Try and carry the momentum through, keeping it absolutely flat on the way through. Takes a quick look over the shoulder just to see where his championship rival is. Jumping over the curbs, really going and jacking that kart up. Trying to figure out where can he get that little bit more momentum. Got a 37.6 on last time. Maybe can get it down to about a 37.5. It is a big possibility. He didn't go out in practice this morning. They were trying to save the kart just for a little bit later. Caleb comes across the line, also getting himself 37.9 on the way through. So Caleb trying to make his way through as quick as possible. Only 0.2 of a second between the two of them. And now Caleb, who's looking to try and get the championship away from Roddy Harris at the moment, going to try and keep it all alive here, battling it out. 1 minute left of their quali, and it's all or nothing. Caleb coming out a little bit wide, needs to try and keep on the gas a little bit longer off out of the final corner. Did a 39.3, so just couldn't quite get it all booked in. So Roddy Harris now having to battle his way out, trying to improve. A 37.4 for Roddy Harris, so improving every time he gets out there, trying to go and sort it out. Got that 37.5. I said that would be the goal to do. Well, he's got to prove that for commentary he can go one step better. Takes a look over his shoulder. Going to be a little bit more slow across the line there. I would think, no, actually not. 37.262. So improving on his last lap time. Really giving it everything he's got. Caleb, though, comes across 38.9. Just not able to get it. So, I mean, 0.6 of a second between it. Now, our checkered flag will go out. Will Roddy Harris be able to sink it in? Maybe to go for the 36-second mark? Possibly. Here on our shortest layout of the circuit, here at Red Star Raceway, for the karting layout. And across the line, so we're going to see them get across. Roddy Harris able to get a 37.076 on the way through. Absolutely tremendous stuff there. Caleb in second place, comes across the line at 39.020. So definitely a tough time out there. A proper battle. So now that we have got our cadets make their way around and are completed their qualifying, move on. It's time to move on to the OKJ class to head out onto the track. And let's see what they'll be able to do up next. All right, folks. Well, we finished up with our cadets. Now it's on to our OKJ. Properly fast class to go and have a bit of fun and exactly where you want to be. So, our OKJ class drivers, keep an eye out for Jack Moore out in first place. Mani Kanyu in second place in the championship points. Sebastiano Human lying in third. Sebastian Diaz in fourth. Matto Mason in fifth. Vincili Nkomo in sixth. And then you got Gunnar Pascal, who we did see go out in qualifying a little bit earlier on in the day. Now back out on track. He's running in seventh in the championship. Regali running in eighth. Jesse Swart in ninth. And Caleb Cupido running in 10th place. So, for our OKJ class, looking to battle their way through. Let's see how it's going to go. Jack Moore on 204 points is only ahead of Amani, who is running on 199 points. So keep an eye on those two. There's a lot to play for. Both haven't had any bad rounds between them to go and lose out on points. But Sebastian Diaz wasn't at Chelsea Scribante the last round. So he's lying in fourth place. He's got no drop rounds left to go and throw away. And sitting on 171 points, he has to keep ahead of Sebastian Human. So Sebastiano Human, running on 172 points, has quite a few, has got drop rounds available to go and throw away when needed. So third and fourth in the championship, incredibly close, separated by 1 point. And then Mansili Nkomo and Matthew Mason in fifth place, and Imsali Nkumo lying sixth. They are running with 168 points and 166 points, so there is only 2 points separating them. And Gon Pascal going and running with 163 points, so also keeping within the max there. So out in front though, it is the Extreme Puma Fleet Dynamics. Jack Moore out in first place. Villa Marshall running in second place. Jesse Swart, who was in third, that all changed as Ethan Lennon goes and moves up. And Kayo Sierra going and making a bit of time. Amani Kinu in a second place now. So it's FTW Motorsport and RPM Motorsport first and second as a stand. But a 51.2 was set by Ethan at the moment. Jesse Swart goes and moves up and instantly gets beaten out by Jack Moore. Sebastiano Human running in third place, loses out to Villa Marshall, who is making his way up through the order. So there is times being put down. A 51.2 to beat. Can we see a 52nd? Well, I think it is highly, highly possible. Ethan, though, showing off some great pace at the moment, looking to try and make up a bit more time. And in the championship, not quite hanging anywhere in the points, so looking just to be that little bit more of an exciting time, that joker card in the deck, to say the least. Amani moving up into second place, is running second in the championship for the RPM Motorsports, does not want to be beaten out. Did his personal best of 51.6 as they come through. So our Carters trying to make their way through. Jack Moore unable to go and move up through the order. Jesse Swart moves up into sixth, with Villa Marshall into fourth. Mansili Nkumo up into sixth place on the way through. So some proper charges left, right and center at the moment, trying to gain that little bit more time and all the advantages that's going to run towards the drivers. Who's going to be able to get that little bit more pace underneath them? 6 minutes left of the qualifying. Ethan is going to be starting on pole position as it stands. Can he hold on to it though? He needs to try and improve his lap time because everyone is just getting a little bit too close to him. Amani going and getting a 51.6 as the best lap time. And take a look, Jack Moore up into third, JC Swart up into fifth. Now Villa Marshall jumping up into fourth place for the RPM team. So really going and stepping up that little bit more pace, trying to figure out where they can get that little bit more time underneath them. Utilizing the longer circuit here at Red Star Raceway for our track. Multiple layouts here in Delmas, here at Red Star. Brand new circuit that is now challenging our young karters to an absolutely amazing day out. And we already see Ethan Lennon going and getting first place with a 50.8 on the way through. Marnie only able to get a 51.9 on that last run, so definitely losing out that little bit of time. Has to try and dial it back in on the way through. So going to be a bit of a close one. Let's see how our young riders are going to push themselves out a little bit more. Silly going and just maintaining, does a personal best of 51.8, lying in 8th place, but just not able to go and move up through the order. 4 minutes and 34 seconds left, and Ethan is the driver you want to get ahead of. The FTW Motorsport kart seems to be all hooked in and ready to go. Jack Moore running in second place, now has Kayo Sierra chasing down in third place. So Lanzetti Racing trying to pick up some time here and figure out where they can go to try get that kart up towards the sharp end of the field. And third place is no easy feat, considering that our top 7 are all running within a second of one another, and then 8th, 9th and 10th also within a second of one another. Sebastiano Human moves up into 9th place, just getting out of that 10th place spot. But for how long? Well, that all changes. Rigali Spice Muller going and getting himself into 9th place. Sebastiano dropping in back into 10th. But Matteo Mason out of nowhere jumps up to 4th place. What an incredible lap time of that last one. lying in fourth, 51.5. And take a look at Sierra moving up into second place with a 51.3. Now trying to close up a little bit more lap time. Has found where the groove is. Needs to try and dial it in just a fraction more in the final 3 minutes and 15 seconds left of our OKJ qualifying. And it is a absolute battle at this point. Ethan, who has come out of nowhere to put himself onto the top spot, is going to be feeling the likes of Sierra chasing down, and Jack Moore running in third place, leading the championship. Now is going to be sweating a little bit because suddenly you're starting down the order. You're in third place and you got Matthew Mason chasing you down, who is running so far in fourth but fifth in the championship, and can really put a dampener on your championship hopes here for the Rock Cup National Championship for the OKJ class. Our young riders pushing their way through. There is the number 52 cart of Sierra going and making way around. Really trying to keep head tucked in, left, right, beautifully keeping it all together. Going in, really leaning into the corners and just trying to figure out how to get a little bit more momentum, getting thrown around, jostled all over the show. In through a very quick left-hander, right towards the end. That is going to be a right-hander into our final corner. Next, this is a left-right, and then we've got our final corner, long right-hander to try and bring it all back on to our main straight. You've got to get right to the track fringes to carry the momentum through. And Sierra managing to get a 51.6 on that last lap, but just not able to improve the lap time just as yet. Our only driver from outside of South Africa going and being a part of the show here, and really putting on some great talents for the OKJ class. But great to see that for the OKJ going and branching out, considering the Rock Cup is exactly where you want to be if you want to grow your next future champions, world champions, I want to stress here for karting. So going to be a phenomenal time. Ethan Lennon going and battling it out, currently running in first place. Sierra running in second, Jack Moore in third. And coming across the line, 50 seconds to go. And just take a look at how it's going to go. Marnie, though, managing to hold on to that fifth place for the RPM Motorsports, hoping that they can get a little bit more pace underneath them, try and get a bit further up through the order. So we're keeping eyes on that number 45. Marnie trying to gather some time here, seeing what they can do to try and make up a little bit of time. Ethan running in first place in the 32 cards. And now it is going to be an absolute battle. Marnie trying to fight his way through to carry a little bit more pace. 7 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that is the end of qualifying, as our karters will be coming across the line to get to the last little bit. And it has been a proper run for our OKJ class. Ethan Lennon out in first place. Kaio Sierra in second place. Jack Moore in third. Matthew Mason in fourth. Marnie Kaio in fifth place. Willem Marshall in sixth. Jesse Swart in seventh, along with Manseli Nkumo in eighth. Sebastiano Human in ninth place. And then we have got Regale Spice Lula lying in 10th position. So some great stuff there from our young karters. But we're going to be moving on to our final class here today, and that is our invitational class that has come through. And going to be having a bit of fun out onto the track. And that is going to be our 2KZ class. Our KZ2 class, I do apologize. Our KZ2 class will be heading out for their qualifying. And then we will be moving on to our Heat 1, our first heat of the day, right after this qualifying. And that will, so it will go. So it will be our KZ2 qualifying for 10 minutes. And then we'll move on to our first heat of the day, the Kid Rocks will be going out shortly. So don't go anywhere, folks. Lots to come right here for the Rock Cup National Championship here at Red Star Raceway in Delmas. Taking a look to our virtual grandstands, and I can see quite a few out there. Darren George, Roxanne Juby, all going and putting in a bit of cheering on. Yus also going and saying, go Max, go Bushsoff, getting ready, Arison ready, Sammy Rotti going and cheering on. Absolutely great stuff. Lots of support for Imani on that last effort as well. So good to see that alive and well in the virtual grandstands from right across the world. Good to have you guys out here and enjoying the racing action here at Red Star Raceway. But we're going to be moving on to our KZ2 class. They'll be heading out for their qualifying, and we're looking forward to seeing how they're going to be battling out on track. Now, more of our invitational class to have a bit of fun out. Joining us, as we did see a little bit of action in our Parc Ferme. For anyone that isn't quite sure of how the Parc Ferme works and where things all end up, well, that's just going and onto the weigh bridge where they weigh the carts, the drivers, make sure that everything is within regulations, and something you have to do after qualifying in races just to make sure that you're playing it all together and you're onto that minimum weight restriction. You can't go underneath it, otherwise you will be excluded. Your whole time will be excluded right here in qualifying. So let's take a look at our KZ2 class. Nico Savaris out in first place, so they're trying to see what they can do. Nicholas Sonny's in second place. Michael Pringle and Christian van Wyk running in fourth, so keep an eye out on Nico. Is 70, that's number 70 cart, looking to try and make his way around the track. And there he is out on the screen. Our camera crew doing a fantastic job finding the carts and showing off. This is Nico trying to get a little bit more momentum on the way through, putting in the first lap time on the board, a 52.041. Expect to see that drop down quite a bit. Michael Pringle putting in a 52.7 as he came across the line. Nicholas going across the line with a 57.5. So Nicholas Vastanis going and getting that third place at the moment, but let's see how Christian van Wyk and Sebastian Lanzetti will answer. Christian van Wyk immediately puts himself up into third place with a 56.7, so getting ahead of Nicholas. Sebastian Lanzetti will need to try and get a time across on the board. But first place, Nico in that number 70 cart. You can see jumping over the curves, trying to figure out where he can get a little bit more momentum. And Sebastian Lanzetti immediately putting himself up into first place. So Lanzetti Racing going to be smiling ear to ear on that one. Will Nico come across the line and beat that? Yes, he does. A 51.076 as he came across the line. So great stuff to see Nico going in, having a great time out there, really pushing where things are going to go, how they're going to claw their way up through the order for our KZ2 class on the run. 7 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Very quick lap times being brought in. We expect to see them to get into the 50s on the way through, so this is going to be a proper run for them. Sebastian Lanzetti running in second place, getting very quick, trying to find the right sectors to move forward. Nico Savaris trying to make up that little bit more time, really battling it out. Going around the final corner, up on the gas is going to be enough though. Nico Savaris going and putting in the best lap time though, a 50.8. Sebastian Lanzetti was only able to get a 1:02 on that last one, so taking a bit more of a cool down. But Nico out of nowhere for the Ice Motorsport, really going and turning up the heat there and keeping it cool and calm under huge amount of pressure. 50.8, and going to try get it even quicker on the way through. Sebastian Lanzetti, that number 66, who we just saw on screen, trying to chase him down and really trying to dial it in at the moment as they fight their way through. Going to be a monumental charge for our drivers trying to make up. It's going to be a proper run down towards the wire. Sebastian Lanzetti comes across the line and gets a 50.7, going and taking that top spot away from Nico, who was on that last lap of 54.9, so a little bit slower, but Sebastian goes immediately putting a top time in there. 0.041 separating first and second as it stands. Nicholas down in third place, did a 51.5 as his personal best at last lap. He's going to have to try and dial it up. Taking a look at these two, they are going to absolute wars with one another, battling left and right, trying to figure out what is going to be the best advantage here. How are they going to get a little bit more momentum? It's going to be Lanzetti Racing, Ice Motorsport, Seto, LNC Racing running in 4th and 5th as it stands. But it is all for honours for round 4, our final round of the Rock Cup here in Delmas, and Sebastian Lanzetti immediately comes across the line, a 50.322, opening up that gap a little bit more to Nico Zavaris, who put in his personal best at this time, doing a 50.765. So losing out by 0.4 on that last run. In terms of lap times, Sebastian gaining a little bit more time. We'll figure out how he can keep going at this point, how they're going to try and battle it out. Nicholas running in third, needs to gather a little bit more time to get it all together. Here is our number 70, that is Nico, that just shot by our screen, and we keep an eye out towards all the corners and nice beautiful shot of our apex, and something that you got to just get absolutely right, otherwise you're going to land up losing out a lot of time. As Sebastian Lanzetti comes across the line, not able to improve his last lap time, Nico unable to improve the last lap time, still running in the 50s. But I do think in a hard push, as it warms up today, as the tanks start to empty, tires start to come alive, we expect to see them getting into at least the 49s at this point. It is close. I mean, it's possible. It's going to be a hard claw for all our drivers, but as the temperature goes up, the tires come alive, everyone works out a little bit harder. I can firmly say that we're going to see that 49 come in for our KZ2 class. They've been absolutely phenomenal, and you want to go and enjoy shift as well, this is one way to do it. Our KZ2 class being invitational to the Rock Championship. We do see the number 77 pulling off, and that is Christian van Wyk pulling into the pits, and going to be retiring out of qualifying in the last 3 minutes, just trying to get it all sorted out, and we'll be heading towards Park Ferme. A lot of our drivers, I think, will be doing exactly the same, knowing that they've pushed themselves out a little bit more. Our number 66, though, and that is Sebastian Lanzetti, not done yet. Going to try and give it a little bit more at this moment, getting some valuable data out on the kart of what is it going to do as the tank starts to get a little bit lighter, and also as the tire wear starts to come into play. Going and ramming it down the gears, trying to get it all sorted. Having to take your hand off the steering and go for the gears is not an easy thing, especially in the kart, where everyone tends to worry about power steering and that. In real cars, well, karting is grassroots motorsport. It is all physical the whole way through, and you're having to really power your way through, midway through the corner, up and down through the gears to try and bring it all back together. And our karters doing everything they can, working with fractions of a second at this point. There's no special modifications you can do. Light things that you can do is covering up the radiator a little bit more, just trying to restrict a bit of airflow. Go and try shifting a little bit earlier, moving a brake bias maybe a little bit, just enough to try and get you all organized would be the ideas. But even your fuel mixtures, a little bit more of a difficult play, considering it's gently warming up here at Red Star. It's quite a nippy morning early on. There is Nicholas, the number 24, make his way around the track, keeping it all together. A bit of sightseeing, keeping an eye on where all the competitors are, and also just trying to find out where there's a little bit more grip, seeing where the marbles are starting to build up, considering everyone's gone out for their qualifying and they are the last class of the day. It does give you a bit of insight of where the marbles build up, where are the guys pushing the limits, where's the racing line that is starting to form with all the other classes that you can utilize on the early stages of your race right here at Red Star. And considering new circuit, new layout to our karters, and going to be a monumental run all the way through. We're going to have a huge amount of fun here today as our drivers make their way around the track. 57 minutes to go, or 57 seconds to go. I do apologize. Going and making their way around the track. And we do see number 70 going and stopping out on track. Nico just trying to practice start by the looks of it. Yes, doing a bit of a practice start. Well, there is no one out on track. Well, we say that. We do cut back to our number 66, which is still out there on track, Sebastian Lanzetti. Trying to make up some time. But a little bit of a practice start coming in play there. Very, very useful to try and get your head into the game, but you're going to have to wait a little bit because we do have quite a bit coming on. We're starting with our Kid Rock. They're going to be starting their first heat coming up in the next 10 seconds, folks. We'll be moving with the check flag out for our KZ2 qualifying to be done and dusted, and we'll move on to our Kid Rocks as we will see them go out. Check flag will come out, and our carters will be taking the checkered flag. We might see the guys pull off early, just seeing that the checkered flag is out, and there we go, as we see our number 70, and there's Deco Savara saying, okay, well, qualifying's done and dusted, no point in me going across the line and giving it the horns. I'm going to rather just get it back into the pits, get myself all organized, and get everything sorted out. Lots of communication back and forth is going to be amongst him and the team to say, right, this is how the car felt, this is what it was doing underneath me, and where can I get a little bit more momentum on the way through. So, everyone lined up, get ready for Heat 1, starting in the next couple of minutes, and that's going to be our Kid Rock. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us thus far with our qualifying done and dusted for the Rock Cup. Plenty more to come, plenty more action, and right here at Red Star Raceway, a brand new track to the karting calendar here in South Africa, and for the final round, that will be the championship deciders for a lot of our categories out here today. And we are getting reports, though, that the Kid Rock race will be a 8-lap race, folks. So it's going to be an absolute sprint to the line. Don't go anywhere. Keep an eye out on the action. If you're out there in the virtual grandstands, make sure you get something to drink. And if you are in the Delmas area, I highly suggest to come through to the track here at Red Star Raceway and be part of all the spectator fun, because it's going to be wild, it's going to come alive, it's going to get absolutely unglued as we see the teams getting all the carts ready, getting themselves ready, a little bit of communication amongst the drivers as well as they get themselves organized for their Heat 1. And as it gets closer and closer to the end of the 2024 championship, pressure is on the lines. You can see a beautiful shot of the Praga kart, all geared up and ready. That is number 10. Going and trying to sight in, playing a little bit with the wheel. Also, just getting head into the game. It's going to be a wild, wild one here. And thank you so much for joining us. Make sure that if you're out on the virtual grandstands, go and hit the subscribe button. You don't want to miss any of the racing action coming up and all the behind the scenes that come through. There's going to be lots happening for the Rock Championship, heading to the end of 2024 and the beginning of 2025. Also, just want to give a monster shout out throughout the entire season to our medics, our marshals, our officials, everyone being a part, and even our admin team. They have worked tirelessly to ensure that the championship is up and going and surviving alive and well here in South Africa, as we see the future champions getting themselves ready for a bit of action here at Red Star Raceway. Taking a look at our qualifying results, Sebastian Lanzetti out in first place, Nico Zavaris in second place, Nicholas Vitoris in third, Michael Bringle in fourth, and fifth place Christian van Wyk going and making their way around. That was their KZ2 qualifying. We just saw them go out a little bit earlier, and we are now seeing how the drivers get ready, getting themselves organized, as we will get ready to go racing very, very soon. And very, very interesting to see how these young karters have really pushed themselves throughout the season to claw their way up to victory and ensure that they can stay in the fight. It is an 8-lap race that they're going to be going and fighting out for, so it's going to be an absolute sprint on the way through. They will have one warm-up lap to try and get things all together. Sorry, 2 warm-up laps. So everyone except cadets will have 2 warm-up laps just to sight themselves in, and the carts will be able to, well, the carters will be able to get a bit of sight in laps and also just get themselves up to pace. Riley van Staden is leading out the championship. He's looking to try and claw his way to victory. He's in the number 18 cart on 210 points. Noah Cronier running in 2nd place in the points, 196 is going to be the one to keep an eye out for. He's in the number 24 cart. Logan Blow running in the number 68 cart is running in 3rd place in the championship, 195 points. So 1 point till 2nd place, and we've already seen how close the qualifying is going to be. And if you want to keep an eye on all the live timing as well, head over to apextiming.com and head over to the Rock Cup website, the Rock Cup South Africa, and go and take a look at everything for all the information, behind the scenes news, and also for our live timing entries. And if you're interested in joining the world of karting, well, definitely go and head over to the Rock Cup. Get in touch with us, and you'll be able to get and have a bit of fun here in the world of karting. Highly recommend it. Doesn't matter if you're young or old, you can go and have a ton of fun out towards the top and get to fight it out with some of the best in the world that will be going and fighting out our next future world champions. And I will say, we are growing the best in the world right here for the world of karting and beyond, because everyone has to start out in grassroots motorsports. And we can already see our COC busy giving a bit of a lesson to our young karters, explaining what they need to do. Always great to see our marshals and officials going and giving a bit of information, going and talking them through, and also giving them basic guidelines, because one thing you want to do, especially at this age, is start learning the rules of motorsport and how to do things, listening out towards the officials and how it's all going to turn out. What do you need to do to grow? Because a mistake now can hurt your racing career. So learning from a young age the basic disciplines and how to go through the rules is always the best stuff. So we're just waiting for them to get ready to go out. But if you're joining us out here in the virtual grandstands, glad to have you guys. It's going to be an absolute huge amount of excitement. I see a lot of support for Roddy a little bit later. Roddy Harris getting major support out in the virtual grandstands. Always fantastic to see the reach out there, as we do see the carts going down to the ground, and they will be firing them up in due time. So ladies and gentlemen, get ready to rock and roll for the Kid Rock here at Red Star Raceway for round 4, the final round of the Rock Cup National Championship here in South Africa.
All lines up.
My love has got
Brand new
no
season,
money, he's
brand
got
new
his
dawn,
strong
and
beliefs.
it's lights
My
out
love has
and
got
away
no
we go.
power, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no fame, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no money, he's got his strong beliefs. Want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, freed from desire, mind and senses purified, freed from desire, mind and senses purified, freed from desire, mind and senses purified, freed from desire. Na 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 he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no power, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no fame, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no money, he's got his strong beliefs. Want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, freed from.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to round 4, the final round of the Rock Cup National Championship for 2024. And we're going to be kicking it off with our Kid Rocks. And here at Red Star Raceway is going to be the first time ever Red Star Raceway is going to have the national karters give it everything they got, right to the wire. And the first time the Kid Rock Championship has come to Red Star Raceway, a newly built circuit for karting, most commonly used for cars and bikes, long and short circuit racing, a little bit of drag racing as well on the 800 meter drag strip on the back. But with the new layout that is able to go and put some multiple layouts in the world of karting that was developed in conjunction with the Rock Cup admin, they've gone and designed a beautiful, beautiful circuit that is going to challenge drivers up and down through the field. That really starts on a more technical aspect, not quite the fastest in the country, but is going to be one of the more difficult ones to go through. Taking a look at our qualifying though, it is going to be Noah Krunier out in first place. Riley van Straten, who's our championship leader, in second place. Logan Blow running in third. Logan Rugg in fourth place. And Roddy Harris running in fifth. Ronald Fenter in sixth. Drew van Staden will be rounding out the field. They've got 2 laps to go and get a little bit of a warm-up, and we have got notice that there is an 8-lap race. It's not a 10-lap race, so they reduced it down by 2 laps. So let's see how it's going to work out here as they get a little bit more pace underneath them and see where they can make their way around the circuit. How are they going to get a little bit more advantage? If you want to go and keep an eye out on all live timing, if you're out there in the virtual grandstands or just watching here at the track, you can head over to the Rock Cup South Africa website or head over to apextiming.com and look up Motorsport SA, and you'll find all the live timing as well to keep an eye out on your favorite drivers and your favorite teams as they battle it out for the championship for the final time here for the 2024 season. It is going to be wild, it's going to be exciting, and Noah Krunier starting out in first place, lining up next to championship rival Riley van Staden as they look to try and make their way through. You can see our officials telling the car to slow down, get ready, lights on, hold, lights off, and away we go racing. And it does look like the number 24 of Noah Krunier gets a jump off the line. Riley having to play a little bit of catch up in second place. Logan Blow in third, and it was a false start. So a false start coming in. And for anyone that doesn't know what a false start is, well, that is a start that unfortunately does not comply. They will have to drop back into the formation and restart. So you would notice all the karters immediately putting their hands up, going and alerting that they have picked up it is a false start, and they will be lining themselves back up. Great to see that little bit of communication comes in. It's always great to have that little bit towards it, and especially young karters to pick up on those fundamentals early on in their racing careers. But now everyone rejoining into the box. So now Noah Krunier going to have to do it once again, but it looks like Riley knows the strat. Will try and get a jump off the line. Logan Blow in third place did also get a fantastic drive in the number 68 kart, and Logan Rugg in the 35, keep an eye on him, was also quite quick out the box. But our top running, number 18, that is Riley van Staden, our championship leader, will be looking to try and get ahead of Noah Krunier. Running on, lights on, coming out a bit wide, and looking good, and lights off, and away they go. And take a look at Logan Blow having a phenomenal launch off a line, immediately getting onto the back of our leader. Now it's into the right-hander, coming across the nose into turn 1. And it does look like No Krenia getting a little bit more of a run. A little bit of a helping hand from Logan Blow, lying in 3rd place, trying to bump draft a little bit, moving his way through. But that is Riley van Staden. Goes out wide, loses out of position. Riley down into 3rd place, and now getting fed back to Logan Ruig. And Reddy Harris also on the big climb here, trying to make his way up. But out in front, Noah Krenia goes and moves up and tries to open up that gap a little bit more. Number 23 trying to chase him down, and that's Reddy Harris getting a fantastic drive on the way through. Looking up towards the inside line, couldn't quite get it done. Riley starting to feel the pressure at the moment, and 4th place is going to be looking to try and get past. So Riley, lying in 3rd, went from 2nd down into 3rd. Now has to try and play his way through as they make their way around. But it is No Krenia opening up a monstrous gap, 1 second over the likes of Logan, who's now up into 2nd place, and Riley van Staden running in 3rd, and Reddy Harris running in 4th place. Logan Ruig in 5th. Ronald Finter, followed by Drew van Staden, running out of field at the moment, but it's nose to tail on the way through. 3rd, 4th, and 5th, all close by. Van Staden, Reddy Harris, and sorry, that is that is 3rd, 4th, and 5th, and with Riley van Staden, Reddy Harris, and Logan Ruig now into the close fray of things. Do you see the number 23, Reddy trying to get past, looked around the outside, couldn't quite get it all done. Riley going very defensive, holding the inside line, couldn't quite carry the momentum through there. Reddy trying to come back at him, looks for going in the inside line, couldn't quite go for it, wasn't close enough. Trying to close up, under braking, out of the final corner, stretching out wide. Riley looking very unneat, coming out of the final corner, getting told, all right, you need to try and dial it in a little bit more. Got to keep your head down in this battle. As they make their way through turn 1, turn 2, into turn 3, a nice little U to try and keep it all together. Slight lift, a slight brake to just get it all tucked in, try and carry the momentum through. But Rudy starting to go and put on the pressure. Riley feeling that the championship is in a little bit of a tough situation right now, but Logan Blow out in 2nd place has also opened up a gap, so he's managed to stretch a little bit more room between himself and 3rd place. Riley now having to go very, very defensive, holding a very tight line to ensure that Harris could not get by. Reddy Harris tries to look around the outside. Can he do it under braking? Looks to try and go underneath him. Couldn't get it all hooked in as yet, but was so close to just getting that front bumper in. Unfortunately, the door was firmly closed right in front of him. But keep an eye on Logan Ruig. He is in that number 35 car, closing up that gap little by little. While there's a fight ahead of him, he's just going to keep it all tucked in and say, all right, bye. We're going to try and bring this in a little bit closer towards you, and we're going to get into a monstrous fight. So far, our leader put in the best lap time of the race of 59.7. Noah Krenia of RPM putting himself right up towards the top of the charts. And Logan down in 2nd place, going and opening up a 1 second gap to himself and Riley. But 3 seconds away from Noah is not going to be an easy time there, so he's going to have to really try and dig deep. So we do see Riley going and utilizing more the curve, bouncing around, trying everything he can. Harris going and getting into the toe now, pulls himself along, looks for the inside line, going to go for a deep send, goes for it, up on the inside, beautiful pass, Riley down into 4th place, and Harris up into 3rd, lined it up beautifully, went for the send of note, and the door was wide open for the overtake. Now let's see if Riley's going to try and utilize it. Let's take a look back at it. There is the send, hooks it in, gets it on the anchors, slings the cart round. Riley could not go and battle out on that one. Harris with a beautiful, beautiful pass. Now has to go on the defense. Riley will be able to go onto the attack, and they're going to see if they could close up. It does look like 2nd place. That is Logan Lowe just ahead of him. That dropped a wheel off the track, and this may be a change up for 2nd place. We're going to try and get a camera shot on that, but this is going to affect how it's going, as suddenly Reddy Harris, who has made up quite a bit of time, gets onto the back of Logan Blow, looking left, looking right, Logan looking over his shoulder, saying, oh boy, here it comes, the number 68 cart, now starting to stress. Reddy Harris has a chance to get into 2nd place, and it's going to be a Roddy Harris, I do apologize, going and make his way through. So Roddy needing to just try and dial it up a little bit more. late on the anchors, tries to make up through the final corner. He's in the slipstream though, heading down towards turn 1. It's going to be a quick work through. Logan now having to go very defensive to try and hold back Harris as much as possible. It is going to be a monumental climb, but Roddy Harris up into 3rd place for the Keto Kart team, going and making a monumental effort to jump up through the order. And now you've got Riley from Staden closing up as well, and Logan Rigg, don't count him out. It is now 2nd, 3rd and 4th, all within a second of one another, and now this is going to change things up quite a bit. Riley looking to try and maximize points, not going to be smiling too much here if he loses out to Logan Rigg, who's going to be chasing him down, giving it absolutely everything he's got, closing up that gap, underbraking into the final sector, all looking good. Riley, we do know his Achilles heel at the moment is this final right-hander. Runs it out wide, bouncing over the curbs, and just carrying a little bit momentum. Logan Rigg having to slow it down a fraction more than planned as he battles his way out. 2 laps to go though, and it is all or nothing for our top runners. But no, Kronia out in 1st place, absolutely dominating lead. 7.9 seconds, is looking to maximize it all and take maximum points for the Heat 1, and that will also move him up in the championship, remember, so that is going to help him out quite a bit for the championship running order. And take a look, Logan Rigg onto the back of Riley. Riley's going to have to go defensive. Logan going up on the inside, tries to get it done, and does so exactly the same as how Roddy Harris got it all booked in ahead of Riley. Well, that happened all over again. Beautiful send, and now it's going to try and carry the momentum through. Final lap, and it's all or nothing. Riley down into 4th place is not going to be a happy camper on this one. He's going to have to dial it up if he wants to keep it going. So now it's going to be late on the anchors for them. Riley down into 4th. Going to have to try and utilize the toe. It's going to be a slipstream effect. It's going to be all or nothing. It's going to be for those monumental sends. The championship is on the line of note here. Noah has long since gone, so he's going to be able to take that 1st place if all going well. And Logan Blow in 2nd place with Roddy Harris going and chasing down 3rd place. Logan Rigg going and making up a fair amount of time. So Logan moving his way up into 4th. Riley down into 5th. Checker flag at the ready. And we will be seeing our winner to come across the line. And Noah Kronia taking that 1st place, with Logan Lowe will be running in 2nd place as they come across the line. Roddy Harris getting ahead with Logan Rigg, and Riley van Staden in 5th. Ronald Fenter in 6th, and Drew van Staden rounding out in 7th position. But for Heat 1, what a change up there. And Roddy Harris moving up 2 positions from the start of his race. So he's going and making more gains in the rest of the field. Unfortunately, Riley van Staden down 3 positions from where he started. But as we just saw flash out on screen, Noah Kronia maximizing his points for Heat 1 will be smiling ear to ear on it. So Noah Kronia out in 1st place for the RPM team. Logan Blow running in 2nd place. Rudy Harris, Keto Kart running in 3rd. Logan Roig for Keto Kart running in 4th. Riley van Staden for Team van Staden. 6th place is Ronald Fenter of RPM, and then Drew van Staden for Team van Staden rounding out our field here. That is the end of Heat 1 for our Kid Rock. And what a show they have put on so far. It's going to be getting better and better as the day goes on. So don't go anywhere. Next up is going to be our OKN. They'll be heading out onto the track very, very shortly. Don't go anywhere. OKN lined up, ready to go. And they will be heading out onto the track shortly. Everyone getting ready to have a bit of fun out there and stand out towards the top. This is going to be their Heat 1 for round 4, the final round of the championship. The OKN has been rather close throughout the entire season. They're looking to carry it a little bit further down the line and see who can be able to call themselves the national champion for the OKN. Mohamed Wali will be the championship leader going into the race. Björn Buschhoff second in the championship. But let's take a look at our current grid positions. It is going to be Pascal Gana in first place, and Dali Fardil going and getting second place. Mohamed Wali will be running in third. So Gana Pascal and Fardil Dali running first and second. Mohamed Wali in third. Cole Hudson in fourth place. Mikhail Bezenhout followed by Brandon van der Westhuizen, Natalia Springle, along with Björn Buschhoff rounding out our field here tonight. Well, today they have got 2 laps to get some heat into the tires and brakes before they line up and get themselves ready out on the track. And you can see how they just giving it everything. They got hammering it around, not going and taking any slow going and just try and weave left to right. They're giving it exactly what needs to be done. Go as fast as you can, tramp the brakes, build up as much heat as possible, and let those tires warm up the way they need to. Also going and letting them create friction out on the track. So everyone lining up into their positions. All eyes out towards front. Garnet and Fardil lining themselves up first and second. Beautiful, as they all stacked up ready to go. Lights will be on. Keep an eye on the number 25. Fardil trying to get the advantage here. Will try and get the jump a little bit slow out on the final corner. Side by side, keeping an eye towards our leader. And lights off and away we go as the train breaks away from the start. And it does look like Mohamed Wali not having a great start, getting swallowed up by the pack. And into turn 1, that quick right-hander coming into play. And Gianna going and making a great time out there, trying to really give it a horns. And we do have a couple of carts touching onto the dirt, trying to bring themselves back towards it, putting a little bit of dirt on his tires, and not going to be a very easy time on the way through as they charge their way around the circuit, nose to tail as they break away. We do see number 92 kart, and that is Brandon van der Walt trying to keep ahead and make his way around. Got a little bit of a train on him. But number 37, that is Björn Buschhoff, who's made up some great time from the start of his race. But as it stands, it's Fadil Dali out in first place. Gernot Pascal running in second. Mohamed Wali in third. Cole Hudson in fourth place. Björn Buschhoff, who's made his way up through the order, has finally gone and got a little bit more momentum ahead of him. But Fadil going in, putting in a great lap time of a 47.0, trying to make his way through. So keep an eye out on the 25 car, getting chased down by the number 17, as it is first and second. Oh, big sin! And now, all of a sudden, a big loss coming in as Fadil and Ghani go and drop their way through. But take a look, while challenging each other, third and fourth say, well, thank you very much. We're going to get past you guys without too much of a problem there. That just helps Mohamed Wali and Cole, who work together, just kept it nose to tail, look for the inside line, and carry it through. So now it's all about the thinking game here. Mohamed Wali going and moving up, Cole moving up, Fadil and Agurna going and battling their way out. Unfortunately, stuck each other offline, and that landed up with him getting swallowed up. Cole now having to go a little bit more defensive, immediately has Pascal all over the back of him, looking left, looking right, trying to figure out where the advantage is going to be here. Where can he make up some time? Mohamed Wali just giving a little bit of a tow as two carts are making their way through. Mohamed Wali of War Team and the Stir Team of Cole trying to make their way through. Cole trying to go a little bit defensive, losing out a little bit of time side by side as they go. As Pascal looking left, looks right, tries to go for a pass, and immediately we see Fadil going for it So Fardel having a great charge. Tries to look for the inside line. Couldn't get it all sorted. Really tries to put his nose on the inside. Couldn't quite get it all hooked in. That does allow Cole to break away at the moment as they make their way around the track. So Fardel and Gunnar need to make their way through, seeing who can get the advantage here. Gianna, I do apologize, going and making up a fair amount of time. Gianna now needing in that number 17 cart, goes for the inside line very late on the brakes. Fardel not able to make his way past. Gianna now needs to try go a little bit late on the brakes, going to do so up on the inside. Can he get it all hooked in? Tries his luck, but couldn't get past that number 25. Fardel making a great time to just go around the outside, keeping it all together, and has allowed Vian Bushhoff to get into the mix as well. So now this is going to be interesting as 3rd, 4th, and 5th are right on top of one another. Mikhail Bazeno, Brandon van der Volt going in, making up the time. Kenya Nguena going in, running in 8th place. Natalia down in 9th, trying to make up a little bit of momentum. But now this is going to be an interesting time for our 3rd to 5th place as they are battling it out nose to tail. Fardel, Gianna and Vian need to give it everything they got. On the way through, Mohammed Wali put in the best lap time of the race of 51.8 as they make their way around the track. Mohammed trying to just carry a bit of momentum. Cole jumping over the curbs and does everything he could to just try keep it all clean as the whole entire grid starting to get closer and closer to one another. They're going to have to battle it out for quite some time. It is a 15-lap race, a very, very physical 15 laps that these drivers are going to have to really break away from one another. And now it's trying to maximize the effort in those tires. You don't want to take away too much life in the tires just as yet. You want to try and force the competitor to just burn through that rubber as quick as possible. But you, on the other hand, must just try and keep that slipstream, keeping it all together. Cole put in the fastest lap time on that last lap with a 51.7 behind Mohammed Wali. So he's really stepped up that pace as well, trying to make up that little bit of time. As we watch our leaders 1st and 2nd come on by. 3rd place is right behind them. Cole trying to close up that little bit of gap. Going late on the anchors. Tries to swing the nose through to get on the inside of Mohammed. Can't quite get it all hooked in just as yet. Going to have to keep in a very close toe. But take a look at 4th place. Gianna and Vian are going to go and have a go at one another as they battle it out. Vian tries to look for the inside line. Couldn't get it hooked in just as yet. Fardel going and making up a bit of time. Vian getting very, very close. I think has managed to get by. So Vian under braking looks like he's jumped up ahead of Gianna. And yes, that is confirming it. On number 17, Gianna down behind the 37 of Vian. So Vian is now closing on the back of Fardel. Now this is going to be interesting. Vian we've seen get a huge amount of pace underneath him. He started right at the back of the field. Now he is trying to go for that major climb on the way through, closing up, under braking, able to get right onto the back of Gianna. Tries to go late on the anchors, looks for the inside line, couldn't get the pass done as yet, but will be in the slipstream heading into turn 1. It's going to be late on the anchors to try and get it all hooked in as they make their way through. As we keep an eye on Mohammed Wali with Cole on the back of him, but Vian is right after Fardel right behind, and looks like Fardel going and falling off a little bit off a racing line. That has allowed Vian to get by, and also has allowed the number 17 of Gianna to get into the mix there. And we cannot go and count out Mikhail Bazenote has also closed in for the attack. So Vian has managed to get past, but now Mikhail Bazenote, who's running in 6th place, has the train right in front of him and will be pushing as hard as possible to try and get it all hooked in. As they make their way through, nose to tail, no room just as yet. This is going to be close. A little bit of a mistake being crept in. The Mikhail trying to take a bit of an advantage of Gianna trying to make up the time there. But this is going to be a very, very tight run. Vian right onto the back of Gianna. Gianna managing to retake a position. Now looks for the inside line, trying to get past Fardy, who's done a great job at the moment for a bit of a defense, having a whole selection of drivers onto the back of him. And now we keep an eye on that number 17 cart, because that is Gianna trying to make up some time. Was a little bit quicker on the last lap now looks to go onto the attack against that number 25 of Dali just ahead. Looking left, looking right, tries to bring the nose in. Not able to just get it all hooked up as yet. Vian immediately late on the anchors to try and close up that gap as they come across the line. It's all nose to tail in the slipstream they go. Heading down towards turn 1. Going to be late on the anchors, but time is running out. Muhammad Wali and Cole, who we currently see out on screen, is running in first and second at the moment. They are away from this monstrous train, as it does look like Gianna trying to go for the inside line, going to go late from the anchors, throws out wide, and now Vian going for that pass as well. Couldn't quite get it all hooked in, but that unfortunately Dali down in towards a 4th place, and now going and dropping further back. And now Mikhail Bezenote coming in for the attack as well. Gets it all hooked in, beautifully done. And Brandon van der Walt also coming in. Oh, contact! Monster contact! That, unfortunately, did not go to plan. And a lot of carts getting a little bit hurt out there. That is the number 25. And unfortunately, Saldal Dali getting parked off with quite a bit of contact onto the back. Yellow flags will be pulled out, and that is going to change things up a bit. Very, very close, heated competition, and unfortunately, that's what comes in. But first and second, having a good run. Let's take a look at it late on the anchors, and there's a clip just right underneath them. And our number 25 bouncing up, and a lot of damage is going to be done to that rear axle, that is for certain. But out towards the back end of the field, the winner of that whole one, well, the one taking the most advantage, was Mikhail Bezano. To remember, climbing, and eventually crept into 3rd place on the way through. So Mikhail Bezano up into 3rd, going to be happy with that. Gianna running in 4th place with Brandon van der Walt in 5th. And it does look like Fadil Dali and Vian Busov, unfortunately, out of the race. Those two are done and dusted for Heat 1. But the race is still alive and well for 1st and 2nd. Muhammad Wali, our championship leader, looking to try and maximize a bit of points here. Cole running 5th in the championship, is running 2nd in at the moment. They have both climbed up 2 places from the start of the race. But Cole not looking to hang around behind Muhammad Wali. And take a look, Zaynode now getting into a fight of his own, trying to bring it all back. So this is going to be a proper run. Muhammad Wali going defensive, doing everything he can to try and defend. Cole looks around the outside, tries to carry a momentum, gets right onto the anchors. Both going towards the inside line to go for a bit of a defense. And then it is going to be late on the anchors and goes for the send. Can he get it sorted out? And does so. Cole gets it right in. Muhammad Wali getting onto the dirty stuff. Unfortunately, it is Cole that gets it caught out there. Onto the dirt, gets it over-rotated. And that is it. So Muhammad Wali goes and puts himself into 1st place. He's going to be happy with that. Cole, though, went for the pass. Unfortunately, couldn't get it all hooked in. Let's take a look. Up on the inside, stuck on the dirt, gets spun round, trying to go on the anchors. Unfortunately, that did not come into play for him. But it does work into the favor of Bazanote, who is now chasing down, trying to make up a bit of time. Gianni running in 4th place. Well, it looks like they also jumped up a few positions as well. So on the way through, it looks like mistakes creeping in this very, very physical Heat 1 for OKN. And as it stands, Muhammad Wali out in 1st place, Mikhail Bazanote in 2nd, Gianni Pascal in 3rd, Brandon van der Walt running in 4th, Kanya Ingwena running in 5th place as they make their way around, and Talia running in 6th. Cole all the way down the order in 7th position. So what we are currently looking out on screen is Zaydenot and Pascal, who are fighting it out for 2nd in their class. They are absolutely going hammer and tongs at the moment, looking to try and gain as much of an advantage. And for Bazanote, this is going to be an absolutely smiling time, because he kept ahead and kept it all together, avoided multiple incidents, and now is running 2nd place. But it's not going to be an easy time here. Gianni going to be battling his way through as they make their way onto the final lap. It is all or nothing for our young karters to battle it out. And we do see that they've caught up quite a bit to Muhammad Wali. So Muhammad not going to be okay with his karts at the moment, actually going a little bit slower than planned. has suddenly got second and third onto the back of him. Note trying to carry as much momentum as possible, going very defensive, holding that inside line. Late Apex tries to throw the kart in over the curbs, really jacking up that rear wheels, trying to do everything he can. Gianni onto the back of him, looks for the inside line, going to go maybe for a late lunge. Thought about it, couldn't quite get it all booked in. Going to try and carry a little bit more momentum. Note, defensive, middle of the circuit, carrying as much momentum. One corner to go, and it is all or nothing at this point if you can't get the exit out, but out towards the front. Mohamed Wadi getting the checkered flag. Note gets second place, and Pascal going and running in third. Brandon van der Walt in fourth, and Kanya Ingrena running in fifth. Talia Schwingor running in sixth. Cole Houston will take seventh position ahead of Fadal Dali in eighth, and Via Bushoff in rounding out the rest of the field. And there is the 33, a very worn out Cole, not a happy camper after everything. Pushed it too hard and got it absolutely beached in the sand. All right, Mohamed Wali out in first place, takes the checkered flag for Heat 1. Mikhail Bazano in second place. Gianna Pascal running in third. Brandon van der Walt running in fourth. And Kenya Ingwena running in fifth. Running with Talia Scrimger running in sixth. Big shout out to our timekeepers for giving me a bit of a heads up on the surname. Really appreciate it. Cole Houston in seventh. Faldal Dali will be having a chat with Bjorn Bischoff, that is for certain. But now that our OKN has finished up, and wow, what a lively race it was of note. Moves great, awesome racing, but a little bit of carnage coming in. This is just a replay. This is Cole and Mohamed Wali fighting it out for first place. Cole stuck on the inside line, unfortunately gets rotated around on the dirt, and unfortunately not going and having an easy time out there. Heat 2 will be a bit better. Next up though, we're going to be moving on to our mini rock. They'll be starting with a Heat 1 coming up very, very shortly. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Hope you're having a huge amount of fun. Let us know out on all the social media. Go ahead and tag Rock Cup South Africa and let us know where you're watching from around the world. And make sure you share the link with everyone if you're out in the virtual grandstands. And if you're out here in Delmas, you must come past the circuit, come see a beautiful, beautiful new track. And also the final round of the Rock Cup 2024 National Championship. It is an absolute blazer. Everyone's so close in points to one another, and we're going to see champions crowned by the end of today as our karters make their way into the pits, getting some work done, and we'll be going onto the weighbridge. Our admin making sure everything is a-okay, and a little bit of discussions going on in the background as well. That is the 33 of Cole, getting himself all sorted, giving it a big push to get it onto the weighbridge. Taking a look over to our mini rocks as they make their way out onto the track. Max Bischoff will be starting in first place. Maddox Mason in second. Sebastian Blucknote in third. Ashay McGrath going and making his way up into fourth place. Aaron Mason in fifth. Stefan Jurgens in sixth. Santi Fraud going and finishing up in seventh. Kurteling Tesco rounding out right behind, followed by Diego Antunes, Cade Kumaskay, Zach Bischoff, Sebastian Ferreira, KN Reddy, along with Ronaldo Kuhn, Lushra Mutabela, Hunter North, and Ashen Reddy will be taking to the circuit for their Heat 1. So expect to see some very, very close racing coming up as we go and see our karters getting ready to have a bit of fun here for Heat 1 at Red Star Raceway. Remember, with this being the final race of the season, it's going to be an all or nothing fight for our championship for 2024. Everyone looking to make their way towards the sharp end of the field and stand on top as you see them getting into formation, rocking left and right, trying to get a little bit more friction into those tires, build up that heat, and they will be gearing up. Many of the karters going and just doing final prep work on the engines. You'll see just going and sorting out, ready for a bit of tuning in, and get ready for a monstrous fight with our mini rocks. A monstrous field, a field that has really put in some phenomenal racing all season round, and even that Chelsea Grunty was absolutely on fire. But lights on, and we're getting ready to rock and roll. All on the line for Max, who is starting out in pole, will get the jump off line. Maddox Mason trying to give him everything he's got, heading down into turn 1 as they make their way through. Looking to go 2-3 wide abreast, late on the anchors, gets it beautifully tucked in, and it is going to be a monumental fight as we do see Maddox Mason getting a great drive, a little bit of touch on the dirt there, but number 33 trying to put his head down and carry a bit of momentum on the way through. So it is going to be a proper fight, even towards the back end of the field. Everyone trying to make their way through. As we see Aaron Mason in the number 64 card, goes up on the inside, gets a pass done and dusted, a little bit of a lean on there to just get it all hooked in. And we do see a yellow flag coming out as our drivers going and making their way through. So we will unfortunately have one of the karters retiring due to a bit of a problem, but it is Sebastian Blicknote out in first place, Maddox Mason running in second place, Aaron Mason in third. And Sebastian long since checking out of this fight, but he wants to keep well away from every single one because we have got a monster train heading down the field as well, as we look to see them battle it out side by side on the way through. And it is number 66 kart of Diego Antunes having a bit of a fight with Declan Jurgens on the way through. So they are properly going in for a fight against one another. Ronaldo Grin and Sebastian also having a good ding-dong battle. Huge send up on the inside, getting the pass done. Number 66 going again at Diego. Late on the anchors, managed to just get the pass all done and dusted, but can he carry the momentum through at the moment? As Diego needs to push a little bit harder to try and break away. Otherwise, he is in an extreme amount of hurts at the moment. Aaron Mason down in position. Santi Fraud up into fifth, and Declan Jurgens moving up into the likes of sixth position, but Cade looking to get a little bit more of a bit of momentum on the way through. All the karters really battling their way out, and it's all going to be on the cards here. There is our number 33 kart making his way through. Max Bischoff not having the easy time, taking a lot of curb on the corner entry, trying to make up some time to Maddox Mason just ahead of him, and losing out a lot of time because now Aaron Mason's going to be closing up quite quickly onto the back of him. So it is second, third, and fourth, all very close to one another, but don't count out Santi as yet. Santi has also made up a fair amount of ground. You can see within shot as arms reach away from Aaron and Max just ahead. So Santi's going to try and push a little bit hard here, try and get into the toe. And Aaron Mason needs to try and close up a little bit more time as they battle their way through. And we already see Maddox Mason feeling the pressure, trying to go a little bit more defensive to keep ahead of Max Bischoff, who immediately got onto the rear bumper. Can't carry as much momentum on the exit of turn 3 heading into turn 4. Bad is going to try and keep as much pressure as possible. Looks for the inside line, really goes for a deep send, couldn't get it done. Tries once again to go for a pass, couldn't get it all hooked in. Very, very close. Nose to bumper action right there. And taking a quick look over his shoulder, knowing that the attack has cost him a little bit of time, immediately sees that Aaron is onto the back of him. Aaron's going to try and keep it all nicely together as he makes his way through. On the back of the train, the RPM Motorsports will keep the pressure on the Extreme Racing as they try make up as much time as possible. Down the main straight they go, keeping right to the fringes of the circuit, and Santi also having a fight with Declan just behind them. So we are building up little trains everywhere, and it's an immediate deep send pass, and it does look like Max, unfortunately, losing out a bit of time there. Had to really put his nose in to go for a bit of a move to try and defend. Unfortunately, a little bit on the aggro side to just try and get it all sorted. Had to put his nose in, really lean into it as they make their way around the course, really nose to tail on the way through. Ronaldo having a bit of a fight with Cade just ahead. And there is the number 55 of Zach Bushoff, who is defending against Cade as it stands, trying to make up a little bit more time as our carters make their way around the track. Never an easy time here at Red Star Raceway, and Bushoff going up into second place, Aaron into third, Maddox Mason down into fourth in one lap. It has all changed the course of action here, but out in front is Sebastian Blucknote making his way around, really starting to stretch his legs a little bit more, breaking away from second, third and fourth, but it is fifth place, Maddox Mason and the likes of Santi that are now onto the back of one another, trying to close up and make a bit of time. A little bit further back is our number 55 and 66 going at one another. That is Zach Bushoff and Diego having a good go, and they can't actually break away from Cade, who's also right onto the back of them as well. So keep an eye on towards the likes of 8th, 9th and 10th as well. They will later come in and make it a bit more exciting as our carters starting to feel that little bit of drop off as we warm up a bit more. But it is the likes of 4th, and then we have got Santi and Declan right on the back of one another, trying to push it a little bit harder, trying to get a little bit more momentum on the way through. Our leaders broken away from the pack and doing everything they can, but all eyes will be keeping an eye on the likes of 5th and 6th as they are really on to the back of one another, really trying to force something to happen and trying to get that pass done. Santi just ahead in the number 61 cart, feeling the pressure as Declan looking left, looking right, tries to look for the inside line, really putting his head in to try and figure out where he can get a little bit more momentum on the way through. So our cameras will pick up, there they are on screen at current, with the likes of Santi and Declan looking left and right, trying to figure out where they can do with one another. Nose to tail, and it's just hammer on. You can see everyone leaning over the pit wall saying, come on, put your head in it, let's go, let's go, let's go. Declan Jurgens going and feeling the pressure, and Santi going and soaking it all up at the moment, keeping a very normal racing line, just forcing Declan to do all the work at the moment, going and running out a little bit wide. Declan losing out a lot of time, was a bit too close off the back, now has to try and come around, and they're really just hammering it on between the two of them. Santi not backing down from the fight, keeping his head absolutely down towards it. Later on the apex, a little bit break too deep into the corner, lost out that bit of momentum, was able to come back across the nose of Declan right in front, behind. This is going to be very, very close on the way through. Declan looking left, looks right, tries to go a little bit of the wide line, looks for a bit of an undercut on the way through. And as time starts to run out, it's not going to work into the favor of the rest of the field of what they need to do. It's all or nothing. It's going to be drag racing on the way through. We did see a quick snippet of Santi and Declan there, who were going side by side down our main straight, and it's closing down. Nose to tail racing. Santi still managing to defend that inside line, doing everything possible to try and hold him back. Declan Jurgens will be keeping a fair amount of pressure onto the back, and behind them just we saw was Diego and Zach. They're going giving it horns, but you can see just putting a lot bit of pressure on the rear bumper just to see if he can try and get Santi to outbrake himself a little bit more. An extra half a kilometer makes a world of difference. It's just moving that brake marker a little bit further than planned, and we are seeing a little bit of talking at the back with Diego going and cheering on and saying, right, let's use your head here, let's try and figure a way through. They're losing out a bit of time as well as they charge their way out of the corners. Is Sebastian out in first place. Second place is Max Bushhoff, Aaron Mason in third, along with Maddox Mason. But Santi Fraud and Declan are going to be fighting it out for position. They will be coming around. And it looks like it may have actually been sorted out as Santi going and opening up a little bit of a gap. They're going to be battling it out down to the wire as we keep him out on screen. That number 61 is what we're going to keep an eye out for, really trying to hammer it around. But there is our leader, number 25, Sebastian Bluchnote, who's got himself up into first place, will be coming across, going and saying, all right guys, one more lap to go. And sorry, checkered flag coming out. Checkered flag came out, and that is it. Max Bushhoff taking second place, Aaron Mason in third, Maddox Mason taking fourth, and then coming across the line and drag race through, it is Declan Jurgens ahead of Santi Fraud, and Zach comes across the line ahead of Diego. Zach Bushhoff, Diego Antunes, Ronaldo Kuhn, and running out top 10, Rutling Tesco. What a run from our mini rock, an absolutely great time out there. Sebastian Bluchnote going and putting himself with maximum points, getting that first place, and he's going to be smiling ear to ear as he has opened up the championship just a bit more to Maddox Mason, who finished up in fourth in that round. But there is our results. Sebastian Bluchnote of the RKT going and finishing up in first place. Max Bushhoff of Extreme Racing, followed by Aaron Mason of RPM Motorsports. Maddox Mason of RKT, followed by Declan Jurgens. Santi Fraud going and making his way up into sixth place, just losing out to Declan on the final corner. Zach Bushhoff, Diego Altunes, Ronaldo Kuhn, Rutling Tesco, Cadet, Komiskai to apologize. And then we have got Sebastian Ferreira, Kian Reddy, Lucia Motabella, Ashin Reddy, Hunter North, and Ashay Negra going and rounding out our field of our mini rock for Heat 1, done and dusted. And we're going to be keeping an eye on more of the action coming up here at Red Star Raceway for round 4 of the Rock National Cup. And we're going to be moving on to our cadet class. They're looking to have a great bit of time out on the circuit. We'll be back shortly with some amazing racing. As we line up for our cadets on the way out, it's Ruddy Harris in first place, Caleb Rogers in second, charge way down as they battle it out. This is going to be a fight for the championship, As Harris getting the jump offline, number 23 caught ahead of Rogers. Tries to go around the outside. Couldn't quite get it all hooked in. Will battle his way out, trying to figure out where the advantage is going to be on the charge through. Not going to be an easy time. Rogers looking left, looking right. Harris going and keeping a very close eye on it as they make their way through. These two are fighting for the championship at the moment. With only 6 points separating them, it is going to be a monumental fight as they charge their way down to the line. The cadet class going a little bit smaller here at Red Star, but still putting in some amazing action. Harris going very defensive, holds the inside line. Immediately has Caleb Rogers going, looking left and right. Caleb hoping to try and maximize the championship points. 6 points separate them. Caleb very late on the brakes, trying to go and do for huge sends here. Harris going and just keep an eye, looking over the shoulder, just seeing exactly where the likes of Rogers is going to be. So Roddy Harris hoping to carry a little bit more momentum in the cadet class, looking to try and take away the championship, as these two have been battling it out all season long. And Ibrahim, unfortunately, not making it to the track today, will be missing out on some valuable points after doing quite well throughout the season. But it is going to be all about who can keep it going. 36.5 seconds for Roddy Harris out in first place. Caleb Rogers trying to close up that gap, really doing everything possible, really putting his head in, trying to make up the time. And these young carters trying to push themselves out a little bit more deep into the corners. And you can see Harris already opening up a bit more of a gap. Was 1.1 on our last lap. Let's see if he can stretch it open. Caleb, though, trying to get rid of that gap as much as possible. They're on the shortest of our circuits layouts here today. I can really just take a look that Harris has closed up a huge amount of his driving style over the course of the season. He has gone and improved leaps and bounds to try and get it all together and looking to clinch that championship as they are on our final lap now. Caleb's got to really dig deep if he wants to try and catch up to Harris just ahead of him, who just runs out very wide, taking too much of a wide line. Going to have to try and dial it back in, utilizing a little bit too much late braking into the corners, over the curbs, gets jostled around on the way through. Couldn't quite get it all hooked in as they start making their way towards the final section. It is the final two corners, left and right, but it's going to be Roddy Harris to take the checkered flag for the cadet class for Heat 1, with Caleb Rogers coming across the line in second place. And what a run for these two. Absolutely great stuff from our cadets. But Roddy Harris going and stretching the points a little bit further away from championship rival Caleb Rogers, who's running in second place. I mean, going into this race, they were 6 points difference between one another. Remember, there is a drop round that comes into play. You drop your worst 3 rounds of the season. And with 4 heats today, well, they've got to make sure that they keep themselves going. So let's see how our drivers are going to do. Caleb taking a look across. But there we go. Roddy Harris for the Keto Kart out in first place. Caleb Rogers of Rogers Racing taking second place in the cadet class. Well, oh wow, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is absolutely phenomenal stuff here at Red Star Raceway for the ROC National Championship. Round 4 and the final round of the championship is always a super exciting one, especially with the points being so close across the board. Doesn't matter whether you're in the big league, well, in towards the bigger karts, or you're there with the smaller ones like our cadets. We are all going and seeing some amazing stuff out here. Next up is going to be our OKJ class. They will be heading out onto the track, and they will be heading out for their Heat 1. So don't go anywhere. It's going to be incredible to see them going around the track and pushing themselves a little bit more on the way through. And taking a look over to our virtual grandstands as well. Everyone joining in, being a part of the action. Fantastic to see you guys. A big welcome to the ROC Cup Round 4 National Championship for 2024. And we're going to see the end of it. A bit of a discussion going on. Caleb not too happy with losing out a bit of time there, but will be getting a bit of a chat with his team saying, look, this is what the problem is, this is what we need to do, how can we try and dial in the cards a little bit more to ensure that they can stand up towards the sharp end of the field. Going to be a great one though for our youngsters, but it's going to be OKJ coming up next for some great racing. As we wait to get started with our OKJ, everyone getting themselves ready to have a bit of fun. So it's going to be a proper run. So let's see how our drivers are going to do. So let's see how everything is going to work out, how our drivers are going to move forward. We have a little bit of a gap in time so we can allow everyone to get themselves ready, and our marshals just to clear up the circuit after some of the incidents that put a fair amount of dirt onto the track. Our spectators lining up on the top grandstands, just going and getting themselves all ready for some exciting action. Our drivers in the karts, getting themselves already in the headspace to claw their way to victory. So, lined up on the line is going to be our OKJ. They are looking to launch their way up towards the sharp end of the field, and we are going to be seeing some awesome racing from them. A couple of drivers to keep an eye out for is going to be Jack Moore in the number 31 kart. He's currently leading the championship on 204 points, with Amani Kenya going and running in second place on 199 points. Sebastiano Human is currently running in third. Sebastian Diaz running in fourth. Matteo Mason in fifth. And then we've got Mentili and Kumo in sixth place. Gianni Pascal in seventh place. And we did see Gianni out racing a little bit earlier today. He's looking to try and make up some time. Rigali Muller running in 8th, Jesse Swart in 9th, and Caleb Capito going and rounding out in 10th place in the championship. Let's take a look over to our qualifying, because that is completely different to our championship running. So Ethan Lennon going and taking that top spot in the qualifying, putting in the fastest lap time. He's chased down by Kiera Sierra, running in the number 52 car. Jack Moore running in third, Matteo Mason in fourth place, Amani Kenya in fifth, along with Philip Marshall, Jesse Swart, then Seli and Kumo running right behind Sebastian Human, Rigali Spice Matula, along with Joshua Moore and Ryan Kerem rounding out our pack here. And we are waiting for our karters to get on by. There's some beautiful graphics showing off a couple of our running as everyone is lined up to go. So Lennon in pole position, Sierra in second place, will be looking to try and get a bit more of a run. They will go side by side. You can see everyone starting to get themselves ready, snapping the karts left and right, trying to build up that friction, get themselves ready, get those tires all up to optimum temperature, and get ready to rock and roll as they line up. All eyes go towards the front. Ethan going to be that joker card in the championship, sitting with the number 32 kart with 52. Sierra in second place, lined up right next to him. looking left, and away they go. And it does look like the 52. Unfortunately, Sierra getting an absolutely terrible run off the start, and that immediately has the entire field getting swallowed up. And Ethan Lennon getting a great drive out of the corner will go and launch his way up through the order and break away. But it is the number 71 at the back, though, and that is Joshua Moore. Not having a great time out there, losing a lot of time, and is now in last place, having to play a little bit of catch-up on the way through. So this is going to be a proper run as they make their way around. Sierra down and making up a little bit of time, not as much as was lost off the start of the race. But Ethan getting a phenomenal start, keeping his head absolutely firmly down. And Amani getting his way up. So Amani up into first place, Sierra into second, I do apologize. Matthew Mason, Ethan Lennon in fourth place. Jack Moore lining in fifth. JC Swart making up a little bit of time. So Amani going and opening up the field. Sierra going and closing up, doing everything he can to try and make up a bit of time. Matthew Mason in that third place spot, right onto the tail, but in the sharp end of the field, Ethan Lennon, Jack Moore and Jesse Swart very close onto the back of one another, trying to push themselves out a little bit more. As we see Amani going and battling out, trying to make up a bit of time, has immediately got Sierra closing up, under braking in towards the inside line. Couldn't quite get that pass done and dusted as yet, but will follow through. And now Ethan Lennon up into third place, Jack Moore into fourth, Matthew Mason running in fifth place. So keep an eye on the run as they battle their way through. So let's see how it's all going to work out. Up on the inside, huge set. Ethan getting the pass done and dusted and really tried battling it out. So the 32 car now into second place will be chasing down Amani, who's right in front. So Sierra going and losing out one position, but that 62 of Ethan Lennon now making up a bit of time. He instantly becomes a viable threat for that top spot, going a little bit wide, and you do see the fourth place Jack Moore try and make up a bit of time. He's going to get really into the mix of things as they battle their way through the final corner. It is going to be a long right-hander to bring it all back onto the long straight, start-finish line straight, hard on the anchors into a very sharp right-hander, quick left-hander, short straight into a second of the left-handers to just try and pull it all back. And the cart's really having to work a bit hard here. The setup has been the trickiest, as said by all, but the driver's having a huge amount of fun. Ethan, who started out in first place, is going to push onto the back of Marnie as much as possible. Marnie going very defensive, holding that inside line, goes and stopping dead on the apex just to try and kill off some of the drive over Ethan right behind. So Marnie is going to really do everything possible as they fight it out for first place. And then you got Sierra trying to chase down in third place, but losing a bit of that slipstream, not going to be helping out. Ethan instantly not having a good time through sector 2 and sector 3. He loses out a huge amount of time coming out of the corner, and that has clawed back for Sierra instantly on the back, trying to get into that slipstream. So Marnie a little bit more settled on the way through, is able to carry a bit more momentum through sector 1. So Marnie up 4 positions from the start of the race. Now we're starting to see the battle. Ethan looks for the inside line, trying to go in a little bit deeper. And then Amani couldn't quite get the pass done and dusted. Will have to wait it out on the way through. Looks for the inside line, trying to put the nose in. Couldn't quite get it all sorted out. Amani keeping him very defensive at the moment. Ethan tries for the inside line. Can't quite get the nose to just tuck in as much as he would like it to go. And instantly Sierra trying to close up that little bit of a gap, making sure nice and close towards our final sector. And we do see that is Jack Moore bouncing the cart around. He's also trying to make up some time and lying in 4th place. Matthew Mason in 5th. Willem Marshall in going and dropping down. Sebastian Human running in 6th. Malinsky Nkumo in 7th. 8th. Jesse Swart. Rigali Spice Marula in 9th. And Willem Marshall in 10th position. Ryan Kerem going and running in 11th, along with Joshua Moore in 12th position. But we keep an eye out towards our sharp end of the field. This is 1st and 2nd, fighting in our 4th position. And you can see how Ethan is trying to look up on the inside line. Can't quite get it done. Amani keeping it all together. Goes in for a deep send. Can Ethan get the pass? No, just tried his luck there. Not able to get it done and dusted. Really leaning in to just try and figure out where can the advantage be, where can he put his nose in to try and force Amani to come off that apex and lose a little bit of drive. Well, it doesn't seem to be Sector 3, because that seems to be his a little bit of Achilles heel, and allows Sierra to immediately close up that gap. Heading into Sector 1, Ethan jumping over the curb, really jacking the rear of that cart up quite a bit, trying to figure out where the inside line is. Go for a big send, goes side by side between the two of them. Amani, though, backing out of it, and it forces Ethan running out a little bit wider than planned. Amani giving a little bit of a push there, trying to figure out where he can get by, jumping over the curbs, looks for the inside line to go for a pass, couldn't get hooked in. Ethan keeping very defensive, trying to carry as much momentum as possible. Amani looks for the inside line, couldn't get it done. Door closed right in front. So now Amani's going to have to play a little bit of follow leader here, and Ethan is going to make up a fair amount of time. And we do see a bit of a pass going on, and that is our number 28. That's Matthew Mason going and making up a bit of time, going and gathering some pace underneath him. So Matthew Mason getting ahead of Jack Moore as quick as possible. And Jack Moore, who is leading the championship, is not going to be too happy seeing that Amani is now in second place and he is all the way down in the order. So not going to be ideal situations there. But keep an eye on Matthew Mason making up a huge amount of time at this point, trying to get onto the back of the train, and we'll be doing everything possible. But third place Sierra, don't count Sierra out, because looking for the inside, looking for the outside, getting closer and closer towards the back end of Amani. Not going to be an easy time on the way through here. It's going to be properly running close between them. And let's see how this is all going to turn out on the exit. A huge send is needed to get it done and dusted if our carters want to make their way through. Sierra trying to make up some ground. But as they make their way around the corner, trying to get it all through in 3 and 4, turn 3 and 4. On the way through, Sierra right onto the back of Amani. Ethan sliding out, getting really close to the fringe of the circuit, but Matthew Mason is what we need to keep an eye out for, because he is closing up the gap by quite a bit here and getting a little bit quicker than actually our top 3. He did a 51.6 where everyone else was a 51.7, except for Ethan, who managed to pull a 51.4 on that last lap. So he was able to dial it up a little bit. Marty's still holding the fastest lap of the race with a 45.8 on their run. So Marty, now feeling the pressure, needs to try and keep ahead. Sierra coming really right underneath, trying to force a mistake to happen in through turn 1, turn 2. Now turn 3, a little bit of a drop on the wheel of dirt. Marty getting, starting to feel that pressure, and Sierra trying to get onto the back. So Kayo now needs to make up a lot of time here. Kayo does look for the inside line. Kayo Sierra not having a great run just as yet, keeping a nice neat perfect line through the hairpin, getting it done and dusted. Ethan out in first place though, trying to open that gap a little bit more. The number 32 cart for the FTW Motorsport going and having a great run. Amani feeling the pressure of RPM Motorsports and Lanzetti Racing. Kayo Sierra going and closing up in that 52 cart, really trying to get it all together, gets right onto the back, trying to make up that little bit more time, under braking. Can he get it all hooked in though? Kayo needs to go for a deep send on the likes of Amani if he wants to get it all done and dusted. And considering the laps are slowly ticking away, 5 laps to go, there is nothing in it between second and third place at the moment. And Matthew Mason has closed up a lot of time onto the back of them. So keep an eye out on Mason. He's going to try and make up a lot of time here. So taking a look at how many gains and losses everyone's had so far. Amani's up 3 positions from where he started, along with Sebastiano Human managing to get 3 positions. Kayo is down 1 position from where it started. And the biggest the biggest loss and in the all has to be Willem Marshall, actually losing out 4 positions from the start of the race. So he's going to have to try and make up a fair amount of grunt to get towards the sharp end of that field. As we watch them battle their way through, does look like Amani is starting to slow up a fraction through turn 1. Last lap was a personal best though, a 51.754. With the likes of Kayo Sierra doing a 51.768 right on the back. So Marty managing to improve a personal best lap time, but this lap looked a little bit slower, taking a more defensive approach, holding that tighter line and ensuring they can try and carry a bit more momentum through. Still going to be Amani out in the front. Keeping it of Kayo, who does close up. Matteo Mason now joined into the fray. Second, third, and fourth are all on top of one another, and this is going to be close. Mason having to really battle it out here. Will try and get past. Looks to go for an outside line. Couldn't get it all done. And now Kayo has to switch up from going on the attack to going on the defense, as Matteo Mason all over the back of him, trying to figure out where he can go. Matteo tries to go for a deep inside line, couldn't get it done, just having too much understeer. And Matteo Mason did set the fastest lap time of the race thus far with a 51.26 as he came across the line that past lap. Did see if he'll be able to capitalize and make that work for him, but it's all ours for Ethan out in front, who's broken away from this little train, and he's going to be thankful for that. 2.4 seconds away from Amani, Kayo Sierra, and Matteo Mason, who are chasing each other down tooth and nail at this point, battling it out left and right, trying to figure out where they can go. A little bit further back, Sebastian, we got Jack Moore, Sebastiano Human in 6th. 7th is Mansell and Kumo as they come across the line. It's going to be an outright charge for second, third, and fourth place on the way through, and it does look like that Matteo Mason has dropped off that little train. Kayo has dialed it up. The Zeti Racing team, I'm sure, have gone and signaled you need to step it up. You need to get that little bit more pace underneath you. We're under a big threat right now. Matteo Mason of the Extreme Puma Fleet Dynamics trying to make up a huge amount of time onto the back. And Amani, who's of RPM Motorsports, will be getting screamed at from the sideline saying, go, go, go. Second place is on the cards here, and it is going to help out the championship as much as possible, so you need to maintain the second at all costs. On the way through, time running out though, and Amani running out a bit wide. Matteo Mason into the toe, closing up right into that slipstream. Going to go late on the anchors, heading into turn 1, turn 2, just couldn't get the pass done. And Kayo having to very defensively hold the inside line. Amani getting a very poor exit out of turn 3 into turn 4, couldn't quite get it all done. Matteo Mason yet again seeing the fastest lap time, beating it out with a 51.261. So Mason's going to have to really dial it up here in the number 20 car. It's going and jumping over the curb, very onto the back of him. And now it is on the final lap, so it's going to be a huge send if Mason wants to get this done and dusted. You can see the pressure starting to build. Kayo trying to go defensive, Marty going very defensive, holding down the line, and it's on the way through. One corner to go to keep it all together. Mason looked for the inside line, couldn't get it all done just as yet as they bounce around, but Ethan getting the win. Ethan Lennon getting ahead of Amani, who takes second place. Kayo Sierra taking third. Matteo Mason, after all the hard work, back up into fourth place, but couldn't get the pass done. Jack Moore in fifth. Vasily Nkurma, Sebastian Human, Jesse Swart, Willem Marshall, Rigali Spice Mula coming across the line in 10th position. What a race for our Rock Cup. For the OKJ, their first heat of the day, 3 more to go for them, but what a phenomenal run from these youngsters. The winner going to Ethan Lennon, coming across the line and setting the fastest lap time of the race at 51.168. So Ethan Lennon of FTW Motorsports, Amani Kaya of RPM Motorsports in second place, Kayo Sierra of Lanzetti Racing, Matteo Mason RKT, Jack Moore of Extreme Puma Fleet Dynamics, and there we got Manseli Munkuno of Plus Minus, and SCA Racing of Sebastian Human, JC Swart, Willem Marshall going and running in 9th, Rigali Spice Muller in 10th, along with Joshua Moore in 11th, and Ryan Karen rounding out in 12th position. Well, folks, we have seen some great racing so far for our Heat 1. Lots of highs and lows, lots of dramatic runs, but this is only Heat 1. There is still plenty more to come here today for round 4 of the Rock Cup. And we invite you all to go and have some more fun with us. Make sure you go and share the live stream. If you're in the Delmas area here close to Red Star Raceway, make sure you do come through. It's worth taking the drive out and seeing this brand new track on the karting calendar here in South Africa. This being the first national championship to visit in terms of karting to Red Star Raceway. Bit of sportsmanship being shown there. Great to see it amongst the karters, just saying well done Great stuff out there. But taking a look, we are going to be moving on to our KZ2s that will be heading out onto the track. Our invitation to come through and have a bit of fun. Always great to see that the different karting categories in South Africa having a chat to one another, being a part of all the amazing action here in the world of the Rock Cup as we build on the grass line of the grassroots motorsport and see our future world champions in the making. And I've got to say, it's been an absolutely incredible time thus far, and with it all coming to round 4, the championship's wide open. It is all or nothing. Taking a look though, our KZ2s are heading out onto the track. Sebastian Lanzetti will be starting out in first place. Nico Savaris in second place. Nicholas Versanis in third. Michael Pringle in fourth. And Christian van Wyk will be running out the field on the way through. Our KZ2s will be doing 12 laps on the way through. In terms of racing, going to be a proper run between them. This is going to be a standing start with the shifters. And this is just going to be a bit of a warm-up between them. The KZ2s are the fastest of the karts. You've got to be 15 years and older to be part of it. And it is going to be a proper run. Standing start though does make it a very interesting one to be a part of, with 43 horsepower in these 125s. They are looking to really stand and get going, but as they launch their way off, and this is just warming up their tires, warming up their brakes, getting themselves started, and they will be looking to get themselves up and going. We do see a bit of a slow start. So how are they warming up? How are they going to get this going? And who's going to be able to take their way to the top of the points? Well, we're about to find out very soon of who will be able to stand on the way through. So, as they make their way around, everyone hoping that they can get a huge charge down towards the line. We're going to have the standing start. Everyone else has been rolling. So standing start means that you're going to sit on the line in your grid box. You're going to get ready to go. You're going to rev it up, wait for the lights to go off, and then drop a clutch and go as you make your way around. But make sure you don't go and lose out any of your traction. You don't want to wheel spin. And all eyes on the front. Sebastian Lanzetti with Nico Savaris lining in second place. KZ2s, lights on, lights off, and away they go. Sebastian getting a very poor start. Nico getting a fantastic run, gets off the line, and they charge their way through. But Savaris, unfortunately, not going. Well, Savaris getting a great run. Sebastian Lanzetti, though, not getting the best of runs off that start. We do see the number 70, that is Nico Savaris, out in first place, getting chased down by the number 24, and that is Nicholas, who's all over the back of him, trying to make up a bit of time. Nicholas is going to keep his elbows in it right now, just trying to close up that little bit of a gap. And as we see, Savaris now starting to stretch open that lead a little bit more as they charge their way through. So, going to be a proper run. So a proper run for anything. Our drivers doing everything they can to make up some time. On the way through, Nico Savaris leading out the field with Nicholas in second place, Sebastian Lanzetti in third, Christian van Wyk up into fourth, Michael Pringle into fifth place though, losing out a little bit of time off the start there, but already quick lifetimes being put in. Nico up to a 46.4, and now just trying to open up a gap. Nicholas all over the back of Nico, looking left, looking right. Nico just not happy with the shot of the top end of the circuit. He's going to have to just try and figure out where his brake markers are. You can see going for a little bit of a late lunge, trying to get the car in and get underneath the likes of Nico. Not going to be an easy time on the way through. Really focusing on the hard charge here as they make up some time. And now we're starting to see Lanzetti, who had a very poor start, now trying to make up as much time as possible, as Christian van Wyk unfortunately is not having a great time out there, but take a look for a pass possibly going to happen in the very short future. Nicholas tried going on the inside of Nico. That compromised his drive out, and immediately Sebastian Lanzetti getting right behind him into the toe, trying to force his way through. Sebastian late onto the anchors, looks for the inside line. Can he get it done? Does so. Like a bucking bronco, jumps over the curbs, gets it all hooked in, and now into second place. Unfortunately, Nicholas couldn't quite defend from that. Had to go and straighten out the wheel not to get caught out in the side. Lost out a little bit of time, but that has helped out Nico Zvaris at the moment, who is really closing up on the battle. So Nico needs to really dial it in as it stands. Sebastian Lanzetti, who holds the fastest lap time of the race at 51.130, will be looking to try and make up as much time as possible on the way through and ready onto the back of Nico as much as possible. So let's see how our drivers are going to make their way through. And Nico Zvaris losing out that little bit of time, trying to make up as much under braking as possible. Looks the inside, looks for the outside, can't get the pass done as yet. Zvaris having to go and defend against Sebastian as much as possible. Sebastian getting into that toe will immediately close up under braking as they make their way around the circuit in through the final corner, and they will be getting onto our back straight now. You can see how Sebastian has closed up that gap quite substantially. Nico is going to have to get very defensive here, holding full that elbows out on the way through. Sebastian with a 51.0 on that last lap is showing that he is being properly a formidable foe at this point. Nico not going to lose out that little bit of time. So Nico of Ice Motorsport now needs to try and defend against Sebastian Lanzetti of Lanzetti Racing onto the back of him, trying to close up that gap. Looks for the inside line, couldn't quite get it done, and tries to battle it out. Sebastian doing everything he can to make up that little bit of time, closing up under braking, getting really dialed in. Nico's not going to back down from the fight though, trying to carry a bit more momentum in through the third sector, gets onto the gas, really stretching it out. Sebastian though, going and taking it right to the fringe of the circuit, while Nico actually keeps it slightly off the grass, doesn't want to lose out too much time there. Sebastian does get a bit of exit, but just losing out that little bit of time right under braking. So Sebastian Lanzetti now needs to try and figure out where he can get behind. Nico Zvaris looking for that inside line, can't quite get it all hooked in, looks around, trying to close up that gap. And then Nicholas running in a third place. And we do see Sebastian Lanzetti go for the pass. Done and dusted, carries on the momentum and does so. So Nico losing out that drive. So through the hairpin, that was the pass that was needed for Sebastian. Sent it up on the inside, got the pass done and dusted, and really launched his way through. Nico trying to come back at him, jumping over the curbs left and right, looks for the inside line, trying to go and force Sebastian out wide as they carry the momentum through, nose to tail on the two of them. 6 laps to go in this race, and it's heating up as Sebastian runs out wide. Nico tried looking for that inside line into turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, couldn't quite get it all sorted out. So now they are going to have to make their way around the circuit, see who's going to be able to take that climb, and you can really see Nico trying to utilize as much of the circuit as possible. Sebastian actually clipping the dirt on the way through there, kicking up a little bit of dirt and dust for Nico to deal with as he puts his head down and tries to open up that gap a little bit more to the likes of Nico, who had a phenomenal start, but it just seems like later parts of the race, fatigue starting to kick in and losing out that little bit of ground. But we're going to see him get his second win, as he has done all season. Does drop back a little bit, then gets back into the fight on the way through. So Nico is going to really have to dial it up to 10 at this moment to try and pull it all back towards the sharp end of the field. Late on the anchors, turns it in, can't quite get the pass done as dusted as yet as they make their way through. Lanzetti still carrying a good bit of momentum. Will look forward to trying to stay up towards the top and see who will be able to really fight it out at this point. It is going to be a proper run right the way through anyone's game as it stands for our KZ2 karts. Sebastian Lanzetti making up a monster amount of time, hoping that he can carry a lot of the momentum through, in and out through the corners as they blast their way through. Not going to be an easy time. Nico keeping it very right close onto the back of him, trying to figure out where he can get that pass done and dusted as they battle their way through. Not going to be an easy one. Under braking, going to have to try and go for a deep send. Not going to get it done just as yet. Nico tried his luck in through turn 2, turn 3. Couldn't quite get that cap where it closed up as much as he would like. So as it stands, Sebastian Lanzetti out in first place, Nicholas Forrest in second place, Nicholas Ventus in third, followed by Michael Pringle and Christian van Veek rounding out our positions as it stands, currently out on track for our KZ2 carts. And you can immediately see Nico all over the back of Sebastian Lanzetti, a little bit closer than before. Can he capitalize? Coming in through the final sector, left, right, and now a deep right-hander to try and get it all together. Now into the slipstream, going to pull himself along, going to look for the inside line, heading into turn 1. It's going to be late on the anchors, couldn't quite get it done. Sebastian just able to keep these legs and managing to just hold that position a little bit more, but now it is into the long right-hander where we're seeing the guys try and go underneath and just can't battle his way through. So sliding it out and doing everything he can. But take a look at how this fight's going to go. Sebastian Lanzetti keeping ahead of Nico, who's looking left and right, tries to figure out where he can go. Late under braking, can't quite get it all done and dusted just as yet. Tries to figure out where is this going to work out for him as they accelerate on the way through into the final corner, and it's going to be late on the anchors. Will Nico be able to get underneath? Sebastian is very close. He tried his luck, just couldn't get it done and dusted, but is going to be close enough to maybe go for a lunge in turn 1. Couldn't quite get it turned in. Then turn 2, possibly. No, just unfortunately losing out that little bit more momentum, sliding out on the way through, but tries going for the long right-hander. Couldn't get that done and dusted. Nico battling left and right, trying to see exactly where he can go, representing the Ice Motorsport, hoping that it's going to be enough to try and clinch up to get past Sebastian Lanzetti, who has been defending like a monster at the moment. The next time around will be notified of their final lap though, so it's going to be fighting it through. Nico Safaris getting desperate at this point. Big send. Sebastian Lanzetti loses out the drive. Side by side they go, but what a move. Nico tried his luck there. Both of them toying with one another. It's going to be side by side. Final lap. Deep send needed to try and get it done. Sebastian runs out a little bit wide. Nico Forrest looks for the inside. Couldn't get it sorted out. Nico's going to have to dial it in quite a bit here. Goes for the inside line once again, trying to go for the pass. Now has lost out a little bit too much drive. Sebastian Lanzetti dialing it up, sliding his way around, getting a little bit hooked on the marbles, going and battling his way through. Not going to be an easy time on the way out, but Sebastian Lanzetti has opened up enough of a gap, I would think, at the moment. Unless something goes on, he would be able to stand at the top of the charts ahead of Nico in second place as they fight their way through. Going late on the brakes, and around the final corner they go. Sebastian Lanzetti taking first place, Nico Savares taking second place, Nicholas Ventus in third, Michael Pringle in fourth, and Christian van Veek will be taking fifth place as they come across the line. And Nicholas and Michael Pringle very close as they came across the line in that final shot. Absolutely great stuff, and what a run by all our competitors. That was a phenomenal run, and that brings a close to our Heat 1s for today. We still got 3 more heats and plenty of action coming up. Very, very soon we're going to be restarting with our Kid Rock for their Heat 2. They will be coming up and going to be battling it out. So Kid Rock will be fighting out. Sebastian Lanzetti though, for our KZ2, starting finished up in first place. Nico Forrest in second place. Nicholas Ventus in third. Michael Pringle in fourth. And Christian van Veek. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, hope you are just as excited as I am for our Heat 2 that will be starting at 12:40 with our Kid Rock. So we're going on a little bit of a lunch break. At 22:01, we will be back. 12:40, we'll be back with Heat 2 with our Kid Rock. So don't go anywhere. Make sure you hit that subscribe button and join in with all the action here. Share the link out in the virtual grandstands. And if you're out here in the world of Delmas here in South Africa, head over to Red Star Raceway. Come and enjoy all the action as it's heating up for the Rock Cup National Championship, the final round of the championship, and we're bringing it to you live right here out in Delmas. So don't go anywhere, keep up the excitement, and let us know whereabouts in the world are you watching all this amazing action for the Rock Cup 2024 National Championship.
Tortuous, rough, special stages bring the 192 crews. The rally heads off on the southern of the
Cancer TLC is the Tough Living with Cancer program. It's a program specifically geared at children that has been diagnosed with cancer. I myself am a cancer survivor and I'm once again fighting cancer. But no matter in what space I am, when I walk into the ward and when I look at those faces, that gives me that desire to do so much more for them, and it pushes me.
One can never prepare when something happens like cancer to anybody in the family. It's an emotional journey.
When a child dies in hospital, we've got 20 other children in the ward. I need to be strong for the 19 other mothers and the 19 other children that is still fighting cancer.
It's a roller coaster journey for the parents and the families and the community. So it's important that we show the families love and affection as well and give them the support they need.
Sometimes there's no words that I can actually give to them. Sometimes it's just a hug and telling them that this one's journey came to an end. It does not mean your child's journey is at its end.
I truly have been humbled and my eyes have opened the last couple of years being involved with the Cancer Sanlam charity event at Sun City.
In this program, we offer emotional support, support groups, food parcel relief, also palliative care.
For me, the most important was the staff, the affection and the passion they have for what they do. To see their involvement and their love and affection for the communities that need it the most, especially the poorest of the poor. So big ups to them, and they're the superheroes of this world.
I see it as a calling and I also see it as a blessing.
It's never easy and it will never be easy, but there's a massive success rate when people are positive. And by giving people support, love and affection, you give them hope.
These children inspire me to do so much more, and inspire me to live not for tomorrow but to live for today and to make a change today where possible.
We value what you do for people in the community who has been affected by cancer, and let's continue the fight against cancer. Hi, I'm Brighton Polser. The commitment of the staff, volunteers and partners of the Cancer Association of South Africa makes it possible for these children and their families to dream about the future. It's yours and my contribution to cancer that makes it possible for us to imagine a world without cancer.
Hi, my name is Roddy Harris.
Volume up, Jordan. Volume up. Okay, and what Carter? Oh, sorry. Jordan, what's going on? Just talk. Okay. Testing. Okay, it's just very soft-spoken. So turn volume up. I hope we're not live, Jordan. Okay, tell us what to do, Jordan. What's happening?
My name is Roddy.
Okay, George, you got that?
I race for.
Sorry, just hold on now. We've lost comms. Sorry, guys.
Roddy, my name is Roddy Harris. I race Cadet and KZ2.
Yeah, I'll ask you questions.
Well, good morning everyone and a very warm welcome to the final day of competition here at the NATO. Away we go for the 2022 Rock Final. Very tricky race. It takes victory.
If you drive cars, if you race in rock code,
there's a day of the year that is different from the other 364. That day is today, because here at the South Garda Karting Circuit, the 2022 Rock Cup Super Final takes place. About 400 drivers coming from around the world have challenged themselves throughout more than 40 qualifying heats. Seven different categories. A truly unique experience. Effort, overtakes, mistakes, passion, anger, joy. A suite of emotions that will lead us to crown the champions of the 20th edition of the Rock Cup Super Final.
William Go becomes Super Rock champion.
My name is Roddy Harris. I race for KZ2 and Cadet. I love the track. It's very nice. The corners are very nice to go through, and
What's your favorite corner?
turn one.
Turn 1. And how did you do today?
Good.
Did you win? Where did you come? Tell us.
In KZ2 I came third, and in Bumpy and in Cadet I came first.
Okay. How old are you?
I'm 7 years old.
And you're racing in 2 classes.
Yes.
That's cool. Okay. Okay, George, I think that's it. Jordan?
Hi, my name is Caleb. I'm driving Cadets, and we are gonna win the race. So we're gonna win and win and win until we get to the end of the day, and when we get the trophies. And when we win, we're gonna play, and the next class goes, and then when the next class goes, and then it's us next, and then after all the classes it's us, and then after us we drive 5 laps around, and yeah. So
Are you having fun?
yes. So all the time when I come around that corner, I need to just go smooth, but around that corner there's dirt there, and I keep on sliding and slipping. So after that corner, I come around and again. So after that lap, I win, but after that lap I say yeah, and then after that one, yes.
So you're having fun, eh?
Yes.
That's great. Okay, so that's it. Cool, thank you. So tell us your name. Tell us about you.
My name is Drew. I'm 7 years old.
What class are you racing?
Rock.
How
Kid
old are
Rock.
you?
7 years old.
And what do you think about Red Star Racetrack?
It's my favorite track.
What's your favorite corner?
This one where you go here and all around.
Okay. And are you having fun?
I'm having lots of fun.
And are you winning?
No.
Yes, you are, because you're having fun.
Okay.
Okay, Jules. Tell us about yourself.
Hello, my name is Manis Nkombo. I race number 16 in the OKJ class. And I think Red Star is a very nice track because there's very fast and slow sections. My favorite corner is that long sweep there, and then after that there's a sharp corner.
And how old are you?
I'm 11 years old.
Okay, and are you having fun?
Yes.
And are you winning any medals?
No, not so far.
But not yet, but you will.
Yes.
Okay. Cool. Cool, Jordan.
All lined up.
My love has got
Brand new
no
season,
money, he's
brand
got
new
his
dawn,
strong
and
beliefs.
it's lights
My
out
love has
and
got
away
no
we go.
power, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no fame, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no money, he's got his strong beliefs. Want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, freed from desire, mind and senses purified, freed from desire, mind and and senses purified, freed from desire. Mind and senses purified, freed from desire. Na 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 na. Strong beliefs. My love has got no power, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no fame, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no money, he's got his strong beliefs. Want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, freed from.
Tortuous draft special stages bring the 192 crews. The rally heads off on the southern of the first.
Okay, you won. We got it.
Get ready for the FIA World Endurance Championship. The safety car should dive into the pit lane.
Well, good morning everyone and a very warm welcome to the final day of competition here at Lenato. Away we go for the 2022 Rock Final. Very tricky race. It takes victory. If you drive karts, if you race in Rock Cup, there's a day of the year that is different from the other 364. That day is today because here at the South Garda Karting Circuit, the 2022 Rock Cup Super Final takes place. About 400 drivers coming from around the world have challenged themselves throughout more than 40 qualifying heats. Seven different categories. A truly unique experience. Effort, overtakes, mistakes, passion, anger, joy. A suite of emotions that will lead us to crown the champions of the 20th edition of the Rock Cup Super Final. Go becomes Super Rock champion. Gonna be Vivekanthan. David Locatelli is senior rock champion. Parmigiani takes the race win. Jada David is going to be champion in expert rock again. What a performance from Tino Donaday. Nicola Rossini is going to be champion in shifter rock and takes the title here in 2022. A brilliant drive, winning by 2.2.
Cancer TLC is the Tough Living with Cancer program. It's a program specifically geared at children that has been diagnosed with cancer. I myself am a cancer survivor and I'm once again fighting cancer. But no matter in what space I am, when I walk into the ward and when I look at those faces, that gives me that desire to do so much more for them and it pushes me.
One can never prepare when something happens like cancer to anybody in the family. It's an emotional journey.
When a child dies in hospital, we've got 20 other children in the ward. I need to be strong for the 19 other mothers and the 19 other children that is still fighting cancer.
It's a roller coaster journey for the parents and the families and the community. So it's important that we show the families love and affection as well and give them the support they need.
Sometimes there's no words that I can actually give to them. Sometimes it's just a hug and telling them that this one's journey came to an end. It does not mean your child's journey is at its end.
I truly have been humbled and my eyes have opened the last couple of years being involved with the Cancer Sanlam charity event at Sun City.
In this program, we offer emotional support, support groups, food parcel relief, also palliative care.
For me, the most important was the staff, the affection and the passion they have for what they do. To see their involvement and their love and affection for the communities that need it the most, especially the poorest of the poor. So big ups to them, and they're the superheroes of this world.
I see it as a calling, and I also see it as a blessing.
It's never easy and it will never be easy, but there's a massive success rate when people are positive. And by giving people support, love and affection, you give them hope.
These children inspire me to do so much more, and inspire me to live not for tomorrow but to live for today and to make a change today where possible.
We value what you do for people in the community who has been affected by cancer, and let's continue the fight against cancer. Hi, I'm Brighton Polser. The commitment of the staff, volunteers and partners of the Cancer Association of South Africa makes it possible for these children and their families to dream about the future. It's yours and my contribution to cancer that makes it possible for us to imagine a world without cancer.
All lines up.
My love has got
Brand new
no
season,
money, he's
brand
got
new
his
dawn,
strong
and
beliefs.
it's lights
My
out
love has
and
got
away
no
we go.
power, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no fame, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no money, he's got his strong beliefs. Want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, want more and more. People just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, freed from desire, mind and senses purified, freed from desire, mind and senses purified, freed from desire, mind and senses purified, freed from desire. Na 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 strong beliefs. My love has got no power, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no fame, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no money, he's got his strong beliefs. Want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, freed from
tortuous, rough, special stages bring the 192 crew. The rally heads off on the southern of the first.
We got it.
Get ready for the FIA World Endurance Championship. The safety car should dive into the pit lane.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to round 4 of the Rock Cup National Championship, the final round on the 2024 calendar, and we're going to be having a bit of fun with our Kid Rock. They're going to be coming out onto the track for their Heat 2. It is going to be ramped up because we have got Heat 2 of all our classes, followed by Heat 3, Heat 4 immediately after. So we are going to be just following this action right through to the end, but it has been a absolutely great start to the day with some very, very close racing, and also the conditions have warmed up quite a bit. Wind has picked up here at Red Star in Delmas, a new track to the karting calendar here in South Africa, located out in Delmas. But it's warmed up a little bit more, and all the drivers having a bit more experience out on the track in race conditions, now starting to understand how they can get passes done and dusted here at Red Star Raceway, what needs to be done to carry more momentum, and also where they can find their Achilles heels and work on it on the way through. So we're waiting for our Kid Rock to come out onto the track, and they will then also do their race. After it will be followed by OKN, Mini Rock, Cadet, OKJ and KZ2 will be rounding out in terms of our heat order for the running of the day. So it's going to be an awesome one out there, and if you're joining us out in the virtual grandstands, a massive welcome to you all. Glad to have you guys out here for the final round of the Rock Championship. It's going to be absolutely great to see it. We did have a couple of interviews a little bit earlier on with a lot of our youngsters getting a bit of insight, and it does show the enthusiasm and excitement that the drivers have had over the 2024 season, and also how it's all culminated right here to the final round to maximize points for the championship. And even in our virtual grandstands, giving a bit of a shout out there, we have got for a lot of support for Amani, Go Riley coming from Roxanne Juby, and then Astri going and saying the interviews are absolutely legendary. So there's so many just positive points coming through, and this is what we love to see, because it's all about the competition and also the family aspect here at the Rock and the Rock Cup. Whether you're in the nationals or regionals, it all is the same core fundamentals: teaching, learning and growing. as a family. So let's take a look at our Kid Rock as they make their way out to the track. It's going to be Noah Cronje out in first place, Logan Blow in second place, Radia Harris running in third, Logan Rugg in fourth, Riley van Staden going to be down the order, followed by Ronald Venter and Drew van Staden rounding out the field. Now remember, Riley is leading the championship going into the race, and Noah Cronje, who was fighting out for the championship, is now starting out in first place for Heat 2. So there's going to be some monumental climbs needed here. Logan Blow has done a fantastic job though, moving his way up through the order, being a mover and shaker of note in the class. So he's trying to really put himself through. Harris up into third place, pulled some phenomenal passes in Heat 1, going for some late passes to get it all done and dusted. And Rugg running in the ending of a second row, hoping for a bit of a climb there. So Noah Cronje maximise the points, got 30 points on for Heat 1. Let's see if he can do it for Heat 2 to make it all work out in his favour and try and ensure that the drop rounds are going to play into his favour. So as they make their way around the circuit, going to line up side by side on the way through. All the carts going to slow down, and now nose tail, bit of a thumbs up coming in from Harris to Logan, saying all right, we're going to go for this. Slowing each other down into the final corner. They're going to have to go line astern. Lights on. Go out wide. And we've got a false start, which the drivers do acknowledge on that one. Unfortunately, one line a little bit too faster than the other one. So they are going to be on a false start. So yellow flags will be kicking up. All our karters now filing themselves back into position. So what is a false start for anyone that doesn't know in the world of karting what a false start is? Well, that is when a formation is not compliant before they get across the line, before they get the green flag. And that means a false start is called. It will call for a restart. Our drivers will then get back into the formation, line themselves up once again, and then get ready to go racing. So all eyes will be out on Noah once again, and Logan Blow going to be lining up to try and battle him out. Harris in the number 23 kart, trying to make up some time, will be looking to take the battle all the way through. As we do see our leader once again going and stretching out his legs a little bit, going to have to close it up quite tight as they make their way through, nose to tail. Side by side they go, and lights off and away they go. And it does look like Harris getting a fantastic start, Riley getting a good jump off the line, and Noah going and taking out that first spot. He is now trying to check out this fight quite quickly. Logan Blow trying to come back in for a bit of an attack, and Riley moving up through the order. Seems like he's got a great start in the number 18, but now it is going to be an outright charge. Logan Blow trying to figure out where he can go, left and right, looks for the inside line, trying to go and get the pass all done and dusted, goes for a bit of a hold, but unfortunately couldn't get the pass held in, and really is now up into the top. So Harris going and getting himself into the top running order as they make their way through, but it does look like Noah Cronje has opened up the gap. Harris will have to try and make a little bit of a climb here. Logan Blow up into second place, Riley van Staden into third, Harris in fourth, Logan Rugg in fourth, and Ronald Venter and Drew van Staden running out the field. Our leader checking out of the fight, long since gone. Second and third place is going to start heating up as Riley is now all over the back of Logan just ahead of him. So keep an eye out on second and third place. They're going to challenge one another on the run here. Number 18, Riley trying to hold his ground, ensure he can stay in within the fight as they battle their way through, taking a look over his shoulder, just trying to see where all the competition is. Logan's going to try and keep a huge amount of pressure on him. As we see, first place is number 24, but right behind him is a battle for second, third, and fourth as they all over one another. Logan trying to break away from the fight, sees that Riley is catching up right behind him, and Harris is still there in the mix. That's going to try and pull himself along. So Harris with his head down, trying to get as much momentum as possible in that slipstream. Will try and make up some time behind Riley under braking. Couldn't quite get it all hooked in just as yet. Still running line of turn, starting to open up a little bit more of a gap by the looks of it. But this is sector 1, where it does tend to fall in the favor of Riley van Staden over the likes of Logan Lowe, who's going to try and make up that little bit of time. So the 68 currently in second place, and trying to make his way through the order. Is running so far third in the championship, so don't count him out yet. This is going to help him out in the championship scoring if he can hold his position. And Riley van Staden, who's leading the championship, is running in third place. Harris, who is battling it out, is 7th in the championship, but showing off what he can do right now. Logan Lowe currently fastest on the circuit, 1 minute 0.9 when he came across on his last lap. He beats it with a 1 minute 0.6. So our second place car now trying to make up a huge amount of time to Noah Cronier just ahead of him, trying to go a little bit later on the braking, really trying to feed it in. And now this is going to be interesting because he is pulling Riley van Staden and Harris a little bit closer to one another. Red-Eye needing to try and make up that little bit more time. See the number 24 of Noah Cronier trying to go a little bit deeper into the corners, going and just sending a little too hard. They missed the apex ever so slightly on the exit to just try and carry as much momentum in and out of the corners, knowing that the threat behind him of Logan is closing up at a rate of knots at this point. Going and knocking off a good 0.2 of a second off his previous lap time. And now we will also have to keep an eye on 35 Logan Rugg going and making up some good time on the way through. So Noah Cronier out in first place. He's got a second over Logan Lowe, who is now closing up in through turn 1 and turn 2. And he's a lot closer than the likes of Noah Cronier would like to see. So Logan's going to try and go a little bit later on the braking. Noah was quicker on that last lap, but not by much. 1 minute 0.649. And now Logan Lowe, who's running in second place, was a tad slower, not his personal best, but is starting to close up that gap ever so slightly. Little by little, those two are going to get into a monstrous fight. But Riley van Staden, doing a 101 on his last lap, will be eating a little bit of a problem there. And having to try and figure out where can he make up that second on the way through. So there is our number 18, Riley van Staden, our championship leader, trying to hang on to that third place as hard as can be. But first and second is where it's going to start heating up. But Harris already going to be making up a bit of time as well. So there is our leading pack. First and second, right on top of one another. Our number 68, Logan Lowe, all over the back of Noah Cronier, who is doing everything he can. Noah getting a 1 minute 0.5, so once again putting in his personal best lap time, but Logan matching him in it, 1 minute 0.595. So Logan is matching Noah at the moment on the way through, and this is only helping the two of them because they're managing to open up the gap to Riley van Staden, who's running in third place. And with the championship points so close, first and second, Noah Cronier and Logan Lowe are currently 1 point difference in the championship heading into this round 4, the final round of the championship, and it's all to play for. And now they're running first and second on track, running out a little bit of time here. They will be going and starting their second last lap, and it's all or nothing at this point. If you want to try and carry the momentum through, Noah Cronier losing out a little bit of time, trying to make up a little bit under braking, running out to the fringes of the circuit, getting very, very close to the curbing to just try and pull his way through. Puts in a 1 minute 0.284, which is the first time he's actually gotten a little bit more legs away from Logan Lowe, doing a 1 minute 0.3 on that last run. Riley van Staden doing his personal best of a 1 minute 790 as he's ahead of Riddy Harris. Then a Logan Rugg in 5th. 6th place, Ronald Venter and Drew van Staden in 7th position as it stands. So our Carters giving him everything they got, trying to make their way around, seeing where they can get any advantage possible. on the way through, but they will be coming around and starting their final lap. We are starting to see a very interesting form up behind, and that's going to be Logan Rigg and Ronald Fenter. Fourth and fifth. Really, Harris and Logan Rigg are very close to one another. So 23 and 35 going to be right on top of one another heading towards the final lap. So first and second coming around, and at the moment it's going to be a huge charge for the number 24 of Noah Cranier to keep ahead of what we see the 68 currently on screen, making his way through third place. Riley van Staden keeping ahead, but the battle with fourth and fifth is Harris and Rigg, who are all over the back of one another trying to make up some time. But here comes the number 24 around the corner, heading towards the final double right-hander to get across the line, and will be taking the checkered flag here for Heat 2. Noah Cranier comes across the line ahead of Logan Lowe, and then Riley van Staden taking third place, but now fourth and fifth. Who's it going to be as they come across the line? And it is Freddie Harris along with Logan Rigg in fifth. Ronald Fenter will be taking sixth, and Drew van Staden will be taking seventh position for our Kid Rock. And what a phenomenal race on that part. Cranier managing to break away early on from the rest of the pack was a big help in his run. Logan Lowe going and having a great race with Riley van Staden on the back of him. But Harris and Logan Rigg having a good tussle between one another. Going to be smiling heading into Heat 3. That is for certain. After a race like that, you want to keep your eyes on the prize. See who's going to be able to climb over. There is our provisional result. Cranier out in first place. Logan Lowe currently in second. Third place, Riley van Staden, Freddie Harris, along with Logan Rigg, Ronald Fenter, and Drew van Staden rounding out in seventh position as they come across. Absolutely tremendous stuff from our karters. Next up though, we are going to be moving on to OKN. They'll be heading out onto the track and going and starting their Heat 2. Also very, very close in championship points, very close racing that we saw in Heat 1. Now they're going to be able to relive all the action once again in Heat 2 as we build up closer and closer towards our end of the day. 4 heats in the day, and with only 3 drop rounds available in the championship, you've got to make 3 of your 4 races count if you want to keep going. Here is our OKN that are lined up and looking to get towards the sharp end of the order. And as our Kid Rocks make their way onto the way bridge, they'll get fired up in due course. All right, time for our OKN to head out onto the track, and we're going to be seeing what they'll be able to do. Cole Houston will be heading out onto the track, starting in first place, Björn Boshoff in second. Gina Pascal going and rounding out third, Mohammed Wali in fourth, Brandon van der Walt in fifth, Michiel Zenhurt, Fayed Dali going and following up, Kenya Iguena and Talia Scringer going and rounding out our field. Let's see what they're going to be able to do. They're going to have a warm-up lap to try and just get themselves all organized, get themselves sorted up, and stand towards the top end of the field. It's going to be a very close one indeed. Let's see how the karters are going to be able to move their way up through the order. Who's going to be able to stand towards the top of the field? Now this is going to be always a concern of how you're going to push yourself towards the sharp end of the field. We did see a little bit of contact in Heat 1. Now are we going to see everything else working out in Heat 2 as our karters make their way through. They will be starting to line up line astern. Then they'll go into double file formation to get themselves all organized, ready to go. Everyone hoping to make a monster impact here. Cole in the 33 kart got himself up and going after unable to finish heat 1. He's lined up against Vian Bushhoff in second place. Bushhoff looking to try and make his way up through the order as quick as possible as they make their way through. Lights are on underneath the Red Star Bridge, and it's going to be eyes towards the front. Wait for the line. Lights off and away they go. And Vian going and moving to center circuit to try and close off any passes that are going to happen to him. And Cole getting a fantastic jump off the line, holding that first place, doing everything he can to stay in towards a fight. But we already see Muhammad Wali getting in to third place, trying to launch his way past. Now behind Vian, looks to try go around the outside, couldn't get quite good and hooked in. We'll have to try and do everything he can. So Muhammad Wali finding it out, third place, dives on the inside of second place. Couldn't quite get the pass done, and we do see a bit of dirt getting kicked up on the way through. So unfortunately, one of the karters landing up into the dirt. We'll have to try and take a look who it is. But at the moment, Cole out in front, ahead of Muhammad Wali, who is in second place. Vian Bushhoff going and running a third. That is the number 17, and it looks like trying to get the back of the kart sorted out. And that is, Pascal going in, having a bit of a rough time out there, trying to, I think, maybe get the chain back on that may have come off. And it was one of the karts that landed up in the weeds. This is going to be interesting, though. Last time, Cole and Muhammad Wali, first and second, got close to one another. We saw Cole go and land up getting a slide. Well, it looks like Muhammad Wali made a short work of him, gets into first place and leaves Cole to go and deal with Vian Bushhoff. So second place has now gone and changed up. Muhammad Wali into first, but Cole in second has got a major train on the back of him, as we do see the number 69 of Bazadenote get the pass done and dusted on Bushhoff, and gets it all done and dusted. Now carrying the momentum through, will go down the straight, keeping in the tow, and now eyes firmly set on Cole just ahead of him. Vian not having a great time, starting to lose out a little bit of pace here, needs to try and bring it back. So let's go back to a replay and just see how Bazadenote puts a huge send on the inside, gets it all hooked in, sees a mistake ahead of him and capitalized on the likes of Cole. So absolutely, Vian. So Vian gets the mistake, and immediately McKill says, thank you very much, I'm going to dive up on the inside of you, I'm going to take it and get going. Muhammad Wali trying to break away from the rest of the field, doing a great job in that, trying to put about a second plus on him. But third place will start heating up at the moment. McKill Bazadenote will be trying to keep ahead of the pack, knowing that he is going to be under some severe threat right behind him as our drivers make their way across the line. Our leader with Cole chasing them down, and now Cole's starting to lose out a little bit of time. So Cole Houston needs to try and figure out where he can get that little bit more momentum. McKill Bazadenote running in third place is right on the back of him. Vian Bushhoff is not going and getting shaken off too easily as well. He's going to try and keep into the whole fight tooth and nail at this point, as they're looking to score valuable points for the championship. Remember, there's 3 drop rounds in the season, and the only one that has there's a couple of drivers that have utilized all 3 drop rounds. One of them, McKill Bazadenote, has dropped all 3 rounds by not being at the likes of VKC, Verenican. But there is the number 72 kart, and unfortunately, that is not great for Kenya. Kenya unfortunately stopped on circuit in the middle of the track, and now all our karts are going to be coming around. Seeing that double waved yellow means no passing will be available in that sector. They'll have to try and just maintain formation. If this actually does help for those who want to just try and sit in the tow, as we see a little bit of a battle formating right behind in third, and that is number 92. That is Van der Walt managing to get ahead. So Van der Walt trying to carry a little bit of momentum through, getting a big turn of events there, gets ahead, and now trying to keep ahead of the number 37 of Vian Bushhoff. So Vian not having a great time out there, dropped down. So sorry, that was 4th and 5th. This is currently on track. A little bit of a bump there A little bit of a love tap from the 37 of Vian Bushoff, who is keeping ahead of, or keeping behind, likes of Brandon van der Walt. Brandon trying to carry as much momentum as possible, getting it all hooked in, a little bit more comfortable through turn 1, turn 2, into turn 3. It's going to be turning on the anchors, try and bring it back. And what's here at Red Star, they're starting to call the stop street up towards the top, because it is all about just trying to get the cart turned in, get it stopped on the apex, and also you're turning and braking at the same time. Lots of carts dropped off in the regional, with guys getting caught out. It seems like in the nationals, the guys are pushing themselves out a little bit more, trying to figure out where the limits are as they carry it through. The track a lot warmer than what they were on earlier. Now it's all about just trying to keep up that little bit more momentum. But it seems like carts are starting to open up a little bit more, as the closest battle, McKeel getting onto the back of Cole, trying to push himself. So 3rd and 2nd place are closing up on one another. So Cole Houston, who is running in 2nd place, suddenly has the likes of McKeel Bezuidenhout on the back of him. So keep an eye on that 33 and 69 car that are running 2nd and 3rd. There is our 4th place, number 92, going and make his way through, Brandon van der Walt. But here is the battle for 2nd. Our 69 cart, that is McKeel Bezuidenhout, closing up that little bit more time onto the back of Cole Houston, just ahead of him. And you can see just in shot, a little bit quicker through to our sector 3, carrying a lot of momentum through. Now needs to get on the gas as much as possible to close up behind, heading into turn 1, 2, and 3 to try and swing the cart round. Bezuidenhout on a proper charge here to try and score valuable points at the moment, because he's able to walk away with some good points in the bag to hopefully move him up 2nd in the championship if Vian Bushoff keeps tumbling down the order as he has done thus far. So Bezuidenhout needs to try and figure out what's going to be done here. How is he going to make up that little bit more time? Where does he need to break a fraction later? Cole, who's running in 5th in the championship, is currently 2nd on your screen, 2nd in the race, and he is also maximizing points here to try and make his way through. He's only dropped one round where he got 0 points, and that was at Kalani earlier this year. So he's hoping to just try and maintain as much of a pace as possible to ensure that he scores as many points for the championship, hopefully to jump him out of that 5th place and heading towards our top 3. But it's going to be close, as we suddenly see Bezuidenhout all over the back of him, looking left, looking right, not close enough to do anything just as yet, looking to try and carry the momentum. Also 2 different lines being taken in through that long right-hander, trying to figure out what's going to work for them and how they're going to make their way through. So you can see that Bezuidenhout takes a lot more of a tighter line, just keeping it closer towards the curbs, making sure that he keeps it all sorted. And then you've got Cole, who runs out a little bit wider just to try and protect those tyres a little bit more and move his way up through the order. There's number 92 of Van der Westhuizen as he marches his way around. But 2nd and 3rd now on top of one another, heading down towards turn 1. It's going to be really slamming on the anchors, as we do see Cole going and sliding it out quite a bit there. All of a sudden, McKeel becoming a very big problem in his books. Looks up to try and close up the time, but through the long right-hander, losing a lot of time. And now all of a sudden, sector 2 and 3, that Praga not looking so happy of Cole, who is going and sliding it around, battling to try and get those front end to grip up as much as he would like. All of a sudden has Bezuidenhout all over the back of him, trying to figure out where he can go. How is he going to make this pass down to dust a little bit slow through sector 3? He's going to try and look for a little bit of a cutback through the double right-hander, maybe just on the exit if he can carry enough momentum. Not close enough as yet. We'll be told that they've got 5 more laps to make it count to ensure they goes and fights it out for the order. But 2nd and 3rd are right on top of one another. I can tell you the crowd going absolutely wild right here at Red Star in Delmas for the Rock Cup. And especially with the OKN Championship so close between one another, it is all on the line for those to walk away with the honours and the bragging rights, especially the final round of the championship. You can see how much that Bezuidenhout is actually jacking that rear up quite a bit, under braking, trying to throw the cart around, doing everything he can just to keep it all in order. As they march their way through, all of a sudden, now we got a bit of a problem. Cole a little bit slower than planned. Middle of the circuit to try go for the defense, but on corner exit, is he going to have enough pace down the main straight? They go heading into turn 1. Cole trying to go a little bit late on the brakes, gets it all in, runs right to the fringe of the circuit. Immediately, McKeel over the back of him, trying to see where the advantage is going to be, hunting down that right-hand side, seeing that Cole's a little bit weaker on the right, seeing where is it going to be possible on the way through, challenging up towards the sharp end of the track, late on the brakes, swing it through into a tight right-hander, try and bring it back as they launch their way out of the corner. And suddenly Muhammad Wali, way since gone in the distance. He is going and having a bit of a relaxing time at the moment, 3.6 seconds away from this little duo, but this fight is long since over, and it is going to be down towards the wire. And I know both drivers are looking for anything to score points and looking to get the bragging rights here today. As they launch their way down into turn 1, all of a sudden, Bazano once again looked for that inside line, couldn't quite get it hooked in. Unfortunately, having the door firmly slammed shut on him by Cole, who takes a look over his right shoulder, just saying, okay, where are you? Let's try and find out where you are. I can hear the motor going and shouting behind me, but I need to find out where are you exactly? How close are you behind me? So I know how to defend. You can see switching up his lines a little bit, going for more of an aggressive attack towards the corners, hoping to just throw the cart around a little bit more. Moving on to our 4th place. That is Brandon van der Walt, number 92, as suddenly the cart battling it out. 2nd and 3rd still fighting it out, and I do think we have a bit of a change of position as they come through. That is Bazadenote getting the jump, with Cole in well, he was lying in 2nd, now into 3rd. Up on the inside, got the pass done and dusted, and now Cole trying to come back at him, looks for the inside line, couldn't get it done. McKeel Bazano trying to go around very, very wide, late apex on the entrance, trying to bring it back though. With 2 laps to go, it's all or nothing at this point, and 2nd place is still open card. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, pick your number, pick your favorite driver, take a look up on the inside. Cole getting it booked in, and now McKeel Bazano gets it back on the corner entry a little bit later on the brakes. These two are not holding back on one another. They're going to really push it to the limit and find out where they're going to go as we move on to the final lap. It is nose to tail racing for 2nd place. Bazano needs to try and hang on with everything he's got. Cole has to give it everything he's got. Goes for a big launch on the inside. So battling it out on the way through, going to fight it out side by side as they go. And now suddenly Bazano needs to carry as much momentum as possible, losing out to Cole through the hairpin. Going to battle his way around, but it looks like Muhammad Wali will be taking that 1st place spot firmly away from everyone. He's going to be smiling ear to ear on that and will be coming across the line, maximizing his points, and I think that will be also help securing his place in the championship as he comes across the line. But 2nd place, big change, was McKeel Bazano getting ahead of Cole Houston right on the 2nd last lap. Brandon van der Walt running in 4th, and Talia Schmigel going in running in 5th. So absolutely great time as our drivers have done a great chance. Vian Boshoff, unfortunately, will be running in 6th. Kenya Ingwena running in 7th. Ghana Pascal running in 8th. And Faldi Dali going and dropping out right at the last. Unfortunately, we had a couple of retirements happening out there, but there is our preliminary results. Muhammad Wali out in 1st place, taking the win. McKeel Bazano, Cole Houston, Brandon van der Walt, Talia Schmigel, along with Vian Boshoff and Kenya Ingwena, rounding out our 7 cards that were out on track for our OKN Race 2. We'll see them coming back a little bit later for Heat 3 and Heat 4. But we're going to be bringing on our next set of racing to go for their next heat. And that is going to be the Mini Rocks. looking to rock everyone's world. So don't go anywhere, folks. We are heating up with all the action here at Red Star Raceway for round 4, the final round in the 2024 calendar for the Rock Cup National Championship. All right, taking a look at our mini rock starting grid that we're going to be heading on to. It is Sebastian Blicknote in first place, Aaron Mason in second, Max Bushhoff in third, Maddox Mason in fourth place, Declan Jurgens, followed by Santi Fred and Diego Antunes, Cade Okamsky, along with Zach Bushhoff, Rotaling Tesco, Ronaldo Kuhn, along with Sebastian Ferreira, Kayan Reddy, Luasha Utabela, along with Ashin Reddy, Hunter North and Ashay going and rounding out the field. There is one of our carts, number 47, that unfortunately wasn't able to finish this last race, getting returned back to the pits. Our awesome marshals going and doing the hard work. And a big shout out to all our marshals, medics, admin, live timing, all giving us the hard work that needs to be put in. The job that no one wants to really be doing, because it's more fun to be out there behind the wheel, going and giving it all the side-by-side action. But for those that are going and sitting behind the seats and making it all happen, big shout out to them. Unfortunately, one of our drivers going and taking a bit of a long walk back to the pits. Not quite what you want to be having, but unfortunately that's how it turned out for it. So, as we take a look towards our mini rock, they're going to be heading out for their race. It was proper side-by-side action in Heat 1, and we're looking to see how it's going to do in Heat 2. Just a reminder of how that championship is looking for the mini rock. It is Sebastian Blicknote, who is currently ahead in the championship on 202 points. Maddox Mason running second in the championship on 190 points. Aaron Mason with 188 points. So let's see how it's going to work out. So our drivers are making their way around to get themselves ready. So, with the points closing up, Lanza Diaz running in fourth place, and Santiago Freid going and running in fifth, tying up on points. They're looking to stand up and battle one another once again. All our carters waiting in the carts ready to go. They were busy eyeing over the pit wall just to watch the racing that was on just earlier, and now they got to get their heads tied into the race in hand and where it's all going to turn. Our spectators lined up, getting excited for the mini rock, looking down towards a monstrous field, and everyone just smiling ear to ear as they hear those beautiful two-strokes. Nothing better than two-stroke firing up, and the smell that comes from it is just heavenly. That's one thing you can never take away from the world of karting: the excitement, the fast pace, and also just the beautiful smell from the two-strokes that comes through. So our mini rock heading out onto the track. Sebastian Blicknote will be starting in pole with Aaron Mason in a second place. It was very close racing between the two. Sebastian managing to get the win overall. Max Bischoff going and getting ahead of Maddox Mason. Declan and Santi going and fighting each other out here. Unfortunately, cost each other a huge amount of time. Landed up with both of them losing out 2 positions in one fell swoop in the closing stages of the race. So it's going to be a proper charge way through. Now they're going to be doing a bit of a warm-up to try and get some heat into the tires, get themselves sucked in, get their eyes in for the race. And now we're going to be fighting it out. They will make their way through to the top end of the track, suddenly go side by side. So it's going to be a proper run. So let's see how it's all going to work out as they make their way through. Everyone lining up, ready to go, battling out, waiting for their top of the run. Side by side, and you can already see that Sebastian taking a look over, saying, all right guys, good luck there. Aaron lying in second place for the RPM Motorsports will be looking to try and get a charge. He's in the number 64 kart. Right behind him on the 33, Max Bischoff and Maddox Mason lining up right next to him as they file their way through. All looking clear, side by side, getting ready for the start of Heat 2. They're going to slow up, and the field will concertina. Everyone ready to go. Hand on the engine for Aaron Mason, who gets himself ready. Lights on. Lights off, and away they go. Head down, heading towards turn 1, and it is going to be Aaron who's going to have the advantage. By the looks of it, if he can carry the momentum, gets it all hooked in, and carries a lot of pace through. The number 64 of Aaron Mason able to move his way up through the front, and now trying to keep ahead of Sebastian Blicknote, who will be trying to challenge him down. The whole field all looking very clean through turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, but out in towards the sharp end of the field on number 64, that's Aaron Mason keeping ahead of the likes of Sebastian Blicknote, who's trying to look around the inside and outside, trying to figure out where he can get by. Maddox Mason in the mix there in the number 29. Sorry, that is Maddox Mason, who tried looking up the inside, trying to get it all hooked in. Couldn't quite get it done. He's running in second place as it stands. He is right behind Aaron on the way through. So Maddox Mason pulling Max Bischoff along for the ride, and Sebastian, unfortunately, down into 4th place, needs to try and make up a bit of time. So keep an eye on our top 3 as it stands, because Aaron now needs to go make up a lot of ground if he wants to stay within the fight for the championship. He's lying 3rd in the championship. He needs to score maximum points here for Heat 2 to ensure that he can stay within that championship fight. While Maddox Mason, who's running 2nd in the championship, is right behind him, trying to force a mistake at the moment. So 2 championship rivals, 2nd and 3rd, are running right against one another, giving each other a little bit of a helping along as they make their way around, and can see a little bit of jumping over the curbs as drivers looking for any way to get by. Sebastian trying to figure out how can he get by as quick as possible and get back into the fray of things. He was out towards the sharp end of the field. Now he's all the way down, lying in 4th place, getting into the toe, trying to pull himself along. But instantly, it is Aaron putting in some great times. Sebastian Blicknote puts in the fastest lap of the race, but that is not going to help when you get stuck into this little concertina that is going to and fro at the moment. So he's backed off the train a bit, trying to see where he can go, let them go on the attack. So Aaron and Maddox and Max are looking to try and battle it out between the 3 of them, with Sebastian giving a little bit of room, looks for a possible attack on the inside, moved out of it, side by side, as we do see a bit of an overtake, and that is Aaron down into second place, trying to come back at him, and goes for the pass once again. It looks like that may have worked, and now it looks like Max and Sebastian coming into the fray of things will be trying to get by. So he's carrying that little bit of momentum on the way through. So Aaron up into first place, Maddox Mason in second, and Sebastian Blicknote jumps up into third. Max Bischoff into fourth place. Declan Jurgens trying to make his way through. Black and white flag coming out for Sebastian Blicknote there. So now number 25, Sebastian Blicknote, unfortunately getting black and white flag, and that is going to be a warning for driver conduct. So he's got to be cautious on that. So Sebastian will have to take note of that penalty, well, the warning that has been handed on to him. So he's got to try and dial it down a little bit. But when you're in a fight like this, when you go side by side with the likes of Maddox Mason, it is all or nothing. So you've really got to get your elbows out. But if that's going to land up with our stewards in COC keeping a very close eye on you, yellow flags being waved though, so no overtaking can be done. As they make their way through, Sebastian will be notified of the flag. And now I think he's just keeping his head firmly planted. And what he needs to do, Max and Declan now come into the fray of things, trying to close up the distance right behind Sebastian, who is getting swallowed up just a bit. So let's see how this is all going to turn out. We do get reports that one of the carts landed up on the final corner, and that is the Astron Energy Ready Kyan number 13 cart. Unfortunately landed up in the airbag on a corner exit, so he got unfortunately caught out. So nose to tail racing out in first and second place. So we got to keep an eye on first and second. They'll be coming out of the final corner. There they are as they charge their way through. Aaron and Maddox, that's Blicknote running in second place. Blicknote not letting that warning disturb his racing right now. He's going to focus on trying to go for the first place. He looks for the inside line, couldn't get it quite hooked in as yet. Going to maybe go in a little bit of a tighter line out of turn 2, turn 3. And now carrying the momentum, got the substream right behind Aaron, who's going to really keep it in, trying everything he can, dialing it up, trying to go a little bit later under braking. And side by side, Sebastian tries to get the pass done, but unfortunately yellow flag comes into play and he has to back out of it. Aaron having a little bit more of breathing room, takes a look over his shoulder, and out side by side once again. And Sebastian tries to go look for the undercut, couldn't quite get it done, loses out a little bit of momentum. Maddox Mason gets right behind him, and now Sebastian gets more drive. Aaron losing out a little bit of time, trying to filter back. Maddox going and having a close fight, and Declan Jurgens right onto the back of him. They are battling it out as they charge their way through, but suddenly this is turning into a monstrous fight. Sebastian goes out wide, he's over the curb, he bounces around. It looks like he may have got it all done and dusted, the number 25, and that is Sebastian out in first place, but best lap was set by Max Bischoff, who is into this fight as well. So Aaron going and losing out that little bit of time, now all of a sudden drops way down the order, and that has Maddox Mason into the fight as well. He gets a little bit tagged on the rear there, trying to bring it back, but he's all over the likes of Sebastian Blicknote just ahead of him. Sebastian trying to give it everything he's got at this point to carry the momentum. Aaron down into third place, takes a look over his shoulder, realizes he's got the number 33 of Max Bischoff right behind him. Max is going to give it everything he's got to get right onto the back of him, and it's going to be a charge down to the wire. First and second, still open cards here. Blicknote, who is in first, dive to the dirt, and off the track again, and suddenly we got cards all over the show, and that landed up fouling out Sebastian and Maddox, and now we have got an entirely new leader, and I think that is Declan, who's managed to get by. So let's take a look at it. This is heading into turn 1. Yep, Sebastian outbraking himself. Suddenly, Max, and we suddenly had Maddox having to move out of the way, losing out that little bit of time. So Sebastian loses out a bit of momentum, and now this has switched up the entire party as the number 63 getting ahead of everyone. And that is Declan Jurgens. The first time he's been up into the top spot, trying to keep ahead of the number 25 of Sebastian Blicknote, who is all over the back of him, trying to figure out how he can get by after having a little bit of a difficult time, running up very wide. 2 laps to go. Sebastian going to try go for the inside line, heading into turn 1. Couldn't quite get it done. Declan going very defensive, holding the inside line, keeping it very, very held and trying to keep it all together. Then we have got Maddox Mason running in 3rd. Max Bischoff running in 4th place, trying to come back at him. Sebastian up on the inside, gets the pass done and dusted. Declan now trying to come back at him. Will be chasing him down, and suddenly this has gone all wild. It's completely unglued here on track, and it's still all or nothing for first place. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, all within, from 1st to 8th are within a second of one another. Anyone can go for the win here. Our top 8 can switch around the entire positioning and see who goes and moves forward in the championship. Suddenly, Sebastian just hammering it as hard as he can as he's on the final lap. Declan in 2nd place has got Maddox looking all around, trying to see where he can go. Bischoff right on the back of him. But Maddox looking left, looking right, lost a little bit of time on the corner, out of turn 2, turn 3, now needs to carry as much momentum as possible, suddenly losing out a bit of time, and now Max Bischoff getting into the fray of things, did look for a bit of a pass, couldn't quite get it all hooked in, as they barge their way around, trying to figure out who's going to be able to break in the final stage of the race. Next time around is going to be checkered flag. Sebastian trying to make it a win for him. For Heat 2, he's got to absolutely send it and keep it all together. 2nd place, though, Declan Jurgens, who has made up a lot amount of ground. Max up on the inside of Maddox. Can he get it done and dust it into the final corner as they drag race down to the line? And it is Sebastian Blicknote in 1st, Declan Jurgens, followed by Maddox Mason, Max Bischoff, Aaron Mason, Santi Fred, Ronaldo Kuhn, and Diego Antin Ashay going and making their way through. So we're getting informed 3rd and 4th is 40 milliseconds between 3rd and 40 milliseconds 3rd and 4th. I mean, that is nothing. That is absolutely nothing. Well done to Sebastian on getting a win, but 3rd and 4th, 40 milliseconds is all what decided their fate. Declan Jurgens, who managed to jump up into a 2nd place. He was leading on the way through. It's always great to see. But now our Carters will be coming around and looking to get into the pits. There is our provisional result. Sebastian Blicknote going and taking the win. Declan Jurgens, Maddox Mason, Max Bischoff, Aaron Mason, Santi Freid, Ronaldo Kuhn, Diego Anchis, Ashay Nagrai, Sebastian Ferreira, Rutaling Tesco, Zach Bischoff, Kay Kamsky, Sen Reddy, Hunter North, Luisha Matabula, and unfortunately Kayan Reddy going and unable to cross the line. Wow, 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 ladies and gentlemen. Mini Rock showing off what they can do and rocking everyone's world. That is for certain. Our future world champions right there going and battling it out. And they got to show exactly how hard they're willing to fight it out with one another. Next up, though, we're moving on to our cadets. They'll be heading out onto the track. And Reddy Harris going to be running in 1st place with Caleb Rogers. We got to have a chat to them during the break. A little bit of a short interview with the two. And I can tell you that it is going to be a huge amount of fun. Lots of excitement coming in for our youngsters, showing off what they can do. And let's see how it's going to be battling out. And these are going to be a properly how it goes. And I hope that you're having a great bit of fun out there in the virtual grandstands, or even out here at the track in Delmas, and taking a look to our virtual grandstands. We'll be going and saying, great driving, Sebastian, going and holding on to the position. So Sebastian going and landing up on the dirt, still managing to hold that top spot here at Red Star Raceway for round 4 and the final round of the Rock Cup National Championship here in South Africa for 2024. And it has been so far a wild one for Heat 2. We finished up with our Kid Rock, and our OKN. Lastly, we've just finished up with our mini rock. We're going to be moving on to our cadets. They'll be heading out onto the circuit, followed by our OKJ, and then our KZ2s will be out onto the track shortly. Our marshals going and recovering our cards. That is the number 13, I would say. As we just take a look at that, that's the number 19. And unfortunately, he wasn't able to get across the line. Going and losing out a little bit of time there. So great time for some of our carters, but others, this is a day that they're not wanting to remember. Remember, there is a drop round in the championship for a lot of, well, for our classes, you drop the worst 3 rounds, but here in Red Star Raceway, we currently have 4 heats of racing, so you can only drop 3 of the 4 heats if you haven't dropped any of your worst results during the course of the championship. And taking a look at our front pack for our mini rock, the only ones that are going to be worrying about that is going to be likes of Declan Jones, who went and dropped Chelso Scribanti, not being able to get onto the grid there, and dropped all 3 rounds. So he has to maximize all 4 heats here today to stay within the fight for the championship, running in 6th at the moment. So it's going to be a proper charge. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're going to be having our cadets going out onto track and showing off what they can do. Brady Harris ahead of Caleb Rogers in the championship. These two are going to slug it out in the cadet class. I gotta say, absolutely fantastic to see the cadets out there. The class that has tapered off a little bit this season, but still performing with some great action and giving it some of the best racing for our youngsters to learn, grow, and charge their way towards the future. Side by side they go, making their way through the final corner. Harris will look to try and get the jump. He's giving a little bit of a wave, and away they go as they charge their way down the line. Caleb going to try go for the inside line, outbraked himself. Suddenly has Harris getting past, and now Freddie Harris looking to try and carry as much momentum as possible. Caleb going to try and close up that gap. We saw that he was outbraking himself a little bit, going a bit too wide, and it still seems like he's trying to utilize so much of the circuit, but unfortunately outbraking himself in the process and losing out that little bit of time. He needs to try and dial it back in and just play a little bit of follow the leader. I think will be the best advantage at the moment, as a nose-tail running down the line. Our cadet class absolutely showing off that they can still keep some very close racing, championship rivals between the two of them. At the moment, Harris has got the leg up on the likes of Caleb. He was going into this round only 6 points ahead of Caleb. Got heat 1, so means maximize his points there. Caleb, though, looking to try and equalize it if he can get a win here for heat 2. So then it will go down to heat 3. Caleb running out a little bit wide, losing out a little bit of time, needs to get back into the tow. He is going to push as hard as he can. 1.6 seconds lost, though. That is not going to help out the order as he makes his way around. Harris runs a 36.4. As Caleb Rogers running a 37.4 on his way through. So you can instantly see that Harris is starting to really dial in and get himself back out towards the top. Rogers, though, getting close to the fringe of the circuit, really trying to carry a lot of momentum through. Unfortunately, too much into the corners. Got to try and dial it back a little bit, brake a little bit earlier, or lift ever so slightly just to get the car to rotate a little bit more underneath him. And just so you can get it in and out of the corners a bit quicker. You know, fast in, slow in, fast out type of methodology needed to ensure that they get this done. This is the second of our layouts here at Red Star that does allow for short circuit kart action. It's the smallest of the circuits that Red Star has to offer, and it was built in conjunction with the Rock admin team to make this all work, and future work being into it to just go and hone, refine, and make it better and better every single time. But for the first national for the first time it's hosting a national championship from karting, I think that they've done a fantastic job. Final lap though, Harris out in first place. Caleb in second place, trying to charge his way through. And you can see the number 23 of Harris out in first place. Got a bit of legs over Caleb Rogers in second place in the number 16. And looking to try and go for the win, to score the win in the national cadet class. As they come across the line, taking the checkered flag. And Freddie Harris gets the checkered flag. And Caleb Rogers comes across the line, taking second place. And going and losing out a bit of points there. So great time out there as they launch their way through. And cadets going and getting themselves done and dusted for their Heat 2. All on the cards though. What Caleb needs to do is try and maximize his points for Heat 3 and Heat 4. But if Harris gets out onto the track for Heat 3, he will take the championship in the cadet class to ensure that he scores the win and walks away with the championship here for the Rock Cup Cadets in the National Championship. Moving on to our next one though, that's going to be our OKJ that will be heading out onto the track. And there's our provisional results. Freddie Harris in first place, Caleb Rogers in second place. Looking to have a bit of fun out there. And I think that Harris would have done enough to go and walk away with the championship here today in the cadet class. But we're going to be moving on to our OKJ. They're going to be heading out onto the circuit and not hanging around. They are charging out of the box, not giving it any slow exits. They want to get into the action. They want to get racing as fast as they can. They know what needs to be done. So, drivers to keep an eye out for. Here's Jack Moore. He's first in the championship, 204 points. And Mani Kinyu going and running in second place with 199. Sebastiano Human in third place in the championship. Sebastian Diaz running in fourth. Taking a look at our starting positions though, it's going to be Ethan Lennon out in first place. Matthew Mason in second. Jack Moore in third. Kaya Sierra going and running in fourth, along with Insali Nkomo, Amani Kinyu, Willem Marshall, Rigello Spice Muller, Sebastiano Human, Jesse Swart, along with Joshua Moore and Ryan Kerem, running out our field here tonight. Here today. 15 laps to go of racing for our Heat 2, and our OKJ looking to put on a show once again. Ethan, who is not in the championship fight, is looking to really go and have a bit of fun out there, but it is going to put pressure on Jack Moore to hold his top spot away from the likes of Amani, who's going to battle it out. Side by side they go on the way through, getting themselves ready for the action, heading towards our double right-hander. That would be our final corner as they're lined up to go. Start line at the ready. Lights on. Hold. Line lights off, and away they go. And straight off the box. Lennon not hanging around. Number 32 trying to break away early on. But it does look like Jack Moore also trying to join into the fray. But a bit of a slow start coming in for the likes of Willem Marshall. He wasn't able to get too much of a momentum there as they charge their way through. Everyone doing whatever they can to try and keep the momentum and battle their way through. But out in front, Ethan trying to go defensive, losing our position, suddenly has the number 33, that's the 37, getting into 32, I do apologize. So we are just taking a look, trying to get a camera view, but we do have a bit of contact, yellow flags out towards the middle of our track. And Jack Moore out in first place. So that's the 31 cart that is out in first. And Ethan Lennon running in second place, trying to carry his way through. Suddenly, he's got Nkumo right behind him, trying to battle his way out, doing everything he can as they fight their way through. But Jack Moore looking to try and break away early on. Needs to keep the hammer down at this point to try and break away. Taylor Mason trying to also claw his way back up through the order. Ethan launches his way back up into the first place ahead of Jack Moore. So first, second, all changing. Now third place also alive and well as our Carters are doing everything they can to keep it all together, jumping over the curbs each and every time. Ethan going and getting ahead of Jack Moore as quick as possible as they carry the momentum through. Kumo needing to make up a little bit of time, stuck behind, trying to defend a little bit at this point, with Willem Marshall, Matthew Mason doing everything he can to stay into the fray of things. But we do have one car that is unfortunately out, and that is Regali, number 79 cart, unfortunately unable to continue and parked off on the side where the yellow flag is. So we unfortunately lost one. That's the Toyota Gazoo Racing losing out that little bit of time and losing out the cart for looks to be this heat. The sliding coming into play from the likes of our number 16 in Kumo. Mansali trying to make his way up through the order, having to make his time up somewhere, but losing out to Willem Marshall and Matthew Mason, managing to get the run on him as they charge their way through. So keep an eye. Third place is well enough alive with a monster train. Now Willem Marshall and Matthew Mason going and having a great time out there. They are properly on the charge. Ethan Lennon out in first place, opening up that gap, 51.5 on his last lap. But third place is getting a little bit wild. The 48 of Willem Marshall trying to keep ahead of Matthew Mason at the moment. Insali Nkumo hanging on the back there, just trying to stay into the fray of things. Amani, not too far behind, is also keeping a very close eye. But those yellow flags are becoming a little bit more of a hassle because you can't quite get the pass done, which we have seen quite a few carts put their nose in just to try and move them off the apex and try and get a better exit. Unfortunately, not going to be happening out there at the moment until the cart is cleared and our yellow flags withdrawn, which they look like they have done so. So our marshal's able to clear it up. Everything that's gone on. Now Carter's trying to battle their way out. Marnie feeling the pressure now, trying to make his way up through the order. And Sierra trying to also close up that gap as much as possible. Going and closing up on the inside, trying everything he can, battling it out side by side they go, launching their way through. It is the number 16. And trying to make up a bit of time here. It's 52 that jumps up through the order. That is Kaio that's managing to get a little bit of leaps and bounds at the moment. So Kaio Sierra launching way up. So at the moment, Ethan ahead of Jack Moore, Matthew Mason, Amani and Kaio getting ahead on Nsali and Kumo as they make their way through. So this is going to be a proper fight it out at the moment. Ethan out in first place in the number 32 cart has opened up the gap. Jack Moore currently in second place. Third place is Matthew Mason trying to close up the gap, but unfortunately not having as much time. Amani running in fourth, also trying to get a little bit closer, and not close enough to make an impact just as yet in that number 45 cart, and Kaio Sierra in the 52. Our number 16 though, that we currently have on screen, that is Nsali and Kumo, who's trying to close up that little bit of a gap. And unfortunately, there is the number 79 being told that you can't rejoin at the moment. So a bit of disheartening from the driver there, saying that I just want to get back in the race and want to try and get across that line. Unfortunately, rules are rules though, as they had to make their way through. So rules are rules for the OKJ class. You're not allowed any outside assistance, and if you do receive it, you can't rejoin the race. So that unfortunately is pretty much a ticket done and dusted for the Toyota Gazoo Racing. Rigali, who has tried making everything work in his favour. Sebastiano Human in the 46 cart onto the back of the 71 of Joshua Moore. Joshua Moore trying to make his way through, and there is the number 19 that's coming through. That's Ryan Karam running in 11th position at the moment. So Sebastiano will feel the pressure from Jesse Swart in the 67 cart closing up behind, and that is at the back end of the field. But we go back to the sharp end. This is the 32, Ethan Lennon, who is going and opening up a little bit more time towards the sharp end. Track is definitely warmed up here at Red Star Raceway, and our drivers are trying to do everything they can to utilize this. As we do see, there's the 31 cart of Jack Moore coming and making his way through. He's getting chased down at the moment, with Matthew Mason making up quite a bit of time. Last lap time, Matthew Mason was sitting at 51.2, the fastest lap of the race, and he's starting to really get closer and closer to Jack Moore as much as possible. So it's going to be a proper fight between them. So don't count out Mateo Mason chasing down Jack in second place. We are going to see a battle for second place as time goes on. And already in frame, you can see how close they are getting to one another as they launch their way around the track. Then you got the likes of Kaio, who's also closing up a bit of gap to Amani that's behind. But there is our third place driver, who is really dialed up the pressure and starting to close up that lap time a little bit more, forcing Jack Moore to go and improve his personal best of 51.576 for this race. So he's gone and upped it up a little bit, and let's see if he will be able to carry a bit more of that momentum through to keep ahead and hold that second place, as Mason's going to try and come back at him and doing everything he can. Remember, Mason's running 5th in the championship here. Moore is running 1st in the championship. So Moore wants to score as many points as possible to keep ahead of Amani and Sebastiano Human at the moment on the run through. So it is all or nothing, where Mason has got no points to play with, no drop rounds to play with here. So he's got to maximize every effort possible. Sorry, that is Sebastian Diaz that has dropped all these points. He's relying in 4th place. So Mason actually does have a bit of points to play for a drop round here. And they'll come into these frame. So closed up the gap to Jack Moore, and now needs to get into the fight once again, closing up that little bit more of a space. As you see, Ethan Lennon going and opening up that gap, 3.1 seconds. But Jack Moore only able to get 1 second away from Mason right behind him. And the charge through. Joshua Moore going and losing out a bit of time. And losing out a spot to Sebastiano Human as they were fighting it out for position. A lot of our drivers having to push harder and harder at this point and close up as much gap as possible. As we do see swinging around, that is likes of Jesse and Ryan, they are fighting it out with likes of Joshua Moore that looks to be in the fray there as well. So the three of them having a good tussle between one another. Ethan comes across the line, getting notified 4 more laps to go. 6th place, Jack Moore getting told, need to stand on it, buddy. You're losing out a bit of time here as they make their way through. So Mason running in 3rd place, Mani in 4th place, Kaio Sierra in 5th, and Sali and Cornwall in 6th place, Sebastiano Human in 7th, Joshua Moore in 8th place, Jesse Swart lying in 9th with Ryan Karam chasing down as much as possible, hoping to stay onto the back and close up that gap. So keep an eye on Jesse Swart and Ryan Karam. They are keeping within one another and trying to close up that little bit of a gap, but it's definitely going to be Jesse and Joshua that are towards the back end of the field. That's 9th and 10th place. They're really flirting with the fringes of the circuit at the moment, running within a second of one another, and they're right onto the back of Sebastiano Human that is lying in 7th position. So 7, 8, 9 is all on top of one another as they make their way through, and you can instantly see just coming past, Jesse was looking for the inside line heading into turn 1. As we see our cards coming through, we should see that little pack starting to come through as they battle it out, sliding around, getting a little bit loose on corner entry, going and getting those rears to spin up underneath them, and they make their way through. But there's hard brakes coming in. JC trying to look for the inside pass, couldn't quite get it all hooked in. JC Swart really tried to go for a bit of a pass, couldn't quite get it all tied up. Gonna have to go late on the anchors once again, look for the inside line, and just not able to get it all tied in as yet as they launch their way around the track, moving all the way up. JC down the straight will have the advantage of utilizing that slipstream Joshua Moore having to be very cautious now of Jesse all over the back. So Jesse Swart's going to try and look for the inside line. Couldn't quite get it all done and dusted. Going to back out from the fight as they charge the way through. It is all or nothing on the cards here, as they've got only 2 more laps next time they come. At the moment, next time they come by, it will be 1 more lap. But another battle forming. Second and third place is Jack Moore and Matteo Mason, who have just come past screen now. They are right on top of one another. Mason up into second place. Jack Moore losing out that little bit of time. Now we'll have to be very, very careful. 1 lap to go. And when they come out of the corner, we'll see them just come into shot. There they are as they charge their way through. Matteo Mason just ahead of Jack Moore. Jack getting into the toe, trying to pull himself along, hooking into that slipstream, doing everything he can. Inside line, switches around to the outside. Couldn't quite get it hooked in side by side. Coming out, tries to go for the cutback. It is straight line between the two. Mason stuck on the outside. Jack getting it all done and dusted as he carves his way through. Mason's going to have to try and go for a late lunge if he wants to get this done and dusted. He looks for the inside line. Can't quite get it done. Ethan Lennon comes across the line, and coming out of the final corner is going to be Jack Moore ahead of Matteo Mason right to the line. Caracero going and coming through. But take a look at the gap between Matteo Mason and Jack Moore. 69 milliseconds as they came across the line, which is just absolutely incredible. I mean, this is just, we have seen some close racing. 40 milliseconds in the heat just before, and now our OKJ going and putting on a great show. But Ethan Lennon getting the win, double win thus far for him today. Let's see if he'll be able to do. Jack Moore in second place, Matteo Mason in third, Mani Kaya in fourth place. Sierra running in fifth, Kaya Sierra, followed by Mancini and Kumo in sixth. Seventh is Sebastiano Human, Joshua Moore, Jesse Swart, Ron Karam, and Willem Marshall rounding out in 11th position. And then we got Rigali Spice and Gilla going and rounding out towards 12th position. Let's take a look at that side-by-side action yet again, and you can see how Jack Moore just managing to carve him up just out of the corner entry, and that was all that was needed to put himself into second place, and will be walking away with a good couple of points in the bag there to try and extend that championship lead a little bit more, considering he's in for the fight of note. So now we are just waiting for our carters to make their way through. Gali trying to make his way back to pits after the unfortunate unable to keep going. So let's see how it's going to go for our next one, which is going to be our KZ2 will be out on the track. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get ready for our KZ2s. They'll be heading out onto the track for their Heat 2 for round 4 here at Red Star Raceway for the Rock Cup National Championship, the final round of the championship. It's going to be alive, it's going to be well, it's going to be exciting. So don't go anywhere. Now it's time for our KZ2s heading out onto the track. Sebastian Lanzetti taking the win ahead of Nico Safaris. It was a fight out in Heat 1. Let's see what they'll be able to do. Nicholas Venture is in Bintenas in third place, Michael Pringle in fourth, and Christian van Wyk running in at the back of the field for the KZ2 class. They're going to be having a bit of fun. Lanzetti Racing have been working a little bit hard on that cart, a little bit more than planned. Ice Motorsport, I know Nico has also gone and spoken to them and said, right, we've got to try and figure out just a little bit more pace and see what we can do. Remember, this is going to be a standing start, ladies and gentlemen. In other words, they're going to stop on the grid, into the pit boxes, rev the carts up, get it to the right revs that they feel will be great to launch them off the line, drop the clutch and go. Not too much wheel spin, otherwise you'll land up with a bit of a problem. You can actually stall out the cart and even more trouble that can form from that. So keep an eye out on how it is all done. These shifters are a huge amount of fun and are the biggest class here today biggest powered class you here today, and you want to be a part of it as well. So head over to the Rock South Africa website, see how you can join any of our classes that are racing for 2025. We look forward to having you out on the grid or joining us here in the grandstands out in person. But for those joining us in the virtual grandstands, glad to have you guys here. It's going to be an exciting time. It's going to be wild of note. Let's see who will be able to claw their way to victory by the end of the race. Who's going to be able to call themselves the next national champion here in South Africa. And it is Sebastian Lanzetti starting out in first place in that 66. Can he get a better start? Lights off and away they go, but it is Nico getting a fantastic jump off the line. Will take the launch up into first. That's number 70 cart ahead of Sebastian Lanzetti, currently running in second, and we do have a bit of a slow start out in the back. That is unfortunately Nicholas in number 24, who's managed to get up and going, but that has just compromised his drive. But take a look, first, second and third, Michael Pringle getting into the mix there. So watch for Pringle, who's going to do everything he can to hang on to the back of these two. Lanzetti trying to figure out how he can get by, looking left, looking right, can't get past Nico, who immediately puts it to the center of the circuit, holding back. And it's going to be a proper charge as they make their way through. Sebastian will have the inside line heading into turn one. Can he go for a deep send though? Tries to do it, gets it all hooked in. Nico though going and getting a very poor exit and looks to have come to a stop. Nico has come to a stop out on track. So Sebastian Lanzetti getting ahead, and now we do see like the likes of Pringle right behind, and there is Nico, unfortunately stalled out and climbing out of his cart, not in a bit of haste. So I think he knows his race is pretty much done here. The goose has been cooked, unfortunately. So Sebastian Lanzetti opening up that gap a little bit more, getting a little bit more comfortable with Michael Pringle chasing down. So Michael is going to be focusing on the charge now, holding second place and trying to chase down first as quick as possible. They will get the yellow flags heading into turn one and turn two, as we do see Michael and Nico standing off to the sidelines and not going to be too happy with that. Hopefully they can get the card sorted out for heat 3, but I think heat 2 is done and dusted. We do have another cart stopped out on track, and that I think is Nicholas that may be stopped out on circuit a little bit further up the track. So we have got likes of Sebastian Lanzetti in first, Michael Pringle in second, with Christian van Wyk in third, Nicholas in fourth, and Nico Savaris making his way through. So cart still out on track, trying to make up as much time as possible. Very technical circuit, trying to sling it round as we have Lanzetti and Pringle come across the line, and we will see the two of them sliding it around quite a bit. Pringle not too comfortable on corner entry, going and giving it everything he's got, but actually just sliding that rear a little bit too far out. He's going to try and dial it back a little bit, make it a little bit neater to try and carry the momentum through. He's going and scrubbing off that bit of speed every step of the way, and needs to just figure out where is that perfect sweet spot in the world of karting. And this is why it makes it so difficult for a lot of drivers that are so used to having so much help with their car and running into, if you have so much going on, like your brake by your ABS and traction control, you can go a little bit further, but when it comes into the world of karting, you've got rid of all that. It's down to raw mechanics, in especially in the case of these KZ2s, it comes down to driver skill that can move you up and down through the field, because the technical specification, these karts are so close to one another in specification, means that it's really leaning on to just pure driver skill to get you up towards the top of the order. Yeah, there's little changes you can do, changing out camber, changing out toe, just trying to get the karts a little bit more settled, but that's the only things that you can really do to go and find that edge over the competition. And when you're fighting it out on a new circuit, no one has the race notes that you would love to have that say this is how you exactly set up the kart, because it's so fresh, it's so new. This is the second heat in the entire time of the ROC calendar for the KZ2s that they have been out on the Red Star circuit for the ROC Cup National Championship. Sebastian Lanzetti, though, going and launching his way up, gets a 51.2 as he puts himself up towards the pack. Michael Pringle up 2 positions from where he started. He is currently running a 52.2 on his last lap. And then Christian van Wyk running in 3rd place, up 2 positions from where he started. Nico, unfortunately, we did see retire a little bit early on, and it came to a stop. Hopefully nothing too bad there, that they can get the car sorted out and they'll make their way through. So keep an eye on Christian, though, starting to make up a little bit of time, little by little, towards Malcolm Pringle. So Michael Pringle not going to have an easy time out here. Will have to look over his shoulder just a tad, seeing that he's not quite getting that pull-away gap that he would like to keep going. And Nicholas Renchos, it looks like he's back out on track as well. So that will be the number 24 out on track, who is making his way through. So they launch their way around the circuit. Who's going to be able to get the advantage at the moment? 6 laps left in this race to go, and Sebastian Lanzetti has walked away 3.7 seconds ahead of Michael Pringle, who is running in 2nd place. Had to do a little bit of hard work there in the beginning stages, but now it's just playing follow leader. It's going and just ticking away those laps little by little as it stands, with the likes of Christian van Wyk running in 3rd. It's good to see that Nicholas was able to get his kart up and going once again to rejoin the fight, which is always great to see. No one wants to go and finish not seeing the checkered flag. You want to start and you want to see it through to the end. High or low, win, lose or draw, you want to get it across that line. It's a big confidence boost to know that you have done it, and you don't know what it's going to do for the championship. Remember, drop rounds drops your worst round. You want to maximize points every time you get out on track. The only time that you won't be able to is if something goes wrong, and I think that was in the case of Nico Svaris at this point. So let's see how they go through. Michael Pringle with big number 1 on his kart, the champion, trying to make his way around. Unfortunately, Sebastian Lanzetti will make that rather difficult. Here is the number 77 kart of Christian van Wyk, having a great time out on the track, hopping it over the curbs, getting a little bit of a jump, and suddenly Nicholas now has closed up the gap quite a bit to him. So Nicholas is 3.7 seconds behind Christian van Wyk. So Van Wyk is going to start feeling the pressure from Nicholas. 3rd and 4th is going to be one to keep an eye out for. The 77 and 24 kart now within 1.5 seconds. Nicholas has a chance to go and close up his gap and get 3rd place. A kart that went and stopped, had a poor run, couldn't quite get him off the line, now has closed up the gap and is eyeing out Christian van Wyk just ahead of him. Nicholas is going to give it everything he's got. He had the worst start in the world and goes for the pass side by side up on the inside, gets the pass done. Van Wyk couldn't defend against it, and Nicholas up into 3rd place, trying to pull himself back. Now looking to open up that gap and keeping it very, very slick on the way through. Talk about a dial back from the brink, and now is going to keep up the momentum. It's going to be a hard charge all the way through. Can he keep it up to close up just some of the gap to Michael Pringle? who is now 7.8 seconds behind Sebastian Lanzetti. So Lanzetti not having an easy time out there, realizing, oh boy, this is not going to have fun. And, well, Nico, I got to say, putting his legs up, and he's just relaxing out on the track at the moment while he gets to watch his mates having a bit of fun out on the circuit, going, oh, let's see what you guys can do. Heat 3, different story, that you can be assured. Going to be a monstrous battle for our number 24 to try and close up that deficit of 27 seconds to the back of Michael Pringle, but he's going to give it everything he's got as they make their way through. 19.7 as Nicholas trying to make up a bit of time. There's 21. I do apologize once again. So Nicholas onto the back of Michael Pringle, 8 seconds up the road, and starting to just chip away at it, seeing where he can go. But we're running out of time. 2 laps left in this race. Next time by, our leader, Sebastian Lanzetti, the number 66, will come across the line. We'll see that he has got 1 lap to go. Final lap as he makes his way through. What a drive has been on his part, going and battling out early stage of the race. Nico, unfortunately, dropping off with a bit of a breakdown, and Michael Pringle tried staying into the fight as long as he could. But Sebastian Lanzetti going and utilizing a long time in karting and circuit racing will be able to be sitting with a smile on his face for the KZ2 class and saying, well, managed to get it done and dusted. Going to be happy with that. Another win under his name and going and extending that championship in his run. So here comes Sebastian Lanzetti in through the double right-hander. We'll see the checkered flag for the final time for Heat 2 and comes across the line. Sebastian Lanzetti taking the checkered flag. Michael Pringle will be coming around taking second place, 10 seconds behind, and here he comes. Pringle doing a great start. Nicholas Ventaris going and coming around in third, and Christian van Wyk in fourth place. Nico Savares will need some work done on his kart. There is Sebastian Lanzetti going and making their way through. So some great stuff. And there is our provisional result. Sebastian Lanzetti of Lanzetti Racing taking first place. Michael Pringle in second place for the LNC Racing. Nicholas Venturas Stetto. Christian van Wyk of LNC Racing and Nico Savares going and rounding out the field in fifth place. Unfortunately, unable to get across the line due to a breakdown. They're going to get that kart sorted out for Heat 3. Next up, though, we're going to be moving on to our Kid Rock. They're going to be heading out for Heat 3, and they're going to be having a bit of fun. Remember, you got 3 drop rounds, so this will be the last round they will be able to drop. And round 4 will be all or nothing at this point to maximize points. So a bit of a change up towards the final round of the championship. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, don't go anywhere, hang around, it's going to be great. And if you are watching out there in the virtual grandstands, a big how's it, a big welcome, and a glad to see you all. Going to be a stunning time here for the Rock Cup National Championship. And the final round of the 2024 championship will be decided with all our champions going to be decided here today in each of our individual classes for the Rock Cup. Make sure you go and take a look at Rock Cup South Africa out on our social media. Lots and lots of news that goes around, and also make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel as well to get all the behind the scenes information, interviews and news that comes out to you. But also head over to the Rock Cup South Africa website, because that's where you get to take a look at all the karting for the within the Rock Championship regional and national classes that you can be a part of, see all the action, and also see how you can join up with all our classes. Young or old, we welcome you all. It's all about going fast, it's all about having fun, and at the end of it, it's all about bringing the best of the world to battle out against one another here in grassroots racing. All right, getting a bit of news from our COC and stewards. So we're going to have a little slight change to the program heading into this. We've got Kid Rock, they'll be out next for their Heat 3, followed by the Cadets that will be heading out. So it'll be Kid Rock, Cadet, then it'll be OKN, Mini Rock, followed by OKJ and KZ2. So bear that in mind. We're going to have Kid Rock, then Cadets for Heat 3, then we'll carry the rest of the program on from there. So just to bear in mind for our carters and all those watching at home. So we're just waiting for Kid Rock to head out onto the track, and we'll followed by Cadet. Then will be OKN, Mini Rock, OKJ and KZ2. All right, taking a look, our Kid Rock's out onto the track. E3 for the day, Noah Cornea out in first place, Logan Blow running in second place, Riley van Staden in third, Logan Rugg in fourth, and Reddy Harris, who is going to be having a bit of fun. We have seen him racing quite a bit. We will see him out in the Kid Rock and the OK in the Cadets racing straight after this. So double header for the driver. Ronald Fenter running second last, and then Drew van Staden at right the back of the field. So let's see how this is going to work out, how it's going to turn out. So Noah Cornea looking to stand at the top of the charts. 8 laps. Our drivers are going to have to push that a little bit harder and looking to maximize points for the championship. At the moment, Noah Cornea going and getting a double win thus far is going to be helping out his championship hopes, as Riley van Staden unfortunately dropping way down the order. So now it is going to be all or nothing for the run. Noah Cornea hoping that he can try and take the championship here today, and if he can score maximizing points for next, well, going in first, second and third round, he is going to be able to stand on the top of the cards here. Side by side as they make their way through, it's going to be an outright charge. Keep an eye on the 24 and 68 cards, side by side as they go and launch off the line. And it's a false start that has been put in. So false start, and you could see that Noah Cornea actually put up his finger just saying, look guys, stay in formation, registering that it's a false start. Might have not gone and closed up. So that is Drew van Staden, unfortunately is a little bit far behind. He's going to have to try and close up back onto the train. Everyone just keeping an eye out for it. Noah Cornea going and showing off what he can do. And Logan Blue has done a fantastic job. He's running third in the championship, second lining up next to his championship rival, and they both sitting on 196 points for Noah Cornea, and the likes of Logan Blow running on 195 points. So 1 point deficit between the two of them. Riley van Staden is on 210, but he has fallen down the order. He's down in third place at the moment, and he's got to try and maximize a lot of time to ensure that he stays within the mix. Going to be lining themselves up, getting ready to go. Everyone all together. And now it's going to be side-by-side formation. Lights are on. And as they come through, this is going to be the start of their Heat 3, the second last heat of 2024 for the Kid Rock Championship. And away they go, launching off the line, heading towards turn 1. And it's going to be a outright charge going late on the anchors, and it does look like Logan didn't quite have the best of starts there. Losing out a lot of time, has to try and make it up as they fight their way through. Riley van Staden trying to also get back into the fray of things as they launch their way through, getting very, very close onto the back. That number 18 cart of Riley van Staden lying in third is onto the back of the number 24 of Noah Crenier, who is battling out the 68 of Logan Blue in first place. He had a little bit of a rough start, made it up into turn one, carrying a lot of momentum into the entry, but now has to try and power his way through. So it's going to be just an outright charge. Riley trying to have it his way at the moment into the toe, looks to try go on the inside, couldn't quite get it all sorted out, goes a bit deep on the inside into turn one, turn two on that number 24 of Crenier, who has been winning for the heat 1 and heat 2. Now he's going to try and pull it back from the brink. Roddy Harris going to try and also claw a position back, does so going and fighting out with Logan Ruig, who actually scored a position there, going around the outside, got it all hooked in. Roddy trying to come back into the fight, but just not having a good time. Out in first place though, it looks like we have got a battle on our hands with Logan Blue, who's battling it out with Noah Crenier right behind him. Crenier looking left, looking right, trying to see where he can get past. Going to go late on the anchors for our double right-hander coming up. He's going to try and keep as much momentum as possible, really running it out very, very wide, close to the fringes of the circuit, trying to give it everything he's got. And Roddy Harris going and battling out Logan Rigg, actually getting ahead of him, but Logan Rigg is on the back of Riley, trying to get ahead of Riley. He's going to have to really close up that gap quite a bit, but having to deal with Harris getting past. Side by side they go. Rigg and Harris going and giving each other absolutely everything they got in the bag as they fight it out currently for 4th and 5th place on the way through. And it does look like Harris managing to get that pass done and dusted. Will carry a lot of momentum, but how long can he keep ahead of the likes of Logan, who lines up around the outside, going to go late on the anchors, try and swing it through. Logan just managing to keep his nose ahead. Harris losing out that little bit of run. The number 23 cart that is tailing right behind the number 35 cart. So we have got Greg trying to keep ahead of Harris, doing everything he can on the way through. There is back up towards our sharp end of the field. We got Noah Crenier onto the back of Logan Blow, battling his way through, now closing up that gap. Crenier doing a 59.9 on his way on that last lap. So he's definitely quicker, but now he's just got to try and figure out how to get that pass done and dusted as time's ticking away little by little. So just doing everything he can as they're fighting their way around the track. And it does look like Noah's trying to go a little bit later on the brakes. Goes for a bit of a send, a little bit too far back to capitalize on it. So Noah's going to have to just wait it out a little bit, keep nose to tail. Going to try and line himself up towards the inside. Not able to get a pass, just done as done. And ready, Logan Blue going and keeping ahead at the moment. But for how long? Because now Noah's onto the back of him. Logan's going to have to get very defensive and very creative on his defense. He's able to go and keep the pace through turn 1, turn 2, but it seems like sector 3 seems to be his problem. He's a bit of Achilles heels at this point on the way through, so something you need to keep an eye out for, and that is heading towards our double right-hander. But a bit of a battle still raging on at the moment is Riddick and Harris. They are fighting out between the two of them. They are not backing down from the fight at the moment, with the likes of Harris just trying to go up on the inside. Couldn't quite get on the anchors early enough to just get his nose in, but unfortunately that is going to run him out a little bit wide. He's going to have to keep a very good consideration on that as we go back up towards the sharp end of the field. That is the likes of Noah running onto the back of Logan at the moment. Logan keeping his head down, will be trying to get the advantage into turn 1. Going to be late on the anchors, gets it all hooked in. Noah just keeping his firmly in the mix there. Not going to let it disturb him at all. Trying to get it all swinging in, runs out very wide, utilizing all the circuit at this point. And this is going to be a proper run. Logan getting the fastest lap on that last lap, but now I think he has got a problem because Noah's up on the inside, gets a pass, done and dusted. Beautiful hooked line and sinker, got the nose in, forcing the pass. And take a look at this, lines up at apex, forces the likes of Logan to go out wide and losing out that little bit more drive. So not only gaining a position, but killing off a drive nonetheless for Logan at the moment, who's going to now have to dial it back in. But they're going to start catching up to one of their back markers, and that is going to change things up a little bit because you want to try and get them on the straight. You don't want to be in a corner and land up with a world of problems. So Noah Crinier getting that pass done and dusted. Now we'll try and figure out where he needs to get the advantage on the likes of Logan Blue to go and break away from him. He's going to be sitting in the toe. There is our back marker on screen, and that is Drew van Staden, who's going to get a big wake up at the moment as our leader's going to try and come around. He's got the inside line. Our leader's looking left, looking right, and that has felled up Crinier quite a bit and has allowed the likes of Logan to go for the inside pass, wheel to wheel. They both go, looks for the undercut, and take a look at Logan battling it out. He tried getting those wheels in. He's still there. Front wheel to rear wheel, launching towards the inside, tries to go for the undercut. Crinier going in, defending like there is no tomorrow at this point. He's hanging on for dear life. This changed the entire race for him. That back marker of Drew van Staden went and switched it up for our leaders, and now Logan is back in with the fight as they come across the line. Final lap to go, and now Logan has to give it everything he's got to try and make that pass happen. He's going to have to go for a deep send on Noah Crinier, who's not going to back down. Noah going out very wide, trying to give it everything he's got. Got felled up a little by Drew, and now he's going to have to hang on with everything he's got for first place if he wants to go and walk away with the win here at Red Star to make it 3 wins in a row. And take a look at Logan all over the back of him, just giving it everything he's got, trying to figure out any way to get by. They are going in nose and tail. Logan trying to go for a bit of a send, couldn't get too close enough as he tries to put his wheels on the inside. Contact between the two. Contact between the two. And this is going to change it up. If they can't get rolling in time, this is going to change it up for Riley van Staden. Riley van Staden has taken first place. And that was it. Riley van Staden takes first place and will come across the line from third place. And then we got Logan Ruig in second place. Noah Crinier in third. And then Reddy Harris in fourth. Ronald Fenter in fifth. Logan Blue in sixth. And Drew van Staden seventh place. What did we just witness? A send in the last little bit changed the entire race. First and second landed up entangled in a monumental accident. Wow, oh wow. And Riley van Staden, who has been on the back foot this entire Heat 1, Heat 2, has now had it switched up. There is our preliminary results. Riley van Staden, Logan Ruig, Noah Crinier, Rudy Harris, along with Ronald Fenter, Logan Blow down in 6th and 7th place, Drew van Staden. Man, oh man. Wow. And we watched that all live. That big send, unfortunately. Big send. No money, no winners on that one. And both drivers getting the impact. My heavens, what a run there. And we're going to see if we can try get a replay of that very moment, that key change for first place that happened in the third last corner here at Red Star Raceway. So the cadets will be heading out onto the track. So let's see how it's going to battle his way out. But our crew are going to be working around. Man, oh man, big implications there for Noah Crinier for the championship, and so does that also have big implications for Logan. But Riley van Staden now gets maximum points for round 3. So he is still within the fight. First, second, and third in the championship are still within the fight of one another. Rig in fourth in the championship, finished up in second, so he's going to be quite happy with that running as well. Well, next up is going to be our cadets, and we are just waiting for Freddie Harris to get into the kart. He's just pulled in from racing in the Kid Rock. No breathing room now. He's going to have to just take a deep breath. They're going to give him a quick sip of water and say, right, buddy, you're going to be heading back out to go and fight it out for the championship and see if you can win the cadet class here for the Rock Cup National Championship. And there is that contact diving on the inside and swapping it round. Unfortunately, that was all it took to change it all. Logan with a deep send couldn't get it done and dusted. And unfortunately, that was a catch right at the end. So, let's take a look as the cadets will be heading out and Riley taking that check flag. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, hope you're excited and I hope you're awake, because that definitely was an upset none of us could have predicted here at the track or even at home. Honestly, that is something that was incredible and has major implications. Huge dives, huge sends, lots of thrills, lots of spills, and we're going to see it all. So our cadets will be going out next, so don't go anywhere. Moving on to our cadets, ladies and gentlemen. It is now Freddie Harris in first place with Caleb Rogers in second place. The championship will be decided here today for our cadet class. Harris, who's just climbed out of the kart, racing a little bit earlier, now is in a race with the likes of Caleb, who's been taking it easy all time, and Caleb getting into first place, launches up, and now looking to break away. A lot more relaxed, calm, and had more time of rest, where Harris, unfortunately, has done a lot of racing thus far. Goes around, looking on the inside, looking around the outside. Caleb going defensive, holds the inside line, tries to sweep across. Harris going up on the inside, trying to go for an undercut, couldn't quite get it done. Caleb going in, getting very defensive on the corner exit. Now it is a slipstream down the way. Harris doing everything he can, trying to utilize a bit more of endurance at this point after a monumental fight he had just a little bit earlier. Is onto the back of Caleb, who is properly fighting it out. Caleb is holding on to this first place tooth and nail at the moment, really leaning into the pressure, head down, and they are nose to tail on the way through. Caleb going and cleaning up his driving a lot more through the chicane, and that has helped him out hugely and has now put up the fight. So he has definitely learned from his mistakes and now has gotten a little bit more pace underneath him. Caleb is on a proper charge. Harris is going to have to fight really hard on this one. I don't think it's going to be too easy of a pass that's going to be done. Caleb getting it launched into the corner. Harris really reeling at this point to try and go for the inside lines, trying to lift him off that apex. Going side by side, late on the anchors. Caleb trying to move across ever so slightly. Harris going and looking to try and move his way back. Oh, Caleb going and jumping over the curb, puts his hand out. He says, yep, no, I got that one wrong. Got to try and get it all back. And a little bit of a sorry to Harris as he came across the nose. But he knows that going and jumping over that curb is not going to help him out here. He's going to try and have to keep it a little bit cleaner on the way through. Harris is going to properly hammer it at this point as he's looking to try and walk away with the Cadet Championship for 2024. And all he needs to do is get ahead of Caleb into this final heat. He's going to look down the inside, going to go for a launch. Can he get the pass done and dusted? Couldn't quite get it done as yet. Caleb, though, going and battling it out side by side, switching around, goes nose to tail. Caleb trying to keep his championship hopes alive at this point, with Harris doing everything he can to try and secure the championship as they fight their way through. Reddy Harris going side by side, keeping his eyes firmly fixated on Caleb. Final lap to go, and it's all or nothing. Caleb getting his way through. And now Caleb going side by side, tries to run around the outside of Harris, gets it all booked in, going a little bit wide, gets very defensive, middle of the track, checker flag at the ready. Will Caleb be able to get first place? Will Harris be able to get the pass done and dusted? Harris going and battling his way out, looks to try and carry the momentum through down the line, and double arms up in the air. Caleb getting the win ahead of Reddy Harris as they come through. And take a look at the gap. 0.172 between them. Absolutely great stuff. Caleb doing what he needs to try and keep that championship hopes alive. And both drivers going in, acknowledging each other, saying, hey, well done out there. Great stuff. You've really earned it out. Harris going in, competing in a race, nose to tail just a little bit earlier, has shown off what he can do. And he's going to be quite thrilled of that fight. But Caleb, who gets the win, is just absolutely thrilled, getting a little bit of a take slapper and brings it back into pit lane. A little bit too excited there. Rightfully so, though. Well, nice to see the young drivers going and moving their way through. Next up is going to be the OKN. They will be heading out onto the track, ladies and gentlemen, for their next round. So don't go anywhere. Well, as we take a look here at Red Star Raceway for round 4, the final round of the Rock Championship, the Rock Cup here in South Africa, and it has been amazing thus far. We're on to Heat 3 of all our categories so far. 4 heats are being done here today, and with national colors on the line for karting for all our drivers out on the track. It has been a year building up to this. Excitement, nerves, everything going and being laid on the line here today. And we're going to be moving on to our OKN. They're going to be making their way out onto the track. Mohammed Wali will be out in first place. Akil Bazanhout in second. Cole Hewitson going and running in third. Brandon van der Walt, followed by Björn Buschhoff, Kenya Ngwena, Talia Schmigel going and getting ahead of Faldol Dali and Ghana Pascal going in. Gino Pascal going in and rounding out our field. Gianna Pascal going and rounding out. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is going to be some awesome time. Once again, if you want to keep an eye out on all the live timing, go and take a look at apextiming.com. And under Motorsport SA, and you'll see OKN. But now we're going to have all the carts lining up, getting into a double file formation, getting themselves ready to rock and roll. Lots on the cards here for our winners. Muhammad Wali, though, who is looking to put himself up towards the top and looked for yet another win added to his name. He's leading the championship. And Gianna now needs to go and make up a bit of time. And even having a chat to our timing, and Fred going and saying he thinks Gianna is going to be the one to keep an eye out for, starting at the back of the grid, and now has everything to gain on the charge. So Gianna is going to really have to send it for our timing. Mohammed Wali, Fian Bushoff, they're looking to try and make their way through. And lights on, lights off, and away they go, launching off a line as they make their way through. Brandon van der Walt going and making his way, trying to push his way a little bit further up the order, but it does look like Mohammed Wali gets ahead of Cole, who is fighting it out in second place, down with Mikhail Zenho trying to make up some time as well. So there is our number 92 going and battling it through. Brandon van der Walt trying to keep it all together at the moment with a bit of a train building up behind him, and he is going to have to try and keep it all together. Mohammed Wali out in first place, has got the 33 cart of Cole Hudson right behind him, trying to make his way around the circuit, but it looks like Mikhail Bazanote in for a fight at the moment, trying to keep ahead of the train that is right behind him. Not going to be an easy time there, because Brandon van der Walt going to close up that gap very, very quickly. So Mikhail Bazanote will need to try and make up that little bit of time, going late on the anchors to try and bring his way through. But already take a look at Gianni. When Vincent said that Gianni's want to keep an eye out for starting at the back of the field, well, moving up 1, 2, 3 positions off the start of the bat really shows that there is no defense here. That is just pure aggression to get towards the front, not wanting to lose out too much time on the way through. So it's going to be a proper fight. But Zadenote feeling the pressure, going and losing out a little bit of drive, loses out to Van der Walt. Van der Walt managing to get the pass done and dusted. Vian now closing up that gap, is right behind. So take a look down towards 4th and 5th place. Gianni moving up into 5th place, is now on a almighty attack at this point, right behind Mikhail Bazanote. And now Mikhail going and battling it out left and right, trying to hold every little bit of inch of ground that is left to play with at this point, as battling his way through. Gianni starting from the back of the pack is up 4 positions from Gianna, coming and moving up 4 positions from the start of the race. So absolutely monumental running, and now possibly into going for that 3rd place. Gianni is going to be really going and sending it big time once he can get done. Vian is not counted out just as yet. Roshoff going to focus on the attack. Brandon van der Walt closing up a bit of time as well on the charge through. So Brandon van der Walt lying in 3rd place will need to try and dial it up to catch up to Cole Hudson and go for that pass. He's a bit too far back at the moment, but Mikhail Bazanote running right onto the back of that 3rd place. So Mohammed Wali getting the fastest lap of the race, but 3rd, 4th, 5th, Brandon van der Walt, Mikhail Bazanote, and Gianna going and making up a lot of ground onto the back, hoping to stay in the mix of it once and for all, wanting to try and get it all done and dusted. And you can see Bazanote really all over the back of Van der Walt, can't get the pass done. And Gianna Pascal going and really battling out side by side, contact between the two. Gianna going around the outside, gets 1 position. Bazanote going and losing out, so got a little bit feisty there and then nearly costing Bazanote a bit of time, but Van der Walt was a big loser on that one, losing out to Vian Bushoff as well as Gianna on the way through. So now Van der Walt is going to have to try and dial things back in after that little bit of side on between the two between Bazanote and himself. And now Gianna with an ultimate attack, closing up that gap to the likes of Bazanote, really trying to open up a little bit more of a gap. Trying to keep in tow very, very close as they follow their way through. does look like got a lot more momentum through the top end of the circuit into sector 3. Very, very close between them as they battle their way out. Still nose to tail racing. Don't count any of these drivers out. Van der Walt is looking to try and make up a bit of time back up to Vian and get into the fray thing. And then Dali in 7th is also hanging on the back there. So don't count out Dali as well. Being one of the quick drivers that has had some positive moments here today in the practice and racing. And unfortunately, it looks like it lost out a little bit of time at the moment. But don't count out just as yet. You can't count your chickens for the hatch. We have seen that so far has been the running order for Heat 3 at the moment for the Rock Cup. OKN as they fight their way through. Going to be a monstrous charge needed for our young karters to stay up towards the top. And you can already see Vian starting to break up that little bit of time. Vian closing up that gap little by little and will become a bit more of a threat in the running order as they come across the line. Brandon van der Walt, Dali and Kaya trying to make up some time as they fight their way through. And just going and taking a look towards our karters are doing everything they can to battle their way out, but so far Gianna 5 positions up from start position. Started at the back of the field, now getting into the front, running in 4th place. So this is going to be properly close to one another, really giving it horns. And well, one of the stickers actually coming adrift on one of our carts that is flapping about. Our carts are trying to just pull it off, and it's a little bit further down. Mohammed Wali out in 1st place though, going and opening up the gap. Cole Hudson in 2nd place, along with Mikhail Bezenhout, Gianna Pascal, along with Vian Bushhoff, Brandon van der Walt, and Fadel Dali going and fighting his way out in 7th position. Kenya Ingwena in 8th place, and Talia Schmigel going and running at the back of the field in 9th, just keeping it consistent, keeping the momentum up at this point, and great running between them all. So keep an eye out on it. Kenya not backing out of the fight. Mohammed Wali out in 1st place. There is the number 99 cart. Cole in 2nd place, making his way through, keeping it all together. Has managed to close up the gap. It's 1.3 seconds between himself and 1st place. Then 3 seconds back from him. Here's Mikhail Bezenhout and Gianna trying to make up a bit of time. But Vian Bushhoff is closed up onto the back. So 4th and 5th is definitely where you want to keep an eye out. 4th, 5th and 6th is a very close train that has come about. And they're battling their way through the number 37 cart. And that's Vian Bushhoff, who has got a sticker flopping around. That's going to be bugging him just a little bit in the back of the corner of his brain. He's going to just want to grab it and pull it off. Unfortunately, can't quite do that in these carts. You don't want to take your hand off the steering wheel, especially considering how much of a fight you got right behind you, as you have got Van der Walt trying to make up some time, and Dali immediately closing up. And we cannot count out Kenya, who has also got into the fight as well. So Kenya is going to try and make up a bit of time, really closing up that gap. And currently running in 8th place, once again into 7th position, tries to look for any way to get by as they all circle the way through, heading into the double right-hander. All our karters giving it absolutely everything they got on the way through. Who will be able to get their way to the top end of the field? We're going to have to find out as time goes on. But it's so far Van der Walt feeling that pressure from Dali right behind, who is not backing down from the fight. Number 92 of Van der Walt needing to just go on a little bit of a defense against the number 25 running in a 7th position. So 6 and 7 on top of one another as they fight their way through. And you can see Dali really trying to get that send on the inside. Couldn't quite get it done. Gets it for a little bit of a look on the inside. Couldn't quite get that one sorted. Properly chasing down. Going late on the anchors. Swinging the cart through. Trying everything possible to launch his way up through the order. Not an easy time out there. Then you have got Vian, who has closed up the gap to Gianna. And Gianna now having to really keep it all together on the way through. And Kenya also having a phenomenal run, closed up the gap as well. So we are seeing 2 little battles forming around the track between Gianna and Vian, who are running 4th and 5th. And then the likes of 6th, 7th, 8th, all having a good go at one another. And so far, the biggest train is being the likes of Van der Walt, Dali, and Kenya. They are having a good go at one another. So Brandon Van der Walt needing to go a little bit more defensive, holding an inside line, trying to defend as much as possible. Got only 5 laps to keep it all in check, and it's going to be very, very difficult. As you can see, Kenya and Dali are right onto the back, and Dali not backing down at the moment. Fadal going and making up a lot of momentum out of the final corner. Has got right onto the rear bumper. Is going to carry a lot of momentum heading into turn 1. Will it work in favor? And now we go back up to Vian Boshoff, number 37, chasing down our fourth place, Gianni, and is that's Vian Boshoff chasing down number 17, Gianni right ahead. Pascal needing to make up a lot of momentum here to try and break away. And you can see how Vian is not backing down from the fight. He's going to keep within that chase. And now we've got the likes of Cole bouncing over the curbs, doing everything he can to try and keep ahead with Mohammed. He's getting chased down by Mikhail Bezanotes, and then 4th and 5th place. Not too far behind them as they make their momentum well known. 3 laps to go for our Heat 3, and it's an outright charge for the championship points here. Mohammed Wali, though, opening up a 1.7 second gap. He is just trying to keep that momentum in his favor ahead of Cole Hudson, who is just making a great bit of time here, keeping it consistent after a bit of a rough Heat 2 and Heat 1, so he had to make up a fair amount of ground. But Mikhail Bezanote, I'm sure, is going to be just taking deep breaths at the moment, lying in 3rd place in a little bit of no man's land. Just has to look over his shoulder to realize that Gianni and Vian are fighting each other and closing up on one another. But as that all happens, and Van der Walt closes up onto the back of them and Keanu. So this is going to be interesting for the likes of 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th position, along with 8th. We cannot count out Dali, who drops down a position. So Dali drops down 1 position. 3 laps to go, and we can see the fight is still alive and well. Vian and that number 37 now starting to feel the pressure as he's getting a lot of it put on from Van der Walt. So Brandon Van der Walt's going to close up on the back of him, trying to look for the inside line. Couldn't get it all done and dusted as yet. Carrying a lot of momentum into the hairpin. Now into the right-hander. Try and open it up a little bit more. Very tricky corner to get right as you battle your way out, joining onto the main circuit, and then you're going to switch around to go off the main circuit into a quick right-hander, into a quick right-left. So utilizing some of the main circuit here at Red Star Raceway that's built for cars and bikes, and now also having the karting, the freshly laid tar. But take a look, final lap is all in the cards for Mohammed Wali out in 1st place, with Cole lying in 2nd place, Mikhail Bezanote in 3rd, Gianna Pascal in 4th place, Vian Boshoff, Brandon Van der Walt, Kenya Nguana, along with Fadel Dali and Talia Schmimgor going to make their way through. So Talia trying to just keep up the momentum at the moment, but take a look at this fight. Vian getting into it, trying to make his way through. Not going to be an easy time for him as they fight their way through all the way down to the wire. Checkered flag at the ready, and it will go to Mohammed Wali as he comes across to take the checkered flag. 2nd place will go to Cole Hudson and Mikhail Bezanote. Gianna gets across the line. Vian Boshoff ahead of Brandon Van der Walt, and Kenya followed by Fadil Dali and Talia running out our field. Great stuff from our OKN. Done a great job there. And Gianna up 5 positions from where she started, just finishing in 4th place, not in 3rd. Just out of it. It was close. It was close. It was very, very close. And I mean, 2.6 seconds to get that right. But there is our confirmation of the provisional results. Mohammed Wali getting the top spot for the war team, followed by Cole Hudson, Mikhail Bezanote of MBR Karting, Gian Pascal of War, followed by Vian Boshoff, Brandon Van der Walt, Kenya Ngueda, Fadil Dali, and Talia Schmugel going and running out of the field. Great running from our OKN after a phenomenal run and some really top-notch battles there right to the wire. All the carts getting to see the end of the race, thankfully, which is always great to see, because we don't want to see anyone going and losing out. Next up, though, we're going to be moving on to our mini rock. They will be heading out onto the track. So our mini rocks will be heading out onto the track to have a bit of fun and some very, very close racing between them. All right, folks, moving on to our mini rock. They're going to be heading out for their Heat 3 as they make their way around the circuit. Drivers, keep an eye out for, is going to definitely be Max Bischoff, who capitalized on a big win and is looking to take the fight towards front. Sebastian Blicknote in second place, Maddox Mason in third, Declan Jurgens in fourth place, Santi Freid, followed by Ronaldo Kuhn and Diego Antunes, Aaron Mason, Rutaling, Tesca, Ashai Figueroa, and Cade Kumski, along with Sebastian Ferreira, Zach Bischoff, Kane Reddy, Ashen Reddy, Luisha Mutabella, and Hunter North, rounding out our grid for the mini rock as we make our way through. This is going to be Heat 3 out of 4 here today, so it's all about the championship, and Sebastian Blicknote needs to try and get a win here today for Heat 3. He's sitting on 202 points, lying in first place. Maddox Mason in second place on 190 points. Aaron Mason on 188 points. And Diaz running on 164 points, tied up with Santiago Freid on 164 points. So some very close racing between them. And side by side in the points is going to be a big time here for all our drivers to really push through as they make their way around the final corner. The lights will go on. And we do have one kart that is very slow. And we have got a false start. So a signal going down the field. You would see everyone going and waving one finger, saying it's false start. So you're going and losing out. So false start. So let's see what's going to happen as they make their way through. So an extra lap to get it all heated up, get those tires sorted out, and we are going to make our way around once again. So lining up, double file formation needed after a little bit of a false start, and they're getting ready to rock and roll as they fight. Will continue for Heat 3. Seeing them go nose to tail. Mini Rock showing off what they could do a little bit earlier on. Now it's time to redo it all over again. Max Bischoff out in first place, will be geared up and ready as they file their way through. Sebastian looking to try and get the jump on the rest of the field. He's lying in second place as they make their way through left into the double right hand. So they're going to go in left-hander, double right-hander, pull it back towards the start finish line, line up either side of the track, and ready to go. Lights on, lights off, and away they go, launching off the line. And it does look like Max Bischoff having a great start. Will look to try and carve it up, but it is going to go 2 by 2 as they make their way through turn 1 off that start of the race. And all looking very clean. And it looks like Sebastian getting a great run out there. Tries to launch himself up through the order. Now having a whole train right behind him, really focusing on the attack. and where they can go. Drivers trying to go and figure out which is going to be the ideal line. The sun is starting to come down a little bit, so it means that it's going to start hitting them in the eyes and changing where the brake markers are. Suddenly you can't see much. Oh, a little bit of contact, a little bit further back between two of our karters going and having a little bit of a moment with one another. Head down to a focus is needed by all as they come across the line, and it's Sebastian Blicknote with Declan Jurgens right behind him. Maddox Mason running in third. Max Bushoff down into fourth place. Aaron Mason down into fifth, trying to make his way through. Oh, a little bit of side-on contact between Maddox Mason and Max Bushoff as they went a little bit too close for comfort into turn 1, turn 2, trying to push the boundaries. But Sebastian getting the run ahead of Declan, who is now trying to close up that gap as quick as possible. But it is going to be a very close running between them, and we cannot forget Aaron Mason is in the little battle that's behind. These are the three karts that are fighting out third, fourth, and first place, as we do see a little bit of side-by-side action diving into the corner. That is Max losing out that little bit of drive, having to try and pull it back at this point. Immediately going on the defense, tried going for a pass, got it hooked in, now has to try and get back in for the attack, as our drivers really giving it horns at the moment. Maddox Mason losing out that little bit of time, will have to focus on his charge through, but back up towards the sharp end of the field. Declan Jurgens chasing onto the back, looking for the inside, goes very tight, goes up on the inside. Can he get it done? He does so, right across the nose of Sebastian Blicknote. Can he carry the momentum through, looking over his shoulder, keeping a very tight line, and does so. Got it secured at the moment. Blicknote onto the back, really pushing as hard as he can to try and make up some time, jumping over the curb, really seeing what he can do to try and get underneath the like of Sebastian, who's just saying, use your head here, come on, let's work together. And Sebastian going up on the inside, gets the pass. Declan tried defending there, closing the door a little bit too late, and that has cost him a little bit of time and swallowing them back towards the field, where they will start getting a little bit more held up. So now Declan getting into the toe, trying to pull himself along, really seeing where he can get a little bit more momentum. Max Bushoff going down the order, so it's Aaron Mason in third, fourth place. Maddox Mason having a go. Sebastian Blicknote keeping ahead of Declan Jurgens at the moment, trying to look for the inside line. Couldn't quite get it all hooked in as yet. Going to try and carry as much momentum through as possible. First place only separated by 0.2 of a second. And Declan down in the championships is only lying in sixth. So a win is always welcomed. Oh, one of the carts disappearing off into the dirt and returning back on. Unfortunately, kicking up a huge amount of dust. Just a massive shout out has to go towards Aaron Mason, up 5 positions from where he started. So he's up into third place, gained 5 positions for the RPM Motorsports Mini Rock driver, doing incredibly well at the moment. But some great racing through and through, up and down through the field, as all our young karters are pushing the limits of what they can do. There's nose to tail racing at the moment. Blicknote and Declan going and fighting his way, going and fighting it out. And let's take a look at Declan Skuan fighting his way through. Blicknote doing everything he can to try and keep it together as they fight their way around. Declan looking left, looking right, dives for the inside. Blicknote holding that very defensive line. He's able to carry a lot more momentum to keep ahead of Jurgens at the moment as they fight their way through. So Blicknote trying to carve his way through, sliding left and right and doing everything they can. Jurgens closing up that gap quite a bit at the moment, has got himself into the toe, so that is first and second. But third and fourth, Aaron Mason and Maddox Mason are having a go at one another, and the two Masons are going to really give it everything they got. So Aaron Mason keeping ahead of Maddox Mason, who now have looked like they split amongst one another. So Aaron are going to have to battle it out as they fight their way through. Aaron Mason needing to just try and figure out what is he going to do to claw his way back into it. Maddox Mason looks left, looks right, tries to make his way through, unable to do it. as they launch their way around. Our Carter's really focusing on the hard charge, as we do see a little bit of a 3 wide. Oh, so close to the rear wheels of one another. And that was Max Bischoff, Diego, and Sebastian Ferreira, who are properly having a good go at one another, clawing their way in for a fight right the way through, as it's nose to tail in a pack. So Sebastian Ferreira lying in 6th place, getting ahead of Diego and Tunes as they carve their way through. So great stuff. And it is going to be a nose to tail a little bit in towards the middle of the field. So we're getting some great racing up and down through the order. Maddox Mason onto the back of Aaron Mason, tries to look for the inside line, couldn't get it quite done, into the toe, looks to the outside, trying to just force him off the apex. Is he going to be able to get his nose firmly tucked in? No, goes and gets very close and tries his luck there, but we do have a bit of a change up. Our first place, Sebastian Blicknote, getting off the circuit. He's got a problem with his cart. I think the chain has come adrift and has done so. He's working on the side of it, and that has allowed Jurgensen to get past. Aaron Mason getting into 2nd place, Maddox Mason into 3rd, but that has just changed up the entirety of it, and the frustration that has now come into it of note. And there's nothing you can do with unfortunate mechanical failure, but now we're starting to see Maddox Mason onto the back of Aaron Mason, fighting it out, looking left and right, and they are side by side as a huge lunge goes for the inside. Maddox Mason getting it all done and dusted ahead, and now we'll have to try and carry as much momentum as possible as they make their way through. Aaron will be keeping right onto the toe as they go nose to tail, realizing that suddenly they are now in a fight for 2nd place with 2 laps to go, and it's all or nothing for them. Max Bischoff running in 4th place, and now we got Shy going and running in 5th. Sebastian Ferreira in 6th as they battle their way through. So nose to tail racing as they go. 2nd place on the cards, 1.5 seconds between them as they make their way through, but even a little bit further through the back of the field, guys are fighting it out. But this is a shot for 2nd place. Maddox Mason in the 29 carts, trying to keep ahead of Aaron right behind him. Aaron's going to try and look for an inside pass, maybe look for an outside, tried his luck, but just wasn't close enough to get it all hooked in. As they battle their way through, round the double right-hander they go. They will be coming on to their final lap. So now it's an outright charge, and they're 3 seconds behind the likes of Declan Jurgens, who is on a monstrous charge at this point. It is nose to tail on the way through, and they're managing to just sweep through a couple of the back markers as they battle their way around the corners, trying to see who's going to be able to get the advantage here. And it's going to be an outright charge. Lots of enthusiasm. Maddox Mason trying to get his position back as Aaron gets ahead of him. Aaron's going to try and defend as much as possible to hold the line. 2nd place on the cards. Maddox Mason goes for the inside line. Can he get the pass done? It does so. And instantly Aaron comes back at him. Side by side they go in through the left-hander. Now it's 2 more corners to go. It's going to be a monumental charge, but it's Jurgensen taking the checkered flag. 2nd place, Maddox Mason runs out wide, and Aaron taking 3rd place as he comes across the line. We do have a bit of a spinner happening out on circuit as well, and so a couple of carts getting swamped around and losing out that little bit of time. So as it stands, Mason Aaron getting 3rd place, and Max Bischoff coming around in 4th, and there is the number 17 cart, unfortunately landing into the dirt, and that is Cadet going unfortunately in the 2nd last corner, just bottoming out, and that is all she wrote, unfortunately for the number 17, unfortunately for the Extreme Racing. Here is our run through of the results. Declan Jurgens, Maddox Mason, Aaron Mason, Max Bischoff, Sebastian Ferreira, Diego Antunes, Santa Fred, along with Rutsing Tesco, Ashray McGrath and Zach Bischoff in 10th. Kieran Reddy and Lishan Mutabela in 12th. 13th position, Ashton Reddy, Ronaldo Kumokaya going and go to Crim Sky. And Hunter North in 16th. Sebastian Blicknote, unfortunately, unable to come across the line due to mechanical failure out on track. So, not ideal circumstances. We do have another kart off into the dirt, and that is a fairly recent one that has come off onto the track. And that is, I think that's the 32, or that might be the 12. That is the number 12 that's out there. Big shout out to our cameraman and our directors giving us a nice shot there. That's number 12. And that is Hunter North, who is getting a bit of a chat to with Marshall, getting a bit friendly out there. Race is over, and unfortunately, he spun himself into the dirt. And now having to just hop out. They'll get the carts up and going and get them back to the pits. Next up is going to be our OKJ, so don't go anywhere, folks. The action's heating up, it's getting exciting, it's getting wild, and becoming very unglued. All right, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to our OKJ. This is our Heat 3 out on the track. It is Matthew Mason out in first place, Jack Moore in second place, along with Kaios here. And then you see Nkomo, Sebastiano Human, William Marshall, JC Swart, along with Joshua Moore, Regalia Spice, Ryan Karam, Ethan Lennon going and running down, and Amani Kenya going and running back. Just to let you know, we have had 3 exclusions due to overtaking under yellow flags that was given to a couple of our drivers, and unfortunately that has stuck them at the back. So Karim, Ethan and Amani all getting that penalty and will start at the back of the field behind Regali, who had an engine failure in the last race. So it came down to it of missing out yellow flag. So ignoring the yellow flag, saying that you can't pass under yellows, and you get caught out. So now let's see how it's all going to turn out, and let's see who can keep a cool head under these conditions. Matthew Mason and Jack Moore lining up behind one another, side by side. I do apologize. You could see the enthusiasm of Jack Moore saying, let's go, let's give it horns, let's go and fight it out towards the top. I'm going in for the championship, I'm going in for the win, and you best go and fight it out. So Jack Moore going to be quite happy with it, as championship rival Imani is starting way down the order, and away they go, off to a great start. And it does look like Mateo Messon trying to defend the inside line. Jack Moore getting past into turn 1, and now wants to try and carry on the momentum through. Messon trying to close up that gap a little bit more. Kayo trying to also get into the fray of things as quick as possible to stay in the fight on the way through. Gonna be a proper charge on the way through. Matthew Mason now needing to get a little bit elbows out to get into the fight and really keep that number 31 cart of Jack Moore at bay as they make their way through, hopping over the curbs, really trying to get it all together. And now we have also got the likes of Kayo up into second place. So I do apologize. Jack Moore going into third, Kayo into second. Has launched the way up. So Kayo's going to be up on the inside, try to go past Jack Moore, dives up on the inside, getting the pass done. And you can see nose to tail racing there, but it's going to be hard on the anchors to try and bring it into the right-hander, late on the anchors to try and get it all sorted out. Jack Moore in that 31 kart, trying to stay in the fight as much as possible. We can maintain at least second position. We'll walk away with the championship at this point, as the rest of his championship rivals will not be able to score enough points. So he's got to be either second or first for this final heat to ensure that he can walk away with the OKJ 2024 National Championship. Oh, jumping over the curb, one of our carts towards the back, and I think that was Ethan Lennon going and hopping over the curb. Going to not be too happy on that little bit of a bounce, having to pull it back from the brink as they make their way around the circuit. Nose to tail racing. Don't count out Kayo just as yet, because on the back there is Mentilli, who's going to be charging down, looking to try to get into the fray of things. And Sebastiano Human trying to make up some time as well. A little bit further down, we do have the likes of Kieran Ryan going and making up some time. And Regali, I've got to say, absolutely phenomenal drive, moving up into 6th place, up 3 positions from where he started, considering Heat 2 was not a fan favorite for Regali. Spice needing to go and really work on the kart to get it back up and get it back into full swing. But it is side-by-side action as Human going and fighting it out with Matteli side-by-side, heading towards turn 1. And it looks like Human was just able to squeeze out that position, going and jumping up into 4th place, and now a little bit closer to Kayo lying in 3rd, and more importantly, championship leader Jack Moore, who's running in 2nd as they carve their way through. A little bit further down the order though, we do have number 79 getting into a fight. That is Regali going and battling out with Jesse Swart in the 67 kart, trying to get into the fray of things, and it looks like a little bit of a bottle up as they all close down. Jesse Swart, Ethan Lennon and Amani all over the back of one another, keeping it very tight, keeping it very busy amongst all of them as they try and floor their way through, going into a monstrous fight on the exit. Matthew Mason out in first, Jack Moore in second, Kayo running in third, and now we have got Sebastiano Human, Mancini Nkumo, Ethan Lennon, Amani Kaya in 7th position. 8th is Jesse Swai, Regali down into 9th after getting that little bit of a climb, but that has helped Jesse Swart to move up a position, up 5 positions from where he started, along with Amani up 5 positions as well. So great stuff on their run. But now it's all starting to settle down ever so slightly for now. Don't count it out just as yet. And the calm before the storm is always what's mentioned here in karting, and has always been nose to tail racing. And so far what we've seen for Heat 3 is there is no give whatsoever as they fight their way through. As our leaders come across the line, 2nd and 3rd, very close to one another. 4th place, all fine. Human keeping ahead. Nico, though, trying to make up some ground. But this is currently our fight for 2nd place. As we saw Kayo onto the back of Jack. Looks for the inside line. Couldn't quite get the pass done and dusted yet. Jack looking over the shoulder in that 31 kart, saying, all right, let's try and maintain a bit of pace here. Let's try and close up that front top. Oh, a little bit of a nudge there, under braking. Just not anticipating the braking marker. That has swapped them round, though. And immediately you suddenly have Kayo up into 2nd place. Jack Moore giving a little bit of a thumbs up, saying, don't worry about it. Let's keep going. Let's try and focus on the charge here. But I don't think he knows who's behind him, as Sebastiano Human has closed up that gap quite quickly and is still into the battle. So Sebastiano Human is ahead of Sebastian Diaz in the championship, but is behind Amani. So very, very close on it. So let's see how Kayo is going to have to battle out. And now it's going to be late braking for Kayo, who loses out that position to Jack. So Jack going and saying, oh, right, I'm going to take that back. I'm going to get going and carry on accelerating out of it. Kayo looking under braking, couldn't quite get it all hooked in on the inside. Going to play a little bit of patient game at the moment. Keeping the toe, get really, really close. Right behind that rear bumper. Looks to try and get on the power early enough to just get the nose underneath. Couldn't quite get it done as yet. Through Sector 3 though, very, very quick. Going to try and follow through, and Jack just going defensive, holding the apexes at this point on the way through. Gaining a little bit more time, nose to tail, as they battle their way through. So great racing. So Matthew Mason out in first, has broken away from the rest. Jack Moore currently in 2nd place, Kayo Sierra in 3rd, Sebastiano Human in 4th, along with Ethan Lennon in 5th, Amani Kaya in 6th, is Jesse Stewart in 7th, along with Imsani Nkumo, Ryan Karam, and Regali Spice in 10th position. Joshua Moore down in 11th position at the moment. We still keep an eye on our fight for 2nd and 3rd, as Jack Moore and Kayo have been doing a great job between one another, but I don't think they realize the implications of their little fight, because take a look who's caught up. Sebastiano and Ethan have closed up the battle, and now 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th are now right on top of one another. Get ready for a fight of note. So let's see how this is going to work out, as Jack Moore going to be looking over the shoulder and realizing, okay, hold on, we've got a problem here. While we've been fighting it out, we have now got the likes of Sebastiano Human going and jumping over the curbs for the 46 and losing out that little bit of time. Ethan Lennon comes on by and says, all right, buddy, let's pull you along a bit. Let's try and close you up to the rest of the fight. So this is going to be a bit of an interesting time, and while that all happened, Amani going and closing up quite rapidly. So from 2nd down to 6th place have gotten into the back of one another, absolutely sending it at this point. It's going to be a monumental charge for them to go. Jack Moore now realizing that he's got a little bit of a problem than what was originally on the cards. Kayo up into 2nd place. Sebastian Human carrying a lot of momentum, trying to carry his way through. So Sebastiano going to try and carry on that little bit more pace and hoping that it's going to be enough. Getting a monster slide out of the hairpin. Unfortunately, losing out a little bit of time to Ethan just ahead of him. So Ethan, who is just a red cart, just ahead, now catching up onto Jack Moore and will go and get on the attack. So Jack Moore can't afford to lose any more positions at this point. He needs to stay in within the fight of our top 3. Ethan's going to get everything he's got, absolutely going for a sin. Sebastiano and Amani are going at each other tooth and nail, and Jesse along with Lanzi going and having a good go with one another. So still some very, very close racing between them as they charge their way down to the wire at this point. But Kaio going and launching his way out towards the top. Sebastiano getting pulling the likes of Amani along, getting closer and closer to Ethan on the way through. Ethan, who is gone and blasted ahead, but Amani gets the pass on the inside line at the top of the circuit, gets it all hooked in, gets the pass, and now going to tow Sebastiano just ahead of them. Taking a look at 3rd and 4th place. We'll have to keep a very close eye on this because Jack Moore and Ethan are going at it. 31 and 32 are the kart numbers that are going at one another. And there we go, Ethan in the red kart going and chasing down Jack Moore in the black and white as they fight their way through very, very close onto the back of one another. Nose and to tail on the way into turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, turn 4, and now it's going to try and carry the momentum through. And we have got Mason Mateo, who is out in the top 20. He's with number 28 and sees Cairo in 2nd place. But 3rd is now open cards as Jack Moore starting to realize that Ethan's all over the back of him. Ethan did start towards the back end of the field. Now he's trying to make his way up 7 positions from where he started. And after the problem with the yellow flags in Heat 2, that exclusion coming in, well, Jack Moore's got to absolutely give it everything he can at the moment to try and keep Ethan at bay. He can't afford to lose that time as they fight their way through. So now Ethan looks up on the inside. Can he get past? Side by side they go. Jack Moore stuck on the outside. Ethan comes across the front of the nose and just getting past. Jack Moore down the order though, and that is not going to help. He's out of that top 3 and he's got to try and close it up quite quickly. Ethan is going to have the advantage here, as next time they come by, there will only be 2 laps left of the race. So it's going to be all or nothing for them at the moment. Jack Moore not very comfortable, under braking, getting a little bit sliding, and those tires starting to fade away from him. Jumping over the curbs, not very comfy. And immediately Ethan going and opening up a huge gap. Jack Moore getting swallowed up by Amani. So Amani's going to get onto the back. Now Amani's looking left and right, going to see where to get past Jack Moore. Looks towards the inside line, can't get the pass done as yet. Will hang around though, the number 45. Amani now has to get a little bit more momentum as Amani's running 2nd in the championship. So getting ahead of Jack Moore at the moment, dropping him down the order is going to work into the advantage right here. So Jack Moore is starting to feel that pressure. The championship grip on that trophy starting to get a little bit less on the way through. They're going to have to really dig deep on what needs to be done, how they're going to close up this victory. Jack Moore running in 4th place at the moment. Amani right behind. Final lap. It is all or nothing to get it bottled in. And the likes of Matto Mason running in 1st place. Kaya Sierra in 2nd. Ethan Lennon, Jack Moore, Amani Kenya, Sebastiano Human, Manseli and Como, Jesse Swart in 8th, Regali Spice in 9th, and Ruan Karam running in 10th position, and it looks like is out of the race. So it's all or nothing out towards the sharp end. Jack Moore needs to keep the momentum at this point to try and get across that line, but ultimately it's going to go to Mateo Mason, who will get the win and get the victory for the number 28 kart. He's going to be happy about that one. You can see hand up in the air, really taking a dab and a bow to the crowd. Kaya Sierra taking 2nd place, Ethan Lennon in 3rd, going and making up 8 positions from the back. Jack Moore running in 4th place, Marty Kenya going and running in 5th, Sebastiano Human, and Sali Nkomo, Jesse Swart, Regali Spice Viola, and Karen Ryan, followed by Joshua Moore and Willem Marshall, rounding out our field. 11 karts coming across the line. And that is all she wrote, but absolutely incredible. For Heat 3 of our OKJ, and some great racing, nose to tail. There is our provisional results up on your screen. Mateo Mason out in first place, Kaya Sierra in second place, Ethan Lennon in third, Jack Moore running in fourth place, Amani Kaya, followed by Sebastiano Human, Sally Nkumal, Jesse Swart, Regali Spice Manula, and followed by Ryan Kerem, Joshua Moore in 11th place. Well, that is it for our OKJ Heat 3. They got one more heat a little bit later today, so they're going to sit down and figure out what they can do to gain a little bit more time underneath them to ensure that they stay at the top. Next up is going to be our KZ2s. They'll be heading out for their Heat 3. Coming up next, don't go anywhere, folks. This is round 4 of the Rock Cup National Championship here at Red Star Raceway. All right, time for our KZ2, our Heat 3 for them. Sebastian Lanzetti will be starting out in first place. Michael Pringle in second. Nicholas Ventures going and starting in third. Christian van Veek and Nico Forrest will be rounding out our field. Nico landing up with that problem in Heat 2 where they just gave up the ghost. Looks like they got the problem all sorted out and now will be fighting it out to try and claw his way back to victory. Once again, standing start, rev it up, drop the clutch, and go, go, go in the shifter carts. The KZ2's absolutely phenomenal stuff. The fastest carts here today, now looking to battle their way out towards the sharp end of the field. And if you really want to have some exciting times with the KZ2s, go and head over to the Rock Cup or any of our categories, and you want to see how to start or even how to get your loved ones to start, even friends, head over to the Rock Cup South Africa page, website, and or follow us on our socials where we can get you and showing off everything that's going on. 30-second board is up, 5-second board is up, lights will go on, lights on, lights off, and away they go. Sebastian Lanzetti with a fantastic start. Michael Pringle a little bit slower on the start, keeps an eye to the likes of Nicholas, who got a great start as they make their launch through. Sebastian, though, getting a great run off the line, but take a look at Nico Safaris, who has made up a bit of time. He's clawed his way up one position, and Nicholas right onto the back of Michael Pringle. So Nicholas, who's been having a bit of a clawback, he eventually got within 21 seconds in Heat 2 towards second place after having the worst start here today. He's now closed up that little bit of a gap in Heat 3, goes for a deep send, gets a pass done and dusted. That forces Michael to drop over the curbs. Not great. Oh, and also take a look at Nico. Tried going for a pass on the inside. Unfortunately, no help there. Suddenly had the door closed, stamped on the anchors to get a turn. Was able to bring it back, but definitely not an easy time. Christian van Wyk hanging on to the back of them, chasing it as hard as they can to keep within the fight. But at the moment, Sebastian Lanzetti going and breaking away from the entire field. Nicholas trying to make up that little bit of time is in second place, hoping to break the train of Michael Pringle and Nico, who's going to be chasing down, trying to make up some time, under braking, and not going to be an easy time. So there we go, Nicholas making his way around. Michael, who is following right behind, has got Nico. So third and fourth is definitely going to be a bit of an exciting one coming out of the exit. And you can see how Nico, taking the outside line, was able to get past Michael Pringle. No, he did not. He didn't have the straight line to do it. So it looked like he had the drive coming out of the corner, but just couldn't keep it all together. So third place is on the cards here. And Nico looking to try and make up any way possible to try go late on the anchors, maybe to dive up on the inside, try and force the likes of... Oh, that looks to have a very close one for Michael at the moment, who had to really push the limits on his braking zone, very, very deep into the corner to try and keep it going. Nicholas up on the inside, gets the send, beautifully done. Michael trying to come back at him and looks for the inside, couldn't quite get the momentum out of the chicane, snaking around, jumps over the curb, and now is incredibly slow. And I think that is a bit problematic for Michael Pringle. Yes, it is. Michael Pringle has come to a stop on the edge of the circuit, and now that has promoted Christian van Wyk. I think when he jumped over the curb, it was just enough to bounce that chain off the sprocket, and now, unfortunately, that goes, have to put it back on. So not an ideal situation for Michael Pringle, but I think the jump over the curb was what did it in properly. So Sebastian Lanzetti, Nicholas Venatus, followed by Nico Savaris and Christian van Wyk out on track. And what we see on circuit at the moment is Nicholas running in second place. Suddenly Nico making up a bit of time, will be trying to close in that gap as quick as possible on the way through. Now going in 1 second behind Nicholas, so Nicholas is going to have to keep an eye on Nico right behind. Nico's not going to make it a very easy one here. He's going to look for going late on the anchors to just try and close up that gap as much as possible on the way through. It's going to be some hard work needed to make it all work here at Red Star Raceway. But don't count out Nicholas for the Steto team. Going and running in some great times at the moment, though. Nico putting in the fastest lap time of the race, 51.055, as he looks to try and launch his way up through the order. And there is he on the number 70 cart, now closing up on second place, looking to try to put himself back into the running order after Heat 2 was a DNF. Let's see if it will all work in the favor for Heat 3, as they want to make it all come towards the top of the board. Nicholas battling out, trying to go through the gears as quickly as possible, keeping his foot on the gas. And also Sebastian Lanzetti, last lap time, not the greatest though, 51.147, actually a little bit slower than his average lap time as it stands. Nicholas though doing a 51.4 on his way through, but that is not going to help against Nico, who did a 51.0. So that number 66 is properly hammering it around. And here comes second place though. Nicholas got Nico all over the back of him. Savaris looking left, looking right, trying to see where can he get by. Looks for the inside line, tries to go for the inside line, couldn't quite get it all hooked out. Got hooked onto the curbing. Lost our little bit of drive, and you saw looking left, looking right, just trying to identify where everyone else is around after having his drive completely killed off there. He's knows he's a little bit of safe space. 9 going 12 seconds away from Christian van Wyk, who is just trying to keep the momentum up at the moment. So Savaris late over the curbs, battling it out, tries for the inside line. Can he go late on the anchors? Tries to swing it in. Not an easy time out there. Savaris gonna really have to dial it up to 10 to get it to work. Goes for a late lunge, tries the inside line, very, very late lunge, but just couldn't get it all hooked in. Nicholas saw it coming, was able to sweep across the nose, try and kill off that drive. Once again, Savaris getting right onto the back of him, looks for the inside line, utilizing every bit of the curb, staying on the gas, up the gears, short shifting a little bit early there, just to try and get as much drive out of the corner as possible and stay into the slipstream of Nicholas ahead of him. So he is trying every trick in the book at this point. Nicholas going very defensive. You'll watch him slightly move to the middle of the circuit just to try and kill off that drive as much as possible. So Nicholas going to have to really get elbows out once again. He knows that Nico is quite aggressive in through this top end of the section and goes for the inside line. And Nico starting to get a little bit frustrated. Driving style having to change. Oh, we got a spinner. And that is Nicholas. Nicholas has just spun out. Was going defensive as much as possible. There it is. Just having the rear snap out underneath him. And that was all she wrote. Nicholas tried making up that bit of time and is stopped out on circuit, I think. Yeah, that is it for the race. Taking the helmet and gloves off. And now they're going to be looking to get that kart off circuit as quick as possible. And just trying to get it cleared out while our drivers are going and battling out. So Sebastian Lenzetti will be fighting it out with Nico Savaris in second place. Christian van Beek will be now in third. Nicholas Rantes, unfortunately, you can see his kart being recovered, put off to the side and down. So he is out of the race. And Michael Pringle going and running out thus far. But double wave yellows being put in, and our marshals having to lift the kart out of the way of Nicholas, who was doing such a phenomenal job on the defense, and unfortunately just having that rear snap around underneath him, under braking, and gets thrown around. So definitely a difficult time. Sebastian Lenzetti though, going down the gears, trying to keep it nice and neat, not pushing as hard as once was. Last lap was a 52.6, so knows that he's not under any amount of pressure, not to go and damage the kart. He's going to try and just focus on keeping the momentum at the moment. And Sebastian Lenzetti with quite a bit of experience underneath his belt. Now trying to make his way through, looking to get another win. Last lap 51.4. Okay, picked up the pace compared to his previous lap. And Nico Savaris running in second place, going in 51.2 on the way through. So absolutely battling it out. Christian van Beek running in third, will have to try and make up some time. He is going to be standing on that third place spot, going to be happy, scoring a good bit of points for the KZ2 team, or the KZ2 class, and doing a 1:04. So not the quickest we have seen coming out of Christian van Beek, but has been improving his personal best every time he's gone out of the track. This time the sun is starting to set. It's becoming a little bit more of a difficult challenge for our karters out there, having it straight into the visors, into the eyes, and that is going to make corners absolutely blinding. Now 66, Sebastian Lenzetti coming across, will be starting his final lap, and Nico Savaris in second place, who is currently 4.6 seconds behind. Unfortunately, I think is a little bit too far back to be able to make a dent in Sebastian Lenzetti's grip right now. But unless something goes on, Sebastian Lenzetti is a bit slower that time around. Is he taking it too easy? Yes, he is. And take a look at this, a change up. Nico getting ahead of Sebastian Lenzetti right at the line. So Nico getting a past Sebastian Lenzetti, and now has claimed first place. Sebastian, who was going so well and being so consistent, unfortunately, something went on and he was dead slow out of the corner. So that is Nico Savaris taking the top spot. Sorry, Sebastian Lenzetti. Okay, so I got it wrong there. I must have seen Christian van Beek with it been slow. So it was Sebastian Lenzetti taking the check flag, Nico Savaris second, and Christian van Beek. So Christian was a bit slower out of the exit, makes sense, just saw the cart, and Sebastian Lenzetti comes across taking that top spot. Nico getting up 3 positions from the start of the race. Unfortunately, Nicholas Fontes and Michael Pringle going and dropping out of the order. Next up though, we're going to be heading back towards our mini rock they'll be heading out onto the track for their Heat 4. And we're going to be having some fun out there. So moving on to our final heats for today, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be a wild one of note. So Kid Rock will be heading out onto the track for their final heat of the day, followed by OKN, Mini Rock, Cadet, OKJ and KZ2 will go on to their final heats of today and their final heats for 2024 for the Rock Cup National Championship, all coming to a close here at Red Star Raceway. A brand new circuit to the karting calendar has now come alive. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope you are excited just as much as I am as we're looking forward to crowning some new champions for the 2024 season. And over in our virtual grandstands, everyone having a ton of fun out there. Great to see everyone joining in, being part of the action, even taking a look around the commentary side of things. We can see everyone lining up in the grandstands, going and supporting and cheering on all the amazing racing that we've seen out on the track thus far. But there is going to be a bit of cleanup work needed to get some carts back into the pits so they can be repaired for the final time. And I know they're going to do everything they can to score those valuable points for the championships. By the end of Heat 4, we will be crowning our 2024 champions. It all started way, way back, and now it has come to this. It's nose to tail racing. It all started Kalani, 2nd of March, and then it moved on to Vereeniging Karting Circuit on the 18th of May, Chelsea Scribanti on the 15th, to end here right at Red Star Raceway, 24th of August. It's going to be a wild one, and the excitement all building up amongst families, teams, drivers, and all the petrol heads in the virtual grandstands and here at Red Star Raceway. Don't go anywhere. Make sure you keep your eyes closely fixed to your screens as we're going to be heading on for the final race of 2024 for the Kid Rock Championship. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, time for the final race for our Kid Rock Championship for 2024. Our final heat has come down to this, and it's Logan Blue, Noah Cronier, Brody Harris, Logan Rigg, Riley van Staden, Ronald Fenter, and Drew van Staden rounding out the field. As they make their way around, they will be getting themselves ready. Riley van Staden hoping to maximize points here today. As we line up on the grid, waiting to go. Everyone excited for the final round for our Kid Rock for 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, make some noise wherever you are around the world as they line up for the final time. It's all or nothing for Logan Blue in the 68 kart. Noah Krunier lying in second place as they lights on. They come around the corner and they will see it for the final time. And getting ready to go. Lights on, lights off, and away they go racing. And instantly you can see the likes of Krunier going and moving to the center of the circuit, trying to go for a little bit more of a defensive play as they make their way through. It's going to be late on the anchors, try and pull their way through the order. Logan making his way up the order, and Reddy Harris in number 23 also on a monumental charge, trying to close up some time. Side-by-side action as they make their way in through the hairpin, all going and battling it out on the way through. But it does look like Harris trying to make up some time in the back there. But back up to the top of the order, it is Logan Blue currently running in towards the top. And here a little bit further down, that is number 50. That's Ronald Fenter having a good run. He gets past Drew van Staden. Fantastic run there, going late on the anchors, try and force a mistake out of it. Ronald going to be quite happy with that little bit of the pass. And there's the number 23, Reddy Harris, stopped on the track, was getting so much momentum, and unfortunately that is all she wrote for that little kart. The number 23 unfortunately stopped the driver out the kart, and I think that is a retirement. The final heat will be a DNF in not ideal circumstances there after fighting it out tooth and nail. So back up towards the top order though, that is our number 68. That is Logan Blue with Noah Krunier chasing him down. Noah looking for the inside line. Can he go and switch it out to the outside? He's going to try to do so to get a little bit more of an advantage. Going to really battle it out under the braking. Not quite able to get it just as yet. Really throwing it in. Going as late onto the anchors as possible. And Riley van Staden running in third place in a little bit of no man's land ahead of Logan Ruig at the moment, who was having a fight with Harris a little bit early on, but that all changed up soon as it's all come into play. So, Logan going and battling his way out. No, Krunier going and closing up that little bit of a gap, trying everything he can to make up some time. There's the number 35 of Logan Ruig, lying in fourth place, trying to make up some time as they fight their way through. The number 24 of Noah Krunier getting right onto the back of Logan just ahead of him. So Baloo hoping that he can make up that little bit of time, going lit for the inside line, can't get it. Noah needs to go for a deep send here if he wants to get past Logan just ahead of him. So Logan going defensive, middle of the track, keeping it nice and easy. Smooth on the throttle, smooth on the anchors, not making any sudden moves. But there is Krunier going and sliding it around, getting a little bit more aggressive with the driving style, needing to get a little bit more elbows out. Did set a sub 1 minute there, so he is the fastest currently out on track and will have to carry as much momentum as possible to get that pass. A 59.999 to go and quote it out, so it is a sub minute. But my heavens, right underneath that sub-minute. And Logan Blue going and making his way around, trying to go a little bit more defensive. Goes out a little bit wide, a little bit too wide. And that's going to allow Krunier to get right onto the back of him, looking around the outside, going to lean on that rear wheel, that rear right. Couldn't get it all sorted out, switching over to the left-hand side. Seeing where can he get that pass done and dusted. Going and trying to put as much pressure left and right, trying to force him to look over his shoulder and say, come on, take your eyes off the apex here, roll your foot off the throttle. I want to see you lose out that little bit of time. Krunier getting into the toe, getting cheered along, and Logan Blue, who is maintaining a great pace, puts himself with a 59.981, but no, Krunier a 59.872 on that last lap. So just so close between one another. And Riley van Staden in third place, up 2 positions from where he started. Logan Ruig in fourth position, along with Roland Venter, Drew van Staden, and unfortunately, Reddy Harris going and unfortunately retiring after his amazing run and getting caught out through it. So 2 and 3 parked off on the side, but there is the number 18 of van Staden. Went into this round as the championship leader. Well, we're going to have to calculate the points afterwards and see if he maintained that or will he have lost it. And suddenly Chris Cornea, who's done a phenomenal job to stand towards the top of the charts, looks to take it all the way down towards the wire. Noah needs his first place. That is what's needed right now. He needs the first place to score the win and will possibly get the championship underneath his belt. Noah tries for the inside line, went full pass. Unfortunately, couldn't carry the momentum through. Logan Blue making the momentum, gets the inside cut as they make their way through. Cornea trying to look left. Noah hoping he's going to go late on the anchors for the stop street, as it's called here at Red Star, going and looking left and right, and now is onto the back, little bit close to the likes of Logan. These two are fighting it out for championship points. They're fighting it out for championship honors. And with Riley down in third place, they know it's all to play for. And they've got to give it everything. They've got to wear their hearts on their sleeves at this point to ensure that they can try and walk away a champion for the Kid Rock here for the Rock Cup National Championship Series. I mean, this is going to be a monumental run for them. And Noah looks for the inside line, couldn't quite get the pass done. Logan just ahead of him, really getting defensive, elbows out at this point, middle of the circuit to try and just hold back Noah at bay. Logan is not going to back down from any fights as they're getting closer and closer. 2 laps to go when they come around, and it's all or nothing for the run. Noah right onto the back, looks for the inside, coming out of the corner, not able to do it. This is where he gets the run. He's stuck on the outside. Can he carry the momentum through? Just losing out, not having that top end as he moves off to the side. That's going to cost him some time, but they're going to be making up a little bit of room to one of our back markers. Hopefully they'll get him on the straight. And for Logan, he's going to be wishing for it to be on the straight. He doesn't want to get caught out now, especially in this monstrous fight he is in with Noah, because one wrong move, one misstep will be it. Final lap though for our leaders as they make their way around. Logan needs to really keep his foot in it at this point. Noah right behind. They're catching up to one of our back markers. Run out wide. Logan get caught out. He goes and swings out a little bit wide. And Noah getting caught out. He's lost out that little bit of time trying to straight line it. Gets right in behind Logan. Doing everything he can. He's got to go for the sin if he wants this championship. He wants to score maximum. He wants to call himself the 2024 Kid Rock champion. He needs to maximize his points. He needs to come in first. It's all or nothing at this point. They went in 1 point difference between Cronier and Beaulieu at this point, so they're fighting it out left and right, doing everything they can, nose to tail. Is it going to be enough? And it does look like Logan Beaulieu takes the checkered flag ahead of Noah Cronier. Riley van Staden will take third place. And now going down the order, it's Logan Rigg, followed by Ronan Venter and Drew van Staden coming across in 6th place. So absolutely tremendous stuff. And now it's going to be just calculating the points of who's going to be able to get it, because let me remind you of this. Riley van Staden went into round 4 on 210 points. Noah Cronier in 2nd place on 196 points, and Logan Blue running on 195 points. And he's lying in 3rd. 30 points goes to 35 points go towards the winner. So keep an eye out on this. It's going to be a wild one. There's going to be lots of math working in the background here. But Logan finishing ahead of Noah Cronier, followed by Riley van Staden, Logan Rigg, and Ronald Venter. Drew van Staden in 6th place. And Brady Harris going and unfortunately having a DNF, retiring out on track. What a run for our Kid Rock. What an exciting time for our Kid Rock, that is for certain. And that brings it into their 2024 championship here for the Rock Cup. Now moving on to our next one. That's going to be the OKN for their 15-minute race, their 15-lap race, so don't go anywhere. OKN up next for their final heat of the 2024 calendar.
All lines up.
My love has got
Brand new
no
season,
money, he's
brand
got
new
his
dawn,
strong
and
beliefs.
it's lights
My
out,
love has
and
got
away
no
we go.
power, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no fame, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no money, he's got his strong beliefs. Want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, want more and more. People just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, freed from desire. Mind and senses purified, freed from desire. Mind and senses purified, freed from desire. Mind and senses purified, freed from desire. Na 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 strong beliefs. My love has got no power, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no fame, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no money, he's got his strong beliefs. Want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the OKN class, their final heat for 2024 for the Rock Championship, the Rock Cup, the national championship that has gone all over. Started in Killarney in March and is ending here at Red Star Raceway in Delmas on the 24th of August. Taking a look though, it's Muhammad Wali out in first place with Cole Houghton in second place. Mikhail Bazenote, Gianna Pascal, along with Vian Boshoff, Brandon Funderbolt, Fadil Dali, Kaya Ngbona, and Talia Schmogel going and having a bit of fun. And we'll be running out our field. So, they're coming around for the last time. All looking good. Everyone keeping an eye on the action, making sure it's fair and clear as they come through. Lights off and away they go. Muhammad Wali getting caught out on line. Bazenote having a phenomenal launch off a line as they head down towards turn one. Going to be late on the anchors, try and get it all sorted out. Bazenote getting it locked in quite quickly. And now Cole up on the inside to try and retake the position as they make their way through. Vian trying to also make up a little bit of time as they all close up on one another. A bit of a concertina effect as they battle their way through and take a look out towards Gianna, trying to make up some time in the fray of things. Right behind, that looks to be Bazenote that is just ahead as they fight their way through, turning into a monumental effort. But out in front, Muhammad Wali not having an easy time out this time around, as Cole right behind, trying to do everything he can. Sorry, that's Gianna that's lying in second place. And then we have got Cole Houghton in third, who's getting chased down by Bazenote running in fourth place. So Gianna up into second place, and now all of a sudden we have got a big twist. Cole lying in third, opening up a bit more of a gap, but that has opened up Bazenote to deal with Boshoff right behind him. And Vian's not going to make this easy for him. Going to look for the inside, look for the outside, see where the waters are clear enough to go for a bit of a pass. Try and figure out where on earth can he get on by. Late on the anchors, Cole not getting the momentum needed, and now getting closed up immediately by Bazenote, who is right onto the back of him. Kill's not going to back down from this. He is going and smelling blood in the water right now, and he is wanting to break away as quick as he can from Vian Boshoff right behind him, who is going to keep that pressure onto the back of him. Foldil going right onto the behind, and also going and pushing as hard as possible to try and make up a bit of time. They know that they're running out of time in this race. They're in for the final heat of the entire 2024 calendar, so you want to go and put yourself up towards the top and ensure that you stay there. Gianna, though, more than happy, up 2 positions from starting, and well, so far Muhammad Wali who is leading the championship, is out towards the top with a 51.6 as it stands. So he's going to be quite happy to keep on going and will secure his lead in the championship, taking the win for the OKN class if he finishes out in first place at the moment, just by using a little bit of rough calculations, as he's looking to keep up the momentum at this point. Cole going and maintaining that fourth place. Fadil getting ahead of Vian Boshoff, who just couldn't quite have the same straight line pace. Now trying to battle their way out, nose to tail between them as they make their way through. We can see that 33 kart of Cole getting sucked back into the fray, just having a bit of a rough time into sector 2. Now we'll have Fadil immediately onto the back, looking left, looking right, sees how to close up that gap. Now heading in sector 3, knows that Cole's not so happy through more the technical bits. Kart not as balanced as he would like it to be, so Cole's going to have to really get his elbows out here, middle of the circuit, try and kill off that drive as much as possible, and hopefully feed Dali back into Vian Boshoff right behind. So Boshoff is going to really try and do everything possible to hang in the mix at the moment as they make their way around the track. Still nose to tail on the two of them, and it is the likes of Cole getting drawn in the whole time on Dali right behind. Fadil needs to try and get past as quick as possible. Looking at the lap times, is slightly on the quicker side on the previous laps. This time around 51.9, so not quite the pace to get past as yet, but needs to attempt to just get past and get going once again. But Mohammed Wali, who's checked out of the fight, 2.3 seconds ahead of Gianna Pascal and Mikhail Bazadnote running in third place. Cole Hurtson running in fourth. Fadil Dali in fifth place as they come across the line, and Vian Boshoff in sixth. Brandon van der Walt in seventh, and then Kiana Ngwana and Tyler going and running out the field. Smiggle going and coming across in ninth place, keeping it consistent and actually doing personal best there, 52.9. So great stuff there. Still hanging into the pack and still trying to maintain some pace underneath, especially in these very, very difficult conditions as the sun starts to set and makes life a little bit more tricky for all our drivers out on the track. And it's only going to get worse as the sun comes down further and further here in Delmas, going all the way down the brakes, trying to figure out what they can do. And you can see how Cole is trying to keep it all together, has a bit of a problem as Dali looked on the inside there, just trying to sniff for an opportunity and found one. Now going, hang on, I can get you here. And Vian Boshoff is not too far behind, looking to try and stay into the fight to this. So as they fight their way through, it is all or nothing at this point. Cole trying to break away and do everything possible, suddenly has a bit of a problem as they claw their way through. So not going to be an easy time here, as Michael Bazadnote is also getting a little bit of a tough time just ahead of him. So these three are starting to catch up to the likes of second and third. So hang on, we got second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth all starting to draw each other in and become into a bit of a fight. So Gianna is trying to make her way through, and now starting to feel the pressure from Mikhail Bazadnote, and now Bazadnote is allowing this fight to get a little bit closer. So Bazadnote is up into second place, Gianna coming across into third, and now we've got Cole running in fourth place. You can see them in sight, knows that he can get a little bit closer, and that might also help in keeping Fadil at bay for just that little bit longer, getting into that slipstream and pulling himself along just that little bit more, especially towards the sharp end of the field. So while our leader, Mohammed Wali, has opened up the gap, second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth have all closed up on one another and getting into a little bit more of a fight than planned, and we'll go and battle it out. 7, 8, 9 from Brandon van der Walt all the way down to Talia, going and running very close to one another. Talia, unfortunately, at the back, 5 seconds off the back of Kenya, but still keeping a consistent pace enough that anything can happen. She will be able to get the win or get a few positions and score some valuable points at the moment. So let's see how it's all going to turn out as our drivers really give it everything they got. And so far, Bazadnote starting to stretch his legs a little bit over Gianna, who is trying to close up that gap as quick as possible. We've seen Gianna very aggressive towards the start of the race, but starts tapering off towards the middle and end of the race. That energy just doesn't seem to stick around. Well, now you've got to keep your finger on the button. You've got to keep going and not break out of it. You need to keep that little bit of momentum. Cole Hurtson running in fourth, trying to get on the defense, dealing with Fardil at the moment. Fardil not making it a very easy time here. Looks left, looks right, looks to try and go underneath Cole. Can't quite get past that number 33 cart. So keep an eye on 33 and 25 as it's still a fight between them. And you can see Fardil not backing out from the fight, losing a bit of time through turn 1, turn 2. And that has allowed Björn Boshoff to get a little bit closer. Gianna onto the back of Bazanote, trying to close up that little bit of time. Mikil having a great time. Mikil Bazanote just hopefully hanging in there for that second place, trying everything possible because it is an absolute monster right behind him. And he knows this train has built up and has gotten bigger and bigger as time's gone on, because now not only do we have it down to 6, no, we have just included 7th and 8th into the mix. So we have got all the way from 2nd to 8th in within a fight. They are going to be clawing their way for the top spot, the final honors, and to walk away with valuable points for the 2024 championship, and to be able to say they stood on the podium for the first Rock Cup National Championship round at Red Star Raceway. Being the first time out here is definitely the one you want to go out for, but also to have the bragging rights and get in the heads of your competition going into 2025, saying that you were able to do it under the difficult conditions. We do see a bit of a pass happen in the background, and I think that was Bazanote. Sorry, that wasn't Bazanote, that was Cole, who went and landed up getting past Fardil, who just came back at him. Fardil battling out with Vian, looking left, looking right. Vian tries to get way past, couldn't quite get it. Cole getting a little bit bottled up on the exit, having a very slow run, and Cole unfortunately got a problem, looks down towards his motor, and that is Cole out of the running, and that has definitely helped out Fardil and Vian Bushhoff along with Brandon van der Walt. That has just changed up the entire race, so going and jumping over the curbs, and unfortunately Cole going and landing up with a bit of smoke coming out of the cart as well. Not going to be a happy camper, is going to be trying to limp it back around, and may actually be told to just take it off track and end the race there. But he wants to see the checkered flag. He really wants to see the end of it after everything that's gone on. We do see Cole just trying to limp the car back. And that's 33 not having an easy time out there, and you can see severely underpowered when he stands on the gas. It's just blowing smoke out the back of it, billowing around. So let's see how it's all going to turn out for him. Unfortunately, I think that is going to be a retirement for Cole in the final run. It's going to help Talia to get up and through up. So Mohammed Wali out in first place, broke away from the field early on, 5 seconds gap to him. But now Mikil Bazanote dealing with Gianna, who is going and closing up the gap. Then behind them, Björn Boshoff, Fardil, Dali, and Brandon van der Walt also right on top of one another. So Brandon van der Walt running in currently 6th place is right on to the back of Dali. So this is a train we want to keep an eye out for. That is Brandon van der Walt, Dali, and what looks to be Björn Boshoff going and finding it out as they come across the line. Sorry, that is Dali, Brandon van der Walt, and Kenya, who that's managed to get by. Mohamed Wali getting the fastest lap time of the race, but Kenya going and getting into that 7th place at the moment and clawing in for a fight, trying to stay with it and hoping to keep out on the track just that little bit longer as they battling themselves out, doing everything they can to just score those last 2 valuable points for the championship, really trying to claw their way to victory. Kanya trying to go a little bit later on the anchors to just get that nose turned in. Final lap as Mohammed Wali will be starting it out with Mikil Bazanote in 2nd place, Gianna in 3rd, Björn Boshoff in 4th place. Fadil Dali, followed by Brandon van der Walt, Kanya Ingwane, and Tyler Schmigel going and having a bit of fun out there in 8th place. Cole Hurtson, though, hasn't quit just as yet. He's going to keep it going right down to the wire. He wants to see it to the end the right way it needs to be. And honestly, I take my hat off to him for that. Not an easy time, but the battle's still out in front. Dali trying to make up some ground, having to do everything he can to try and hold in front of the pack. Going and defending as hard as he can. Van der Walt all over the back of him, and Kanya trying to make up. Mohammed Wali comes across the line, and that will be enough for him to take the championship for 2024 for the OKN. Second, Mikhail Bezednote, followed by Gianna Pascal, Vian Bosov, Fadil Dali ahead of Brandon van der Walt, and Kanya Ingwena coming across the line in 7th position. Talia will be coming across in 8th place, and Cole Howardson busy smoking, but managed to limp the cart. So as he gets going, battles across the line. The 33 gets across the line. So that is the end of our OKN, and congratulations to Mohammed Wali. If the math is all going well, he has worked his way to winning the OKN 2024 SA National Karting here for the Rock Cup. Mikhail Bezanote getting that 2nd place, done a great job ahead of Gianna Pascal, Björn Boshoff in 4th as they made their way through. So absolutely great running through it all, and what a run from all our competitors. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as we carry on the rest of our day for the final heats here at Red Star Raceway, next up is going to be our Mini Rock, looking to put themselves up towards the sharp end of the field, and let's see how it's all going to turn out. Don't go anywhere, folks, as we'll be right back. All right, taking a look to our Mini Rock. This is Heat 4 and the final heat for their championship for 2024. It's Sebastian Blicknote running in 1st place. Declan Jurgens in 2nd place. Aaron Mason in 3rd. Maddox Mason in 4th. Max Boshoff in 5th place. Sebastian Ferreira and whistling Tiesco, followed by Diego Antunes, Santi Freid, Ashay Negra, and Ronald Kruin. Zach Boshoff, Ed Okumske, Kian Reddy, and followed by Larissa Otabella, Ashin Reddy, and North Hunter going and making their way out. So let's see how this is going to go. Sebastian Blicknote looking to try and get a win here once again to be able to score maximum points and to walk away the Mini Rock champion for 2024. Maddox Mason looking to try and put a dampener on that, running in 2nd place, as we are going to be keeping an eye out. So let's see how this is all going to work out, lining up for the final time. Nerves on edge. Declan hoping to get the run on Sebastian as they close up. Our Mini Rock looking to stand towards the top of the charts here. Side by side, there you go. It's going to be a proper run as they make their way through. And now it looks like we may actually have a false start, because we do have a kart that is very, very far back. And yes, it is confirmed. False start. Everyone putting their hands up and recognizing that there is a false start. So they're going to just keep it all sorted. So it does look like a false start, and now everyone, our marshals, telling our karters to just slow it down. It's so difficult to explain to the youngsters that just want to get up and go. They want to race. They want to battle it out. That, listen, you got to slow down. Your mate behind you is not quite on the same pace at the moment. He's got a little bit of room to catch up, so you got to back the field up. And especially with these karts, they need a huge amount of airflow getting pumped into those radiators as much as possible, just to try and slow, to try and get it. So now they're just trying to get as much cooling into it as possible, and we do see that number 17 slotting into position. So reason for this, and getting informed by our timekeeper, saying that it's not for the benefit of the person that's actually running at the back. It's because he will end up interfering with the race when they get going. They're suddenly crowding onto him, and suddenly there is a major issue. So bear that in mind. It's safety in mind. That's the reason we have these restarts, to get them up and going, to bring safety back into it, and so that we can have a fun, fair, clean race all the way through to the end and not worried about going into the battle. So now it is very, very slow on the way through. Lights will go on, and karters at the ready. Sebastian Blicknote, Declan Jurgens going to be lining up. Line astern as they get ready to go. Lights on, lights off, and away they go. And it is our number 25, Sebastian Blicknote, moving over to the center of the circuit, tries to get himself going and launches his way up towards the top. And Declan trying to close up the gap as quick as possible, really getting into the mix there. Aaron Mason and Maddox Mason joining up right behind. They're looking to try and keep up the fight as well as they battle their way through. Look like leading the charge will have to really contend with a hard fight up towards that top four. But a little bit further down, there is fights up and down through the order, where the drivers are trying to push the limits of what they can do, or side by side, and I think a little bit of light contact between two in the mid-pack. We just cut away from it right at the moment of impact, so unfortunately a little bit taken out there, but looks like everyone's still up and going. No yellow flag, so a little bit of bodywork rub, as no harm no foul on that one, as they come across the line to put in yet another lap. It is Sebastian Blicknote up in first, Aaron Mason running in second place, Declan Jurgens in third place, right onto the tail of them. Max Bischoff running in fourth place, trying to gain a little bit of time as we take a look towards the sharp end of the field, and Sebastian Blicknote trying to make up some time under braking just to break away from the rest of the field. And Aaron Mason running in second place is doing everything he can to just try and close up Declan Jurgens running in third, who will have to try and get a little bit later on the anchor. So our top three have split away, and then we have got Max Bischoff, but right behind them is Sebastian Ferreira and Mason Maddox, who are in a monstrous fight, and they are tailing with the rest of the field of Santi Frade coming into the fray of things and doing everything he can to try and make up some time and get into Rutling going, and also getting into a little bit of an elbow-to-elbow situation, having to make up some time. Shai moving up into 8th place as they all swap around, all keeping within a second. So from 4th to 11th, it's all within a second of one another. 12th to 16th, all within a second of one another. Unfortunately, Hunter North not able to make it to the start line, and will be a DNS on his final heat for 2024. Oh, all over the show. A couple of karters having to really work a bit harder there, just trying to get their number, and that looks to be the number 27. There's Shai going and really getting into the mix of things, sliding around, getting a little bit unsettled on the way through. There's our number 63. There's Declan Jurgens, who is onto the back of second place, trying to look for a way past. Aaron Mason trying to defend as much as possible, and Mason needs to really carry a little bit more speed, and does look like Sebastian going and taking a little bit too much corner, unfortunately losing out a lot of time there. Looks behind and sees that the RPM Motorsports Aaron Mason going, closing up Declan Jurgens right onto the back of him and trying to make up that little bit of time. Looks up on towards the inside line, couldn't quite get it all hooked in, gonna battle it out and hoping they can stay into the fight as much as possible. Sebastian Birkloot lost out that little bit of momentum. Now we'll have to try and figure out what can be done to ensure he stays up towards the top. Not going to be an easy time out there. Everyone looking to try and get any advantage for the final race of 2024 for the Mini Rock. And this is it. It's come to be a proper charge on the way through. Everyone needing to go late on the anchors. And so far, Declan doing a fantastic job leading on to the pressure of Aaron Mason, just trying to force a mistake out of him, leaning onto that right-hand side and hoping that something will go awry with Mason. But Mason's going and soaking it in. Aaron Mason's not backing down from the fight. Instead, he's actually taking that and he's bettering his lap time, doing a 57.5. And that has actually done his personal best. Look, Sebastian Birknote, 57.4. is slightly quicker, but not by much. That gap is slowly diminishing between himself and second and third place. So what Aaron Mason needs to try and do here is go and have a chat with Declan, saying, right, come, let's work together here. Let's stop going on the attack of one another, and let's actually close up on first place. We're starting to make up that time. We're starting to become a little bit more effective by working with each other and try and get a little bit closer to Sebastian just ahead of us. He's within arm's reach. It's all or nothing, and it looks like Aaron is going and getting that through to Declan, because Declan's not going on the attack anymore. No more aggressive driving style on his behalf. He's keeping right onto the rear bumper, thinking the smart strategy here. Not going for those aggressive overtakes, not going and hunting down the sides or moving his way around. He is just following suit and just maintaining the momentum, and that's going to be enough to hopefully close onto the back of Sebastian Birknote on the way through. Yeah, it's going to be close, though. 0.7 of a second between first and second as it stands. But then a little bit further down, got some great racing going on with the likes of actually going onto the back of Santi. So that's 61 and 27 that are really onto the back of one another as well. That's towards the mid-pack. So back towards the sharp end of the field. And we can see second and third still there as the rest of the field coming through. And there is a couple of passes all over the show. And there is our 27 actually going and getting a great run on the way through, trying to carry as much momentum. Drivers feeling that pressure. They will see the board. 4 laps to go, lap 6 out of 10, and it's all or nothing at this point. You've got to try and keep your foot in it. You've got to try and look for those inside line. Looks to try and get past, and Declan not able to get the pass done and dusted just as yet. Will hang into the back of it as much as possible. Sebastian Birknote puts in the fastest lap time, 57.021, in these conditions where the sun has set quite a bit and they're going into the sunset on the way up towards the top end of the circuit, and they have to just try and guess where the markers are as they rejoin onto the main circuit, then quick turn off onto the short circuit, and now makes their way through. So utilizing parts of our main circuit here at Red Star Raceway and the newly tarred and newly built kart circuit that's been an addition to Red Star with the help of the Rock Cup, going in and giving themselves a great new track to have a bit of fun, and adding another karting circuit to the world of South Africa, well, into South Africa karting, which is great, and to the world for those overseas to even come and enjoy and experience the great racing action. But they're going to have to contend with the world champions that we got currently out on track, because these are our future world champions, no question, as Declan Jurgens all over the back, looking to try and battle his way through. Looks to try and go around outside, couldn't get the pass done and dusted, trying to battle it out. Right, touches towards the rear, just not able to get that pass done every so often, just leaning in for a pass, just unable to get it done and dusted as yet. We'll have to try and concentrate that little bit more as there's 2 laps to go. It's going to be a fundamental fight, and Max Buschhoff going and putting in his personal lap time. He's running in 4th place and will be looking to try and close up that gap as he's getting chased down by Santi Fred as they make their way through. But Max, in that 33 cards, do expect him to get a little bit closer to Declan and Aaron, who are fighting their way through. Santi Fred, Maddox, Mason and Ashay going and having a bit of fun. Ronaldo Krin and Sebastian Ferreira coming in, having a good go with one another as well. But Declan not backing down from the fight, needing to really get past, just pushing along at this point, saying, come on, buddy, we need to get a little bit momentum here. We're losing out a bit of time, and all of a sudden, Max Bischoff is a lot closer to us than we would like. We're going to be heading on to their final lap now. And Sebastian Blicknote will be coming across the line. 1 lap to go. It's all or nothing. Now Aaron Mason has got to go for it. He's got to keep ahead of Declan Jurgens, who will be pushing for a pass. He's not going to back down from this fight. Max has joined the fight as well. A little bit far back. I don't think it's going to help him out too much unless these two have a right and royal send on one another. Jurgens trying to carry the momentum through, forcing Mason to go around. Mason looking over his shoulder, starting to feel that pressure. And Declan around the outside, switch back to the inside, trying to get it around the outside again. Can he get it all sorted out? No, couldn't quite get the undercut sorted out. Trying to carry the momentum through. But now Mason getting a poor exit. And this is going to be a monumental send to just try and go for it. Number 63 of Jurgens really needs to go for it. Max is into the fray of things. Max goes for the lunge. Couldn't get it done. Into the double right-hander. Declan trying to get as much momentum as possible. Aaron trying everything he can. Drag races to the line. And across the line, it is Aaron Mason in second place. Declan Jurgens, followed by Max Bishop. Santi Frade gets across the line. Maddox Mason, Ronaldo Krin, Sebastian Ferreira, Ashai coming across the line in 9th place. I mean, this was close. Up and down through the field. Cade going and coming into that top 10. Ling getting into that fight. What a finish down to the wire. And that was just giving it horns. Now I think a couple of the drivers not quite sure where the checkered flag is at the moment. They just still in a monumental race. Very, very close, but there is our provisional result. It's Sebastian Blicknote in 1st place, Aaron Mason in 2nd, Declan Jurgens in 3rd, Max Bischoff, followed by Santi Fade, Maddox Mason, Ronaldo Kuhn, along with Sebastian Ferreira, Shai going and running into that 9th place, Cade into 10th place, Whistling Tesco in 11th, Diego Antunes in 12th, 13th position is Zach Bischoff, along with Kayan, and Ashen running in 15th, 16th will be La Roche Notabella. Unfortunately, North Hunter not able to make it to the grid, will not be scoring any points on this one, and will be getting a DNS on the final heat for 2024. Wow, okay, so that was our mini rock, their final heat of the 2024 season done and dusted. I can tell you everyone's nerves are on end right now. Next up though, we're going to be moving on to our cadets for their final heat of 2024. And after some monumental racing, it has come down to this for our cadets. 5 laps to get it all done and dusted. And the battle is going to be had between the 2 drivers that have really taken the championship to the top of the chart in the Tellissons. Is Caleb Rogers and Reddy Harris going to make their way through. Reddy Harris, unfortunately, landing up in an earlier race, having to retire the kart, is now going to have one more time to get it out on the track. But let's see how he's going to do with Caleb Rogers, who took that pole position in Heat 3. Can he do it again? Can lightning strike twice? Well, we're about to find out as they make their way around the circuit. Harris giving a thumbs up. Rogers giving a bit of a thumbs up as well, saying, look, if we're going to go fighting, let's do this right. Let's have a bit of fun. Let's show off what the cadets can do as they make their way around the track. Side by side they go. Lights on. Rogers looking to try and carry as much momentum as possible. Harris will be lining up to the side. Lights off and away they go. And Rogers getting a very excitable run off. It gets a monumental charge over Roddy Harris, who tries to make his way through. So Caleb Rogers doing everything he can to just try and keep ahead. Roddy Harris will be trying to close up that gap. There was a little bit of a gap between the start on that run, so he's going to have to really focus on the hard charge here. trying to make up some time, but Harris has closed up right onto the back of Rogers. So let's see, Ruddy Harris needs to get ahead of Caleb to go and score a win for the championship here. It's all on the cards. 207 points is what Ruddy Harris came into the round with. 207 points, and Caleb Rogers on 201. Caleb really trying to go for the win here, trying to get that championship in the bag for the cadets, and it's still some side-by-side action as Harris trying to give a little bit of a momentum push to the likes of Caleb, who's battling it out, trying to keep it all in check. And Caleb keeping a very tight line at the moment, battling it out, seeing where he can get by as our cadets charge their way through. Only 0.1 of a second between them, and it's now late into turn one, very late on the anchors, trying to bring it back, and Caleb goes out wide, loses out that little bit of momentum, and they immediately allows Harris to go up into first place and take into the fight. And you can see Caleb trying to get a little bit later into the corners, going very, very late, taking massive dives at the moment for the cadets. As Harris battling it out. Harris has put the fastest lap of the race with a 37.1 on his last lap. Let's see if he'll be able to better it now. Even though he got the pass done and dusted, yes he does. 36.6, where Caleb managing to get a 37.0. Unfortunately, a little too fast into the corners, cost him a bit of time. Looked for the inside line, trying to go and switch around. Outside line, runs out a bit wide, out of the exit of turn 3. Not going to be an easy time here to try and close up that gap with only 2 laps to go. Caleb jacking up that rear right as much as possible, and Harris going and just taking a look over his shoulder just to see exactly where Caleb is. So Ruddy Harris now needs to try and close up and really get onto the drive. Looking around at the moment into the final lap. There you go. Checkered flag will be at the ready next time. Caleb hoping to just try and get past Harris as quick as possible. Oh, too far wide out of turn 3 yet again, carrying way too much momentum and losing out that valuable time as Ruddy Harris goes and makes his way through. He's opened up a huge gap, and Caleb just going and showing that frustration, saying go, 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 just not able to carry all it through, carried way too much momentum, and you could see the frustration as he comes across the line. Ruddy Harris gets across the line, taking first place and taking the championship for the cadet class. Caleb Rogers will be coming up in second place. He has scored second in the championship, and honestly can be rather happy with that. Not an easy feat for our cadets, and these youngsters have really showed off some great talent. So keep an eye out on these 2 names. This is definitely going to be our future world champions coming through. Very, very passionate and incredibly skilled. Harris, who has gone and raced multiple times here today. And there we go. Caleb sliding the kart in, just giving a final show for everyone out on the top. So great to see it out there. The kids are kart. Ruddy Harris getting ahead of Caleb Rogers of Rogers Racing. So with that being said, we are going to be moving on to our next class, and that is going to be our OKJ. They'll be making their way on. They got 15 laps for their final heat here today at Red Star Raceway, and their final heat for the 2024 season, folks. We're getting closer and closer. The sun is setting, and as that sets, is setting on our 2024 championship. So our OKJ make their way out onto the track. Don't go anywhere. All right, taking a look at our OKJ grid. It's Ethan Lennon up in first place, Matthew Mason in second place, Kaya Sierra in third, Imani Kinyo going and running in fourth, followed by Sebastiana Human, Jack Moore, Mansell Nkuni, Jesse Swart, Joshua Moore, Ryan Kerem, Regalo Spice, and Marshall William going and running out our grid. OKJ going and battling out. So this is where it's all going to go. Jack Moore looking to try and take the championship. Imani Kaya lying in second place. Sebastiana Human in third in the championship. Sebastian Diaz running in fourth. All close to one another. And now this is it. Waiting for it to go. Lights on, lights off, and away they go. Number 28 going and making a little bit of loss of time there, and that was Mateo Mason, who's going to have to dive into turn one and turn two. Got to be very, very careful on the way through. It does look like he goes and puts out Ethan a little bit out of joint there, and now has to try and make up some time as they fight their way through. So all the carts closing up, a bit of a concertina effect through the hairpins, and now trying to make their way out onto the track, really giving it everything they got. Ethan going and making up some time for his run. He's hoping to just keep ahead of the rest of the pack as much as possible as they all close up. There's the 31 cart that just came by. Jack Moore a little bit further down the order than he plans. He wants to try and get at least into that top two to be able to maximize his run in the championship. Kaio out in first place, Ethan Lennon in second place, Mateo Mason lying in third. So as our leaders start to open up, the gap starts to break up behind, and Jack Moore starting to feel that pressure, needs to get a little bit more of a getting up and go at this point if he wants to try and maintain this championship on the way through. But it is a little bit further back, a bit of close racing going on, just trying to get the numbers of carts that is out towards the back. That seems to be Jesse Swart and Ryan Karam that are having a good go at one another, with Rigali going and closing up the gap right behind. So Rigali, part of the Toyota Gazoo Racing, is chasing on to the back of our 67, and a little bit of a close run there for Jessie Swart, getting a little bit out of shape and suddenly having carts all over the back of her and making their way through. So having to try and battle it out. Not an easy time out there. Kaio out in first place with Ethan here lying in second, trying to chase down, but Mateo Masson doing that 51.8, the fastest lap of the race, now trying to play a little bit of catch up, lying in third place with Imani all over the back of him. Sebastiano Human going to keep back Jack Moore as much as possible, because he knows what's on the line for the championship, and the more that Jack Moore can fall back in position, the more that he has an opportunity to get himself further up in the order. So it's going to be an all or nothing charge at this point, as we do see that number 16 going to have a go. That is Marcelli going after Joshua Moore. So great running there on the way through. So third place, Mateo Masson and Imani keeping very close to one another, but right behind them, Sebastiano and Jack running in the 46 and 31 cart, running in fourth and fifth, have closed up on one another. So they are leading into a good race to try and hope to stay on the back of one another and carry the momentum through. Jack Moore needing to try and carry as much momentum to the end of this championship as possible, as we see them come in and out of shot. So far, that is third place. Mathieu Masson going and running in third. And suddenly, our 52 car, Kaio, who had a great start, now feeling the pressure, missing out a couple of brake markers, going a little bit too late into the corners and having to just really overcorrect on the exit. Suddenly has now the number 32 of Ethan all over the back. Ethan's going to have a good look towards the inside line. So first place is up on the cards here for Ethan to really change up the championship, as he's not in the fight for the championship. So this is only going to play into his favor, and battling against Kaio, who's also not in the championship. So these two are going to give it everything they got, because they are to improve for bragging rights here at Red Star Raceway for round 4 of the Rock Cup, the final round of the 2024 National Championship, as they battle their way through. So Cairo hoping to keep it all together with Ethan onto the back of him, trying to gain a little bit of time late on the anchors. Ethan bouncing over the curbs, taking a little bit too much there, and gets very unsteady. That's allowed Mateo Masson to get onto the back of him and really give it horns as they battle their way around. There is the number 67 stopped, and the steering wheel has actually come adrift on that one. Unfortunately, that is Jesse Swart, and we saw actually lift up the steering wheel that's no longer physically attached to the steering column. That's kind of one piece, or should be in one piece, and unfortunately, not that time around. So, first place though, back up towards that run, and we have got the likes of Kayo just ahead, keeping Ethan at bay, looking left, looking right, trying to see where Ethan's going to go on the attack. Looks to try and get round, not able to get past just as yet. Going to go late on the anchors, really sending it in. Couldn't quite get the pass done and dusted. Instantly trying to make up just a little bit of ground. Going to be a hard charge on this time round as Ethan makes up a bit of time through Sector 2, Sector 3, but loses out in Sector 1. So he just doesn't have that pace heading up towards the top of Red Star Raceway. He's going to have to just try and figure out where the Achilles heel is. Maybe the sun getting in the eyes. Who knows what could be laying into effect there. Baby Kayo just very, very defensive, holding those apexes, able to get those corner exits and slowing up the likes of Ethan in and out of it just to take him off that rhythm. And Matthew Mason running in third. Unfortunately, he's starting to lose his train now, and now needs to try and dial in. He's lost out a fair amount of time. He needs to really work out where he's going to get this little bit more momentum, as Ethan managing to hold his position in second place. But there is lying down a little bit further, that is Sebastiano Human, who is running in fourth place with Jack Moore trying to challenge him for position. Our leader carving his way through, having a great time out there. Kayo having a phenomenal run, running 2 positions up from where the driver has started. Mateo Masson running in second place with Ethan Lennon trying to have a good go at him. Ethan looking towards that inside line, couldn't quite get it all lined up. Going to try and keep behind. The sun starting to set, becomes a little bit more of a problem for our OKJ that are really running on the knife's edge, trying to figure out where that 0.2 of a second is needed, and even half a second. They are trying to do everything they can. Going to go late on the apexes to just try and swing it in. There's lots of work being done on it. Ethan Mateo going and making his way around. So this is going to be a proper charge. Ethan's going to really have to dial it in at the moment. Closing as quick as possible, trying to make his way through. So not a great time indeed as it stands. Ethan needs to try and figure out where to get that little bit of momentum into the hairpin. This regains a lot of time, and now it does look like Kayo, our leader, Kayo Sierra, starting to catch up to one of the back markers. So keep an eye on that. Number 52 is starting to close up on one of the back markers. There is the 45 that's making their way out. That is Amani that has returned to the race, and after going out and suddenly now back into the race. So Amani will be fighting his way out and trying to make up a bit of time. Amani now needing to try and make up a little bit more time. We'll suddenly have our leaders of Kayo Sierra and Mateo Masson catching up in first and second place. Ethan Lennon running in third is right on the tail of it. So going to be seeing that Amani is out on track, and there is a possibility that may bobble up. So we are just going and battling it out and seeing who will be able to take a bit more of an advantage here. We're getting words that 31 possibly is dive into the puts. That's Jack Moore. That would have been our leader of the championship, may have just gone into the pits. So Jack Moore, number 31, we're just waiting to find out and get confirmation on that. But Mateo Masson running in second place, putting in the fastest lap time of the race, is now onto the back of Kayo. So Kayo Sierra now starting to feel the pressure and starting to drop off with only 5 laps to go. So Mateo Masson with that fastest lap now has closed up the gap properly onto the back of Kayo Sierra. So Kayo is going to really feel the pressure now. Ethan Lennon now feeling the pressure to try and close up. because this has now gone from a 2-horse race to a 3-horse race. Kaio going very defensive, jumping over the curb, jacking up that rear, and trying to do everything possible. Ethan trying to slide it in, really battling to get it all in order, tries to get into that slipstream as quick as possible, as Mateo going to look for that inside line, couldn't quite get it. Kaio doing a fantastic job at the moment with the defense, and they're not quite catching up onto the back of Imani, so that's going to play into the favor of Kaio, as Imani's got that pace, still keeping a good pace, a good rhythm, sitting with a 51.7 on that last lap, and hoping to just maintain it, as we do see our first and second going side by side, and it does look like a pass. Mateo getting past Kaio, and looks like Ethan as well. So we have got a big switch up. Kaio down into third place, Mateo up into first, and Ethan into second. Now Ethan looking to try and get underneath the likes of Mateo to try and get it all done and dusted for another pass to happen. So Kaio, okay, so let's see how it's going to go. Mateo Mason out in first place, Ethan Lennon in second, Kaio in third, and they're going to start catching up to the back marker, the number 45 of Imani, who rejoined the circuit. So this is going to be a proper run. Ethan's going to have to go for a big send here, or he's going to have to be very, very patient as they catch up to the back of Imani. But Imani's running good lap times at the moment. 52.0 on the last one. Not going quite great. So let's see how it's going to work out. So Imani will go and give a bit of room for our leaders to go. You can't muck around with the leaders at this point. Mateo Masson is going to have to try and make up a bit of time, get onto the back, and ensure that he's not going to get bottled up in this. 2 laps to go, and Masson now onto the back, closed up to Imani, a little bit unsteady through turn 1, turn 2, the car jumping around, and Imani not going to back down from this. He is going to keep up going. So Imani is now going to be right into where our leaders are. Mateo looking to try and figure out what he's going to do, seeing where he can go. Imani gives way for Mateo, who dives up on the inside, and that is going to cost a little bit of time for Ethan as well through the hairpin. So Ethan's lost out that little bit of time. He's going to try and close it up, but Imani is now squarely put himself right into the middle of second and third, and Cairo Serra Will's going to battle it out. So now the final lap. So let's see how it's going to go. So great stuff there from all our runners. Mateo Masson out in first place, has got one more lap in the bag here. Ethan Lennon trying to make up some time. Cairo Sierra going and making up the positions, but unfortunately dropping down into third. And too far back to be able to do anything. As Mateo Masson is going to hurt on this one. Mateo trying to get that first place. He lost out a lot of time behind Imani, but now coming up to the line, taking the checker flag. Mateo Masson with Ethan Lennon and Caio Sierra in third. Sebastiano Human will come across the line in fourth place. Fifth, Miniseli Nkumo will come across the line and finishing up in that fifth place. Sixth, going to the likes of Ryan Karen by the looks of it. And following down there, Joshua Moore, followed by Imani Kenya Moorjack, unfortunately pulling into the pits. Jesse Swart we saw out on the track, unfortunately that steering not quite connected anymore to the front end. Rigali Spice into the pits, and Willem Marshall with a did not start. So that has gone and changed it out. OKJ done and dusted. Heat 4 done and dusted. Final heat for the 2024 season, and Mateo Masson taking that top spot with Ethan Lennon in second place, Caio Sierra in third place, Sebastiano Humo in fourth, fifth, Masani Nkuno in fifth, Ryan Karam in sixth, Joshua Moore in seventh, and as they take their way through. So absolutely great stuff. Imani Kaya in eighth, Jack Moore in ninth, Stuart Jesse Jesse Swart, apologize, running out with Regali Spice Mola and Willem Marshall with a did not start. Well, that has been a wild, wild run, and what an end to our OKJ, with our top two actually not going, well, our first place of the OKJ scoring valuable points, and he's lying in fifth, going and scoring valuable points for his championship. But it's going to be Ethan who is going to be a championship decider for a lot of the drivers. Moving on to our final heat of the day, the final race for 2024 for the Rock Cup National Championship, and the final race for today here at Red Star Raceway. It's going to be it's going to be great. We are bringing out our KZ2s out to the track for the final time. It is Nico Safari starting in pole position, Sebastian Lanzetti in second place, and then we have got Nicholas Venturas in third, Michael Pringle in fourth, and Christian van Veek in fifth place, going and rounding out our field here today. For the final time, our KZ2s will be heading out onto the track, and we will be racing for the final 12 laps of the Rock Cup National Championship. I hope that you're excited just as much as I am, because this is going to be a wild, wild ride. And just a massive, massive shout out once again to all of our virtual grandstands going and saying all amazing words throughout the season. Our virtual grandstands being part of all the racing, even everyone coming out to the track, supporting our drivers, our teams, our future talents of World Championship class here in South Africa for the Rock. And also to our camera crew giving you all the live shots, a beautiful shot there. Not often you get to see the camera crew. And our admins, marshals also being part of it, our live timing, giving us all the action, and actually getting those close spots, 40 milliseconds being the closest battle we saw right to the end, and that was more in our junior divisions getting it done and dusted. But we're going to be moving on to our final class here today, and that is the KZ2. So don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to be having a bit of fun shortly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are in for the final heat of the 2024 season for the Rock Cup National Championship, and our KZ2s are going to be the ones to take us through, as they will be coming for a standing start here at Red Star, bringing those revs up, those two strokes, going and giving us a beautiful, beautiful sight and smells here at Red Star of the two strokes. Shifter carts are one of my personal favorites. You've got to take your hand off that steering. You've got to go for all the levers. You really got to give everything you can. It has developed over time, where now we've got paddle shifters to ensure that you can still hold on to the steering. But something about a shifter cart just always hits strong with me, because going up and down through those gears, how quickly it needs to happen, and the drivers are having to think about everything, what they're going to do in such a short space of time. 12 laps to make it work. Nico Safari, Sebastian Lanzetti lined up on the line. Sebastian stuck on the right-hand side and will look to try and get his way through. And off to a great start. And Nicholas getting a great run in that number 24 cart, trying to launch his way up. Immediately closes up towards the sharp end of the field. As they slide their way in to turn 1, Sebastian getting a great run on the way through. He's starting to open up a bit more of a gap from Zafaris right behind him. Zafaris dealing with Nicholas on the back of him. Nicholas is not going to back down from this fight. He is going to join in with it. He's hung around so long until now. Now it's his opportunity. Michael Pringle and Christian van Beek also keeping into the mix there as they're jumping over the curbs, bottoming those carts out, really trying to find the fringes, trying to find those limits on the way through as they claw back some time. And Nicholas right onto the back of Nico Zafaris will have to try and utilize a bit more of a toe. Zafaris going a little bit more defensive, trying to hold that inside line. Couldn't quite get it done just as yet. Going to go late on the acres, turn it in, trying to get a little bit more rotation underneath him. But take a look at Nicholas up on the inside, giving it everything he got. Can he keep it all together? Does so. Getting into second place. Zafaris jumping over the curbs, not having an easy time out there. Tried going a little bit tighter to get a bit more momentum, and unfortunately bottoming the cars out, having to just dial it back a little bit. And now Sebastian Lanzetti will have to deal with Nicholas onto the back of him. So Nicholas is going to close up that gap. So let's see how it's going to go. Nicholas is going to battle it out with Sebastian Lanzetti on the way through. Sebastian not looking as fast as he would like it to be. Nicholas with a 51.4 on that way through. Sebastian Lanzetti a 51.6 on the momentum. So properly charging their way through, seeing what's all going to happen here. Nicholas into the toe, trying to pull himself along, 0.3 of a second when they cross the timing line. And Nico, who has dropped back into the clutches of Michael Pringle, who is going to come back at him as hard as possible, looking maybe for an inside line. Couldn't quite get it all organized there. But Nicholas doing a phenomenal job in second place. Sebastian Lanzetti losing a lot of grip, sliding the cart round. You can see struggling, going and fighting, soaring at the wheel to just keep it all in check on the way through. And Nicholas losing out a bit of time right behind Sebastian Lanzetti. He gets bottled up in turn, causes Nico to lose out a bit of time, who closed up quite rapidly, and suddenly, oops, you're a little bit slower than our plan, buddy. Nicholas right onto the back. Kostem just having a great time. Looks for the inside line, tried to get past, not getting it all hooked in. The number 24 lying in second place. And take a look, best lap being set by Michael Pringle. So Michael Pringle needs to really dial it up to get past Nico, because he has got that fastest lap time of 51.455. But just to let you know, every single card in the top 4 all doing 51s, and they all within a second of one another. First place is separated by 4 different carts as it stands. Nicholas dropping off a little bit of pace. Sebastian now a little bit more dialed in, trying to open up that gap a little bit more. Nicholas getting a little bit unsteady out of the corner exit. Now we'll suddenly have Nico looking up at that inside line. Couldn't quite get the pass done and dusted as they carry the momentum through. Going to be a hard charge all the way through. Late on to the apexes, trying to figure out where they can go. You can see how Nico Zafaris, who is running in third place at the moment, not too worried about what's happening behind him. He's going to maintain pressure on Nicholas ahead of him, who keeps looking over his shoulder. He keeps trying to see where exactly Nico is to go for a defensive maneuver. That tells me that he's starting to sit in the head, starting to sit a little bit rent-free there. Sebastian Lanzetti getting very unsteady out of corner exit. Once again, all 3 of them jumping over the curb, rocking around there. That's not going to be helping them out at all. And unfortunately, that looks to be Michael Pringle, who is a little bit on the slower side, and as well as Christian van Beek, who is just trying to make his way through. But our leaders out towards the sharp end of the field. Our top 3, Sebastian Lanzetti, keeping line astern. Suddenly has Nicholas looking up on the inside, trying to push him out wide. Side by side, they go front to rear, late on the anchors, and Sebastian into the dirt. Goes and kicks up quite a bit. Nico gets unsteady. Sebastian all over the show, trying to bring it all back. Nicholas just going and forcing Sebastian to carve through the dirt, and instead of Sebastian going and backing off the throttle, he just buried it straight to the floor. And Nicholas going and just trying to keep it all together That was a bit of a scary moment, and Nico just trying to keep out of trouble. Suddenly had a whole lot of dirt in his face and just trying to see where everyone is in that battle. He got caught down the mountain dust. Let's take a look at a short replay as he gets Sebastian, gets it sideways, kicks open the dirt. It's enough of the marbles thrown out towards Nico Zavaris, who is now dropped off a trade. So inadvertently, Sebastian Lanzetti going and getting himself a little bit of breathing room from Nico Zavaris, and now he has to worry about Nicholas on the back of him. But there is a lot of dirt on that racing line. You can see how Nicholas has actually altered his racing line quite a bit to stay away from the marbles there. He knows that it's not the safest at the moment, with tons of dirt out on the track that can instantly destroy your grip and cause you to slide out. Well, Sebastian Lanzetti at this point is just keeping his foot absolutely planted all the way through. He's not going to back down from this bike. He's going to give it everything he's got right the way through. Sebastian trying to gather a little bit more pace. Nico Zavaris picking up his pace a little bit, now closing up onto the train. He's 1 second off at the moment of Nicholas ahead of him. So Nico slowly but surely closing up that gap. Michael Pringle pulling into the pit, so he is retiring his kart out of the race. Unfortunately, number 1 of the LNC Racing going and opting that it is done and dusted, and they are going to call it for this season. They're going to be definitely running to the pit wall to go and cheer on our drivers on the way through. Sebastian Lanzetti feeling the pressure though, taking a very, very early line into the corners, taking those early apexes. He's trying to battle it out. Nicholas though dropping off a little bit of time out of the final corner, and that has allowed Nico Zavaris to get right onto the back of him. And now our top 3 back within a second of one another. A little bit more open cards this time around though, not on top of one another like we have previously seen, but that can all change in a heartbeat, as we have seen throughout this race. Sebastian Lanzetti also altering his lines, a lot of them just realizing there's just too much dirt, there's too much time lost by going out a little bit too wide there. Rather keep it all together and focus on the charge at hand. How can you gain that little bit more momentum? Nico Zavaris trying to make up some time, losing a little bit of momentum on the way through, late on the anchors, just try and bring it all back. And suddenly you have got Nicholas jumping over those curbs, going in a little bit too early and killing off his drive big time out of the final corner. Not going to be too happy with that one. Going to try and neaten it up a little bit to carry that little bit more momentum in a little bit towards the race. It's going to be late on the anchors as Nico Zavaris is suddenly into the fight. Now from 3rd place, 2nd place is right there on the cards. He's got to go for a push though. We're on lap 9 out of 12. And it's all or nothing. Zavaris really going and piling the pressure on to the likes of Nicholas just ahead of him. Number 24 really starting to battle it out. Nicholas keeping that inside line. Nico tries to go for a bit of an undercut. Couldn't quite get it all hooked up and got a much better exit out of the corner. And now trying to look for a bit of an undercut. Can he get it done and dusted? Tries to put his nose in, really leaning onto it. But Nicholas going and stopping dead on the apex, going and ensuring that that's not going to happen. 2 laps to go. Sebastian Lanzetti now been given a bit of breathing room, 1.9 seconds away from 2nd and 3rd. Nicholas Valentes with Nico Zavaris running in 3rd. Christian van Veek running in 4th place, trying to keep up the momentum. And this is going to be a monumental run for them on the way through. It's going to be a proper charge for our karters to really dial it in. Who will be able to get the advantage on the way through? Nicholas trying to go late on the anchors, swings the kart in, just trying every bit of line possible to get that little bit of momentum. He knows Nico's all over the back of him. Nico trying to challenge for that 2nd place to really get his nose underneath, getting a tank slapper on the way through. Not an easy time. Final lap though, and it's all on the cards. Sebastian Lanzetti has opened up a big gap, 2.1, but take a look at Nicholas Valentes going and battling it out with Nico Zavaris running in 3rd as they fight their way through, really trying to make up that little bit of time. Nico Zavaris now needs to go for that right and royal send. He needs to lick it and send it properly. on the way through, and it's going to be all or nothing for it. Nicholas defending that second place as much as possible. Our leader coming up towards the line, Sebastian Lanzetti, will get the checkered flag, but the question is who's going to get second. Nicholas trying to carry out a little bit of momentum as Sebastian Lanzetti comes across the line, and there's a little light touch between Nicholas Valentes and Nikos Forrest, running in third place. Fourth place going to Christian van Wyk, Michael Pringle rounding out the field. What a run from them. Absolutely great stuff around Red Star. And wow, oh wow, what a run, ladies and gentlemen. And what a way to go and send off the 2024 championship for the Rock Cup National Championship. I mean, this is absolutely great stuff. And what a monumental battle on the way through. Nicholas keeping it all together. Sebastian Lanzetti taking the top spot with Nicholas Valentis in second. Third place, Nikos Forrest, Christian van Wyk and Michael Pringle coming across the line in fifth place to round out our KZ2s for round 4 of the Rock Cup for 2024. Done and dusted right here at Red Star Raceway. What a race it has been. What an exciting day it has been. What a season, start to finish, has been mental. The drivers going and pushing as hard as they can to claw their ways to victory. And congratulations to all the drivers, to all the teams, to all the admin, the marshals, the medics, the timing that have gone into working in the background, the admins, the tracks, all for inviting us and having us here, doing this at home to race and showing off the fantastic stuff. And also a massive shout out goes to all our spectators at the track and in the virtual grandstands. You guys have put on a phenomenal show and supported us start to finish. And what a run it has been, keeping an eye on our future world champions. And mark my words on that, ladies and gentlemen. Also a shout out to our to our production crew, going and giving us all the amazing shots throughout the season and bringing you all the live action straight to your screens to watch live or in the future. We're always glad to have you guys going and digging how social media has gone. All our social media team from the Rock Cup will be putting out on there. And also shout out to Motorsport South Africa, FIA also, and FIK for being a part of this amazing effort for the Rock Cup. That being said though, we have come to the end and we will be going and taking a look towards our champions. And once the day is done, the points are calculated, national champions will be shared out on our social media. So make sure you take a look at the Rock Cup South Africa out on our social medias, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, and more. It's always fantastic to see all the background. Make sure you subscribe to the channel as well and don't miss any of the action here. And if you want to join up with the Rock, go and head over to Rock Cup South Africa website and go and join up with all it is in the description as well. If you want to be a part of it and join up with karting, doesn't matter, young and old, we've got a space for all, and all is welcome here at the Rock. It's all about the family, it's all about the speed, it's all about the show and about the competition. But it's been an incredible one. My name is Stephen Kernick, and I'd like to say thank you very much. Thank you for joining us, and like always, for those that are watching in the current and in the future, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, everybody, from the Rock Cup here at Red Star Raceway for round 4, our final round of the 2024 championship.
All lines up.
My love has got
Brand new
no
season,
money, he's
brand
got
new
his
dawn,
strong
and
beliefs.
it's lights
My
out
love has
and
got
away
no
we go.
power, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no fame, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no money, he's got his strong beliefs. Want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, freed from desire, Mind and senses purified, freed from desire. Mind and senses purified, freed from desire. Mind and senses purified, freed from desire. Na 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 na. Strong beliefs. My love has got no power, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no fame, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no money, he's got his strong beliefs. Want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, freed from desire.
All lines. All lines up.
My love has got
Brand new
no
season,
money, he's
brand
got
new
his
dawn,
strong
and
beliefs.
it's lights
My
out
love has
and
got
away
no
we go.
power, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no fame, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no money, he's got his strong beliefs. Want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, freed from desire, mind and senses purified, freed from desire, mind and senses purified, freed from desire, mind and senses purified, freed from desire. Na 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 strong beliefs. My love has got no power, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no fame, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no money, he's got his strong beliefs. Want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, freed from desire.
All lines up.
My love has got
Brand new
no
season,
money, he's
brand
got
new
his strong
dawn,
beliefs.
and it's lights
My
out
love has
and
got
away
no
we go.
power, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no fame, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no money, he's got his strong beliefs. Want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, freed from desire, mind and senses purified, freed from desire, mind and senses purified, freed from desire, mind and senses purified, freed from desire. Na 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 strong beliefs. My love has got no power, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no fame, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no money, he's got his strong beliefs. Want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, freed from desire.
All lines up.
My love has got
Brand new
no
season,
money, he's
brand
got
new
his strong
dawn, and
beliefs.
it's lights
My
out
love has
and
got
away
no
we go.
power, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no fame, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no money, he's got his strong beliefs. Want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, freed from desire, mind and senses purified, freed from desire, mind and senses purified, freed from desire, mind and senses purified, freed from desire. Na 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 strong beliefs. My love has got no fame, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no money, he's got his strong beliefs. Want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, freed from desire.
All lines up.
My love has got
Brand new
no
season,
money, he's
brand
got
new
his
dawn,
strong
and
beliefs.
it's lights
My
out
love has
and
got
away
no
we go.
power, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no fame, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no money, he's got his strong beliefs. Want more and more, people just want more and more.
All lines up.
My love has got
Brand new
no
season,
money, he's
brand
got
new
his
dawn,
strong
and it's
beliefs.
lights
My
out
love
and
Cancer TLC is the Tough Living with Cancer program. It's a program specifically geared at children that has been diagnosed with cancer. I myself am a cancer survivor and I'm once again fighting cancer. But no matter in what space I am, when I walk into the ward and when I look at those faces, that gives me that desire to do so much more for them and it pushes me.
One can never prepare when something happens like cancer to anybody in the family. It's an emotional journey.
When a child dies in hospital, we've got 20 other children in the ward. I need to be strong for the 19 other mothers and the 19 other children that is still fighting cancer.
It's a roller coaster journey for the parents and the families and the community. So it's important that we show the families love and affection as well and give them the support they need.
Sometimes there's no words that I can actually give to them. Sometimes it's just a hug and telling them that this one's journey came to an end. It does not mean your child's journey is at its end.
I truly have been humbled and my eyes have opened the last couple of years being involved with the Cancer Sanlam charity event at Sun City.
In this program, we offer emotional support, support groups, food parcel relief, also palliative care.
For me, the most important was the staff, the affection and the passion they have for what they do. To see their involvement and their love and affection for the communities that need it the most, especially the poorest of the poor. So big ups to them, and they're the superheroes of this world.
I see it as a calling and I also see it as a blessing.
It's never easy and it will never be easy, but there's a massive success rate when people are positive. And by giving people support, love and affection, you give them hope.
These children inspire me to do so much more and inspire me to live not for tomorrow but to live for today and to make a change today where possible.
We value what you do for people in the community who has been affected by cancer, and let's continue the fight against cancer. Hi, I'm Brighton Polser. The commitment of the staff, volunteers and partners of the Cancer Association of South Africa makes it possible for these children and their families to dream about the future. It's yours and my contribution to cancer that makes it possible for us to imagine a world without cancer.
192 crew. The rally heads off on the southern on the first.
We got it.
Get ready for the FIA World Endurance Championship. The safety car should dive into the pit lane.
Well, good morning everyone and a very warm welcome to the final day of competition here at the NATO. Away we go for the 2022 Rock Final. Very tricky race. It takes victory. If you drive karts, if you race in Rock Cup, there's a the day of the year that is different from the other 364. That day is today because here at the South Gala Karting Circuit, the 2022 Rock Cup Super Final takes place. About 400 drivers coming from around the world have challenged themselves throughout more than 40 qualifying heats. Seven different categories. A truly unique experience. Effort, overtakes, mistakes, passion, anger, joy. A suite of emotions that will lead us to crown the champions of the 20th edition of the Rock Cup Super Final.
Go becomes Super Rock champion. Gonna be Vivek Kanthan. David Locatelli is senior rock champion. Parmigiani takes the race win. Jada David is going to be champion in expert rock again. What a performance from Tino Donaday. Nicola Rossini is going to be champion in shifter rock and takes the title here in 2022. A brilliant drive, winning by 2.2.
Well, good morning, everyone, and a very...
All lines up.
My love has got
Brand new
no
season,
money, he's
brand
got
new
his
dawn,
strong
and
beliefs.
it's lights
My
out
love has
and
got
away
no
we go.
power, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no fame, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no money, he's got his strong beliefs. Want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, want more and more. People just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, freed from desire. Mind and senses purified, freed from desire. Mind and senses purified, freed from desire. Mind and senses purified, freed from desire. Na 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 strong beliefs. My love has got no power, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no fame, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no money, he's got his strong beliefs. Want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, freed from desire.
All lines up.
My love has got
Brand new
no
season,
money, he's
brand
got
new
his strong
dawn, and
beliefs.
it's lights
My
out
love has
and
got
Cancer TLC is the Tough Living with Cancer program. It's a program specifically geared at children that has been diagnosed with cancer. I myself am a cancer survivor and I'm once again fighting cancer. But no matter in what space I am, when I walk into the ward and when I look at those faces, that gives me that desire to do so much more for them and it pushes me.
One can never prepare when something happens like cancer to anybody in the family. It's an emotional journey.
When a child dies in hospital, we've got 20 other children in the ward. I need to be strong for the 19 other mothers and the 19 other children that is still fighting cancer.
It's a roller coaster journey for the parents and the families and the community. So it's important that we show the families love and affection as well and give them the support they need.
Sometimes there's no words that I can actually give to them. Sometimes it's just a hug and telling them that this one's journey came to an end. It does not mean your child's journey is at its end.
I truly have been humbled and my eyes have opened the last couple of years being involved with the Cancer Sanlam charity event at Sun City.
In this program, we offer emotional support, support groups, food parcel relief, also palliative care.
For me, the most important was the staff, the affection and the passion they have for what they do. I see their involvement and their love and affection for the communities that need it the most, especially the poorest of the poor. So big ups to them, and they're the superheroes of this world.
I see it as a calling and I also see it as a blessing.
It's never easy and it will never be easy, but there's a massive success rate when people are positive. And by giving people support, love and affection, you give them hope.
These children inspire me to do so much more and inspire me to live not for tomorrow but to live for today and to make a change today where possible.
We value what you do for people in the community who has been affected by cancer, and let's continue the fight against cancer. Hi, I'm Brighton Polser. The commitment of the staff, volunteers and partners of the Cancer Association of South Africa makes it possible for these children and their families to dream about the future. It's yours and my contribution to cancer that makes it possible for us to imagine a world without cancer.
Well, good morning everyone and a very warm welcome to the final day of competition here at Lenato.
Away we go for the 2022 Rock Final. Very tricky race. It takes victory.
If you drive karts, if you race in Rock Cup, there's a day of the year that is different from the other 364. That day is today because here at the South Garda Karting Circuit, the 2022 Rock Cup Super Final takes place. About 400 drivers coming from around the world have challenged themselves throughout more than 40 qualifying heats. Seven different categories. A truly unique experience. Effort, overtakes, mistakes, passion, anger, joy. A suite of emotions that will lead us to crown the champions of the 20th edition of the Rock Cup Super Final.
Go becomes Super Rock champion. Gonna be Vivek Kanthan. David Locatelli is senior rock champion. Parmigiani takes the race win. Jada David is going to be champion in expert rock again. What a performance from Tino Donaday. Nicola Rossini is going to be champion in shifter rock and takes the title here in 2022. A brilliant drive, winning by 2.2.
lines up.
My love has got
Brand new
no
season,
money, he's
brand
got
new
his
dawn,
strong
and
beliefs.
it's lights
My
out
love has
and
got
away
no
we go.
power, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no fame, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no money, he's got his strong beliefs. Want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, freed from desire, mind and senses purified, freed from desire, mind and senses purified, freed from desire, mind and senses purified, freed from desire. Na 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 strong beliefs. My love has got no power, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no fame, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no money, he's got his strong beliefs. Want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, freed from desire.
All lines up.
My love has got
Brand new
no
season,
money, he's
brand
got
new
his
dawn,
strong
and
beliefs.
it's lights
My
out
love has
and
got
away
no
we go.
power, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no fame, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no money, he's got his strong beliefs. Want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, freed from desire, mind and senses purified, freed from desire, mind and senses purified, freed from desire, mind and senses purified, freed from desire. Na 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 na. Strong beliefs. My love has got no power, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no fame, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no money, he's got his strong beliefs. Want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for.
prize giving is starting right now. Okay, first off, I just want to say a huge thank you to every single person for coming today. We love the support and everything that you came here. First off, I would like to start with sorry. Okay, so I first off want to start with these two people who have got the certificates for the T4 Nation Cup taking place in Spain. It's Roddy Harris and Caleb Rogers. Up next, I just want to say a huge congratulations for this National Rock Cup South Africa Champion of 2024, Roddy Harris. Can these following competitors please come up to collect their awards for the Karting World Cup taking place at PF International in the United Kingdom? Vian Boshoff, Kanya Nguenya, Taylor Scrimger, Cole Hewitson, Brandon van der Walt, Michael Besaidenote, and Muhammad Wali. In OKN, the National Rock Cup South Africa champion of 2024 is Mohammed Wali. For OKJ, the National Rock Cup South Africa champion of 2024 is Jack Moore. For Mini Rock, for the National Rock Cup South Africa champion of 2024 is Sebastian Bliffnate. And last but not least, in Kid Rock, for the National Rock Cup South Africa champion of 2024 is Riley van Staden. Please can I ask that all the national champions just stay behind for a final photo all together. Next, we would like to move over to today's national champion standing results. For Cadet, in second place, we have Caleb Rogers. And in first, we have Roddy Harris. For Cadet, the top driver technician is Daryl van Niekerk. Up next, we would like to move over to OKJ. I just want to mention quickly that you will get a bottle of champagne. Please don't spray it in the square. In 5th place, we have Manalisi Nokomo. In 4th place, we have Sebastiano Human. In 3rd place, we have Jack Moore. In 2nd place, we have Keo Sarah. And in 1st place, we have Mateo Mason. The top driver technician for OKJ is James. We're moving on to OKN. In 5th place, we have Cole Hewitson. In 4th place, we have Brandon van der Walt. In 3rd place, we have Gianna Pascal. In 2nd place, we have Michael Poseidonous. And in 1st place, we have Muhammad Wali. The top driver technician for the OKN class is Wesley. Driver of the day for OKJ is Amani Kunya. The driver of the day for OKN is Michael Besaidenote. Next, I would like to move on to Kid Rock for the national champion standings. In 5th place, we have Ronald Fenter. In 4th place, we have Roddy Harris. In 3rd place, we have Logan Rury. In 2nd place, we have Riley van Staden. And in 1st place, we have Noah Kernia. For driver of the day for Kid Rock, we have Logan Bilal. For the top driver technician for Kid Rock is no more. Moving on to Mini Rock. In 5th place, we have Maddox Mason. In 4th place, we have Max Boschoff. In 3rd place, we have Aaron Mason. In 2nd place, we have Sebastian Blechnight. And in 1st place, we have Declan Jurgens. For driver of the day for Mini Rock, we have Ronaldo Kuhn. For the top driver technician, we have Morna Jurgens. Next up, we have KZ2. In 5th place, we have Michael Pringle. In 4th place, we have Christian van Wyk. In 3rd place, we have Nikki Vastanis. In 2nd place, we have Nico Zafiris. And in 1st place, we have Sebastian Lanzetti. For driver of the day for KZ2 is Nikki Vastanis. The top driver technician for KZ2 is Sia. I just want to make a quick announcement about the KZ2 trophies. Okay, never mind. Sorry. Can the following competitors please come up? These are compliments for RKT. So can Max Boshoff, Aaron Mason, Sebastian Blechner, Declan Jurgens, Sebastiano Human, Jack Moore, K.O. Sierra, Mateo Mason, Brandon van der Walt, Gianna Pascal, Michael Basedanote, Mohammed Wali,
Both of them together?
Yeah.
Okay. Will you open one for me, please? Just so I can show you guys.
Yeah.
Okay, so all of you go down with it. That's okay, it happens, don't worry, sweetheart. We don't have to be perfect. Okay. Okay. Hi everybody. Okay, so all the guys that won their respective classes today, that is a national class, which is Kid Rock, Mini Rock, OKJ and OKN. We've decided to sponsor each one of the new JECO 8870 CIK approved J-Flex carbon rib protectors. So can the winner of every class that won today in Kid Rock, Mini Rock, OKJ and OKN come up and claim your prize. Okay, that's fine. Sure, that's okay. So, it's Wally, Konya, there you go. So no use for this, but you can still grab it. So just grab it, we'll exchange it with your dad later, okay? Okay. Declan, harder than your finish now.
I need to train this, it's too big for me.
Jürgen, Declan, Matteo, Ronald, and Konya. Okay. Take a photo of these,
I just want to say thank you so much for every single person's commitment today. Have a good night and stay safe. Good night.
All lined up.
My love has got
Brand new
no
season,
money, he's
brand
got
new
his
dawn,
strong
and
beliefs.
it's lights
My
out
love has
and
got
away
no
we go.
power, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no fame, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no money, he's got his strong beliefs. Want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, freed from desire, mind and senses purified, freed from desire, mind and senses purified, freed from desire, mind and senses purified, freed from desire. Na 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 strong beliefs. My love has got no power, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no fame, he's got his strong beliefs. My love has got no money, he's got his strong beliefs. Want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, want more and more, people just want more and more freedom and love. What he's looking for, freed from desire.